The Sixth Demon, Book 4. Written by R.A. Stephan. Narrated by Gwendolyn Druyor. 1. Neveah stared morosely at Nigellus's bloody heart sitting on the table, and tried to convince herself that her desire to smite wasn't very angelic. It was hard going. In reality, smiting was an extremely angelic impulse. When they weren't busy inspiring adoration in the lesser races, angels were all about dispensing mayhem with extreme prejudice. Back when she'd been a foot soldier in Heaven's army, Neveah had never really seen the point of it all. But these days, she was starting to come around to the idea. She and Albigard were safely back in Karajas, at the resort Edward had wrangled for them to use as a hiding place from the invading Fae on Earth. Although Albigard might have taken issue with the word safe, given they were sitting on top of the largest deposit of iron ore on the planet. He'd disappeared shortly after their arrival, pale and grumbling, no doubt having retreated to Len Grayson's bedside to deal with his iron sickness in relative privacy. The pristine luxury of this high-end retreat hidden in the jungle seemed almost obscene under the circumstances. She was sitting beneath a sun umbrella next to an Olympic-sized swimming pool. Edward looked almost as ill as Albigard had. He sat across the wrought iron patio table from her, also leveling a fixed stare at the sluggishly beating heart lying between them. He'd fetched a stainless steel serving tray from the resort's commercial kitchen, ostensibly to prevent blood from dripping through the lattice of the tabletop and onto the concrete pool deck below. "Something about this isn't right," he said, his voice barely more than a rasping whisper. Ransley Thorpe, who'd been pacing restlessly along the edge of the pool, halted abruptly. "You don't say." The vampire made no attempt to moderate his tone of irony. Neveah sent him what she hoped was a quelling look. Zora Bright stood nearby with her arms crossed tightly across her chest. "Do you think they took the rest of his body to dine?" "Almost certainly," Neveah told her.
"It would be the obvious thing to do,"
Edward agreed. He shook his head slowly back and forth, his faded hazel eyes never leaving Nigellus's heart.
"But why leave this behind?"
Neveah's all-too-human stomach churned. "Cruelty," she said softly.
"A message,"
Ransley suggested.
"Or a warning,"
Zora said.
"If we can do this to a powerful demon, just think what we can do to the rest of you."
A furrow formed between Edward's bushy brows, deepening the wrinkles there.
"No, it doesn't make sense. They should have taken his heart as well. Leaving it behind was foolish, and the Fae aren't fools."
"Matter of opinion, that," Rans muttered. "Foolish in what way?" Neveah asked, dragging her attention away from the ruddy blob of flesh with difficulty. Edward worried his lower lip between his teeth, still frowning. His bony fingers tapped restlessly against the edge of the table.
"Think about it. Any part of his body is connected to every other part of his body. They had to know someone would come looking to find out what happened to him. Yet not only did they fail to set an ambush for whoever showed up, they've also given us a potential connection to him. A way to locate him. Why do that?"
Neveah blinked, realizing just how slow and mushy her wits had become after the shock of finding the heart sitting in front of the ruins of Hell's Gate. "Oh," she said, Yes, that's an excellent point. Why, indeed? Rensley's expression resembled a very English thundercloud.
If the rest of him is under lock and key inside Dine, we're hardly going to pop in and steal him back now, are we?
Lock and key, and probably quite a lot of salt, Zora said. Edward shoved his chair back without warning, the legs scraping against concrete with an unpleasant noise.
Salt,
he said, rising abruptly.
Yes, I think there's a bag in the kitchen.
He hurried off, leaving Neveah and the others staring after him. Realization struck a moment later, and her gaze darted back to the heart, as though it might have vanished while she wasn't looking. Zora was staring at it as well.
So, it could get pulled into Dine with the rest of him?
She swallowed audibly.
Does everything migrate toward the largest piece or something? Or, like, toward his brain?
The largest piece, as I understand it, Neveah confirmed. Honestly, it's a bit unusual for demons to let themselves be dismembered, historically speaking. The fact that 3 demons were currently out of commission in such a way was, as far as Neveah knew, quite unprecedented.
The Fae really did a number on demonkind by interfering with their ability to bind human souls on a large scale after the last war,
Wren said grimly. It was a good point. Demons gained power from reaping souls, above and beyond their native ability to feed from things like sexual desire, magic, and in the case of demons of fate, time itself. Yes, Neveah agreed. Hopefully Edward was right about there being salt here. The process of reincarnation may not be particularly fast under circumstances such as these, but it is relentless. Was Edward also right about the possibility of using the heart to locate the rest of Nigellus's body in Dine? Like Ransley, Neveah was skeptical of their ability to get into the Fae realm without being immediately captured by Mab's forces, which, now that she thought about it, might have been the Queen's plan all along. Edward returned with a 5-pound bag of table salt in one hand and a small plastic storage container in the other. As he set both items on the table, Neveah cleared her throat. "It occurs to me," she said, "that Mab may have left the heart behind as bait. She might want us to try sneaking into Dine, where she'll be ready and waiting to capture us."
"It's possible,"
Edward replied, without looking up from his grisly task. After laying down an inch or 2 of salt in the bottom of the container, he pulled a clean handkerchief from his pocket and used it to carefully gather up the heart, placing it in the container on the bed of white crystals. He used the red-stained cloth to swipe up the rest of the blood from the tray where it had been resting, and then dropped that in the container as well. Then he poured the rest of the bag's contents over it, encasing both items. Being completely surrounded by the one substance that could affect a demon ensured that the process of reincorporation would take decades, rather than weeks or months. Neveah sincerely hoped Nigellus's brain was badly damaged enough that the burning agony of salt surrounding his dismembered flesh wouldn't register.
"I feel as though I should make some quip about rubbing salt in the wound,"
Wren said, echoing her thoughts as he scowled at the little plastic receptacle.
"Please don't,"
Zora told him. Neveah couldn't help a small shudder. "Now what?" she asked, aware that she should probably be the one coming up with brilliant angelic ideas and implementing them. Unfortunately, she'd spent far too much time lately being shot, stabbed, burned, pulverized, and heartbroken. Any brilliance she might have possessed was buried beneath an avalanche of exhaustion and weakness. Edward snapped a lid over the container, his lips pressed into a thin line.
I don't know yet. I should speak to Albigard and the twins. Perhaps they'll have some thoughts on the matter.
Neveah was confident their Fae guests would have quite a number of thoughts about the situation, but she doubted any of them had much to do with re-entering the proverbial lion's den of Mab's realm.
I'll come with you, Zora said. I want to see how Len's doing.
Neveah knew she should accompany them. Unfortunately, the idea of rising from her wrought iron chair felt insurmountable at the moment, as though Earth's gravity had suddenly increased tenfold. She stayed where she was as Edward and Zora left, figuring they'd tell her soon enough if the Fae had anything useful to offer. Ransley stayed behind as well, his incisive blue gaze pinning her.
This place has a satellite link, he said. For now, the major news stations are still broadcasting. It's bad out there, and it's going to get worse. From the looks of things, Mab is moving to take control of Earth's military and government infrastructure.
Gravity grew heavier yet. Neveah nodded tiredly. I suppose it's no surprise. The Fae have been working behind the scenes of human power structures for centuries. Why should Mab throw her own troops at the demons when she can use humans as cannon fodder instead?
If Typhon takes the fight to the human military using demon magic and a vampire army, there will be carnage,
Ransley said, as if she didn't already realize that. I know. She held his gaze. But I'm not sure what we can do about it. Ransley grabbed the chair Edward had abandoned and sank into it, slumping forward with his elbows resting on his knees.
Nor am I. But I'm fairly certain that hiding here in the jungle until it occurs to Mab to send human troops after us isn't the answer.
For now, this is the safest place, Neveah said doggedly, all too aware of her promise to Nigellus to keep his little family of choice out of the line of fire for as long as possible. Ransley grunted. Neither agreement nor disagreement. He scrubbed a hand over his face, pulling at skin that would never age, never wrinkle. With a sigh, he hauled himself to his feet.
I should check on Len as well. We gave him vampire blood when he first arrived, but I'm afraid what he really needs is a blood sacrifice. Maybe there's a chicken or a rat around here somewhere that we could butcher.
He'd hate that, Neveah said.
Probably,
Rans agreed.
Though at least he could cook the chicken afterward.
He started to walk away, then stopped and turned to look over his shoulder at her.
We can't continue to do nothing, Neveah. Not forever. Probably not even for long. The refusal to make a choice is still a choice, and the human world is crumbling around us.
The phantom sound of tumbling stone as a gate as old as time fell to Fae invaders echoed in Neveah's ears, along with the memory of rocks pelting flesh. Believe me, she said, I'm painfully aware. Two. Neveah eventually overcame her exhaustion sufficiently to rise from her chair, collect the plastic container holding Nigellus's heart from the table, and follow the others. When she joined them in one of the many comfortable guest rooms, she discovered that Len Grayson, the human necromancer, was finally awake. He looked about as bad as Neveah felt, but he was at least lucid and alert. Since Nigellus had deployed the necromancer to a disaster zone to act as a walking conduit for death energy, she hoped the others appreciated how lucky he was to have escaped any permanent damage. At least one of them appreciated it. Albigard of the Unseely's forest green gaze met hers for the briefest of moments, as he offered her a faint nod of acknowledgement. The Fae was allowing Vani and Zora to fuss over his human, whose weak attempts to fend them off so far appeared to be completely ineffectual.
I'm fine,
Len insisted, batting a hand at them.
Where the hell are we? And is everyone else okay?
He clearly wasn't fine. Nevertheless, Albigard interposed himself between his lover and Len's would-be nurses with a glare, sitting on the edge of the mattress once they'd backed off. He took the human's hand in both of his, and this time he allowed the contact, relaxing back against the pillows.
We are in Brazil, at a private resort located on top of the largest iron ore deposit in the human realm,
Albigard said.
Everyone is here, except Nigellus, who has been dismembered by Mab's forces during his attempt to defend Hell's Gate. The gate fell. Afterward, his body was presumably taken to dine, and the pieces packed in salt. Well, most of his body was taken, at any rate. They did leave his heart behind, which seems an odd choice.
For God's sake, Albigard! Vani snapped. Len blinked up at them, his expression going an unpleasant shade of greenish-gray. A moment later, his stomach muscles jerked and hitched. With vampiric reflexes, Ransley grabbed a small trash can and passed it to Albigard, who positioned it just in time for Len to roll onto an elbow and heave his stomach contents into it. Zora appeared as irate as Vani. I know we've had this conversation before, Tinkerbell. Several times, in fact. But you really do suck at this kind of thing. Albigard didn't spare them a glance, merely supporting Len until he was done expelling what Neveah suspected was everything he'd eaten for the last week. It didn't appear to amount to much.
No good has ever come of sugar-coating the truth,
said the Fae, setting the receptacle aside and calmly reaching for the glass of water that had been sitting on the bedside table.
Fuck,
Len rasped, allowing Albigard to lift the water to his lips. He cupped the glass with shaking fingers as he rinsed his mouth and drank. When he was done, he wiped at his face with the back of his hand.
Don't snarl at him, you two. He's right. Guess that explains why my link with Nigellus snapped so abruptly.
Neveah roused herself. You should know that the necromantic energy you were able to funnel to him saved hundreds of lives. He used it to form a barrier outside of Hell's Gate, holding back the wild hunt so all the tithelings and demons were able to get away safely. All except for him, she didn't add. Len let out a shuddering breath and nodded.
Okay. Good. That's good. Thanks for telling me.
His brows furrowed, his bloodshot gray gaze returning to Albigard.
Wait, did you say we're on top of an iron mine? Are you all right? My magic has been suppressed, and it will remain so until I leave. It is an unpleasant experience, as you are aware. But it would affect Mab's forces the same way if they tried to come after us.
Len finished.
Gotcha. Are the twins here as well? They are,
Albigard confirmed.
You should rest, young man,
Edward said kindly.
I'd say both of you should rest, but unfortunately, I need to pick Albigard's brain regarding our next steps. The twins as well, if they're willing."
Albigard sighed.
"Yes, I believe Leonidas is with them currently."
He stroked the backs of his knuckles tenderly across Len's cheek.
"Rest, Aronchak. I will return shortly. In the meantime, I leave you in the capable hands of the witch and the bloodsuckers."
"Great," Len muttered.
"As long as one of them can mesmerize me into forgetting the last week, we're golden." "Perhaps not forget,"
Ransley said, meeting Albigard's gaze over the human's head.
"but at least cease caring for a few hours."
Albigard gave the vampire a short nod and rose.
"Come,"
he told Edward and Neveah.
"It is apparent you have additional news to share. Let us find Nesri and Danon, so you need only relay it once."
They found Leonidas with the twins in one of the other buildings, this one designed for communal gatherings, scattered with art and comfortable furnishings. Edward explained his theory about using Nigellus's heart to connect to the rest of him. Neveah still cradled the demon's dismembered flesh in the crook of her arm, entombed in its unassuming plastic container of salt. The younger Fae girl stared at it openly, her green eyes wide with mingled fear and fascination. All three of the Fae looked every bit as ill as Albigard did, which Neveah supposed was unsurprising in the presence of so much iron ore. None of them would be able to help in any practical way that involved magic, not while they were hiding here in Karajas. Edward was apparently after information of a more theoretical nature.
"I'm hoping you can help me devise a way to test possible methods of drawing the rest of Nigellus's body toward his heart, rather than the heart being drawn toward the rest of him. But short of shaving off a slice to use in the experiment—"
Neveah winced. "You won't need to do that. There's another source to work with if we hurry." Albigard stared at her for a beat. Then he blinked.
"Oh,"
he said with mild distaste.
"That's unexpected, but potentially useful, I suppose."
Leonidas looked between them.
"In English for the rest of us, please?"
he asked.
"Nigellus and the angel are lovers,"
Albigard said, and if Neveah were more herself, she might have been irritated at being discussed in the third person while she was standing right there. "What? You did it with a demon?" the younger Fae girl asked in disbelief. Leonidas had the look of someone who really wished he weren't a part of this conversation.
"Right. Got it,"
he said.
"So if I'm understanding this correctly, why hasn't that, part of him already disappeared in Judain?"
Neveah held the plastic container a little more tightly to her body. "I'm trying to protect it with my powers." She didn't add that her powers were complete shit at the moment. Despite her best efforts, she could feel Nigellus's essence from their last love-making slipping away from her bit by bit. She directed her focus inward immediately after Edward had realized the need for salt to encase Nigellus's heart. Since then, it was proving difficult to focus on anything else. "I can only hold on to it for so long, though." Albigard nodded, returning his attention to Edward.
"You are adept in the practice of blood magic, correct?" That is correct.
Edward sighed in irritation.
I have, however, lost access to my power source.
Dannon, the male Fae twin, raised a swept eyebrow.
Have you, though? You've collected quite a menagerie of human practitioners here. From the smell of it, at least some of them have the capacity for blood magic.
His sister tilted her head, elven features furrowed in a thoughtful frown. You also stand atop an iron mine. Well, that is unfortunate for us as Fae. It will strengthen blood magic, like calling to like.
Is that true?
Leonides asked.
Something to do with the iron in the hemoglobin?
Perhaps, Edward said thoughtfully. I suppose there's nothing to do but try it. Neveah, my dear, are you amenable? I can't imagine direct exposure to the dark arts is terribly comfortable for an angel. Of course I'm amenable, she told him. At least here you'll have access to all the people Nigellus keeps soul-bound. That will help strengthen your spell. There's no better time to make the attempt. And so, 3 hours later, Neveah found herself seated outside a binding circle, the runes and sigils drawn on the concrete pool deck using the mingled blood of Edward, Ransley Thorpe, Zora Bright, and Len Grayson. Inside the circle, Edward knelt on a cushion with Nigellus's salt-packed heart in front of him.
You'll have to let me know if you can feel a shift, Edward told her. I'm not certain I'll be able to tell from this end.
Vani, an elemental witch with an affinity for fire, watched the proceedings with tightly crossed arms.
Wouldn't this be easier without the salt encasing his heart? Easier, yes, Edward replied. Unfortunately, the rest of his body will also be encased in salt. If this magic can't pull his essence through such a barrier, it won't ultimately help us.
Nigellus's human servant was a grisly sight. Normally a neat and fastidious man, he was currently naked from the waist up, his wrinkled skin covered in the same bloody sigils that formed the binding circle. Neveah wasn't entirely clear about his methods for borrowing power from the handful of other humans in their little conclave who were also inclined toward the darker forms of magic. She was probably happier not knowing the details. Except for Len, who was still resting, and the 4 Fae, who'd expressed deep disgust at the idea of being present while demonic blood magic was being performed, the other members of Nigellus's inner circle were gathered to watch the proceedings. Not that there would be anything much to see, even with vampire vision. Neveah focused inward, aware that if she was unable to feel a difference, they would have no way at all to know if the magic was truly working. Unfortunately, their hurried search through the kitchen and main office of the resort had failed to turn up any scales sensitive enough to detect the addition of a milligram or 2 of mass. Outside of hell, little was known about the process of demonic reincorporation. So little, in fact, that Neveah wasn't even sure if the essence she carried would transform itself into cardiac tissue upon being reunited with the heart, or if it would remain what it had been before. She wished now that she'd thought to ask Baalazar or another sympathetic demon how reincorporation worked when she'd had the chance. She closed her eyes, holding all her attention on the essence inside her that wasn't a part of her. There was noticeably less of a demonic presence than there had been even a few hours ago, despite her best efforts at protecting that tiny piece of Nigellus nestled within her body.
"Are you ready?"
Edward asked, and she nodded. The elderly human began to chant, power gathering within the binding circle. At first it billowed within the magical barrier defined by the crimson markings drying slowly into rust on the concrete, invisible and unfocused. The unseen power grew in magnitude and density, restless within its cage. When it seemed in danger of breaking free, Edward raised a small blade in one hand and used it to slice into the base of the thumb on his other hand. Blood spattered and dripped, plopping into the open container that held Nigellus's heart buried beneath an inch of salt. The moment the fresh blood soaked through the layer of salt and made contact with demonic flesh, the power inside the circle howled. A small cyclone of wind stirred up enough dust to be visible as it centered on the plastic container. The power swirled downward like water sucked into a drain. Edward continued to chant, his voice rising to be heard above the rush of wind within the circle. Seconds later, everything went still. The ancient words trailed to nothing. The wind quieted. Neveah focused inward with all her might, aware of the tug of Nigellus's essence escaping her body, but unable to tell for certain if its destination had changed. Did the pull seem more insistent somehow? Perhaps that meant it was coming from closer than before. Shouts from some distance away broke her concentration. Everyone whirled in the direction of the disturbance, which seemed to be originating from the area of the resort's parking lot.
What the hell?
Leonidas snarled, and all 3 vampires disappeared into mist, flying toward the noise.
Ugh! Now what?
Vonnie muttered, running after them. Edward looked from the direction they'd departed in over to Neveah.
Quickly, did it work?
He asked. I'm not sure, Neveah told him, climbing to her feet. There was something, but I'm so sorry, I can't be certain. The shouts hadn't abated. Neveah stepped across the blood runes, the barrier having collapsed when Edward became distracted by the commotion. She offered the old man a hand up, her skin tingling from the residual power still running through his body. Next, she scooped up the container holding the heart and snapped the lid back on, cradling it close to her chest. Edward smeared a bloody symbol on the plastic cover and murmured more ancient words. Instantly, Neveah felt a layer of magical protection settle around the heart. A misdirection spell. A simple bit of glamour that would make most people's awareness slide around it. The next best thing to invisibility.
Just in case,
Edward said, grabbing his shirt and shrugging into it as they both hurried toward the source of the shouts. They arrived in the parking lot to find an unfamiliar vehicle slewed across 2 parking spots, an ancient jeep of questionable provenance. 3 figures stood in front of it, facing off with the 3 vampires, who'd placed themselves between the newcomers and the humans who had raised the alarm. Neveah caught her breath as the shorter figure, bracketed by 2 haughty red-haired Seelie Fae, stepped forward. The catchy appeared battered and very much the worse for wear.
"Where's Albigard?"
they asked.
"I need him here immediately. Mab has readied another vampire killer. She plans to deploy it. There is no time."
Three. Ransley went deathly pale, as only an English vampire could.
"Get Albigard out here,"
he told Zora.
"Fast."
Zora flew off at speed, leaving the rest of them locked in the bizarre standoff. Leonidas was eyeing the other 2 Fae.
"Current crisis aside, I have to ask, what is the magistrate of the Seelie court doing on Earth, blabbing Fae war plans to the enemy?" "Trying to avert catastrophe,"
said the shorter of the two Seelie, a stately woman with her silver-tinged red hair done up in intricate ceremonial braids. A few wisps had come loose, and a smear of dirt marred her porcelain complexion.
"How can we save them?"
Vonnie demanded. She whirled on Ransley.
"Rans, you survived this at the end of the last war, right? What do we do?"
Ransley's expression belonged to a man contemplating the gallows.
"Nigellus whisked me into hell moments before the weapon went off. Hell's gate acted as a barrier, ensuring that the vampire killer's power couldn't reach me. It remained confined to Earth."
"But that gate has fallen," Neveah said softly. "Even if we could get you there, it wouldn't help." A look of determination crossed Edward's face.
"You didn't come here to hand out a death sentence,"
he told the Fae. His attention narrowed to the catchy.
"Why did you ask for Albigard?"
"Ransley Thorpe is correct that the only escape is into another realm," said the little she. "That is why I need Albigard." The unseelie in question chose that moment to come jogging up with Zora. Len, looking like a stiff wind might blow him over, followed a few steps behind, huffing and puffing. Albigard came to an abrupt stop, visibly taking on board the presence of Fae nobility arrayed in front of a rusted jeep.
"Magistrate, Warden, Elder,"
he said.
"How did you find us here?"
"Your necromancer's power is not stifled by the iron in this place, Alaneth," said the she. "I have a connection to both of you, so I followed it. Now, you must help me get the vampires to your pocket realm for safekeeping before Mab is able to deploy her new weapon. This is the place where you are hiding the human magical adepts, is it not? Have you anyone here able to form a travel portal to take us to the edge of the iron deposits?"
"No,"
Edward said tightly.
"A few of the children are experimenting with short hops, but they can't transport others or move across long distances." "Then we must depart immediately for the boundary by vehicle,"
Albigard said, ever practical.
"We will need food and water for how long?"
He looked to the catchy. 3 days, to be safe," the she replied. "Mab may deploy the weapon at any time, but if it takes longer than that, it will be because her only remaining power source was insufficient to the task." Neveah had some burning questions about this power source, but now wasn't the time. "I'll come along with you," she said, her vow to Nigellus to keep his misfit family of vampires safe still firmly in the forefront of her mind. With reluctance, she passed the plastic container holding the demon's heart to Edward, relieved when the Fae newcomers barely glanced at it.
"We'll get food,"
Zora said, taking Ransley by the arm. He shook himself free of his paralysis and nodded, disappearing into mist with her.
"I'm coming along too,"
Len said tiredly. Albigard glowered at him.
"I would prefer you didn't." "Yeah? Well, tough shit,"
Len said.
"The last time we were stuck there, you wouldn't have been able to get us back without drawing power from my necromancy."
Neveah looked at him skeptically. "Excuse the question, but do you have any necromantic power left after sending it all to Nigellus?" He gave her a sour look.
"People in Caracas didn't stop dying just because my link to Nigellus broke. I've got power left over, don't worry."
Neveah expected the Fae visitors to protest bringing along a human, much less a necromancer, to this mysterious place where they intended to flee. To her surprise, they didn't object. The catchy gave a decisive nod.
We shall have to trust that between 4 Fae, 1 angel, and 1 necromancer, there will be sufficient power to return here once it is safe to do so.
Vonnie Morgan had grabbed Guthrie Leonides' hand in both of hers, a look of torment twisting her pretty human features. "I can't come with you, Leo," she said. "I want to, but—"
"Jace needs you here,"
Leonides told her, bringing his hands up to kiss her knuckles.
"Stay and look after your son and the others. I'll see you in a few days, assuming this works."
She nodded, biting her lip, then stretched up to kiss him properly. Zora and Ransley reappeared, carrying a collection of hastily filled plastic bags.
"Do you want me to drive?"
Edward asked.
"No,"
Albigard said.
"We will hide the vehicles in the jungle and ward them against detection once we're out of range of the iron. That way we can use them to return here when we get back."
He gestured toward the old Range Rover parked nearby, but Zora balked. "Wait," she said. "What about the tidelings?"
"What indeed?"
the catchy murmured. Neveah had already thought of that, and come to the inevitable conclusion. "They're 5,000 miles away, scattered in small groups across an entire city." Zora looked stricken. "We can't just leave them on Earth." The catchy gave her a sad smile.
"The demons planned for this day, child. Now we must trust that their plans were not in vain."
It was the bitter truth. For centuries, the demons had schemed and plotted, wagering vampires who had grown up as Fae tidelings, imbued with Dine's own magic, would be impervious, or at least resistant, to weapons like the vampire killer that nearly destroyed the race during the last war. Neveah had made her own contribution toward tipping that same balance by donating her angelic blood to the newly turned fledglings. As the daughter of a tideling, Zora might have some resistance on her own, or she might not. Ransley and Leonides likely had none at all. "No," Zora said. "That's not good enough. We have to at least try to get them out."
"Either way, we need to leave,"
Ransley said.
"We can't do anything from here, except die."
"The Range Rover should have a full tank,"
Edward said.
"What about the Jeep?"
The 3 Fae newcomers exchanged glances, indicating they had no idea what Edward was asking. The Jeep was still running, so Neveah pushed past them and checked the fuel gauge. "There's enough," she said. "Come on, everyone get in." Albigard waved the cream of Fae nobility into the cramped bench seat in the back of the Jeep. Then he climbed into the driver's seat, while Len took shotgun. Neveah joined Leonides and Zora in the Range Rover, not objecting when Ransley took the wheel. She'd seen his driving skills before, and right now, faster was better. Edward and Vonnie crowded up to the driver's side window. "Stay alive, all of you," Vonnie said. Her fingers curled white-knuckled around the top of the door. "Leo, I love you. Come back as soon as it's safe."
"Love you too, Vonnie,"
Leonides replied.
"Keep out of trouble until we get back."
"We'll be waiting."
Edward met Neveah's gaze.
"And when you return, we need to discuss our next steps."
She gave him a solemn nod of understanding. Assuming the Fae newcomers didn't bolt the moment they had the chance, their group now had access to high-ranking Seelie and She, who might conceivably be able to get her and Edward where they needed to go. Nigellus's body was inside Dine, all except for his heart. To get him back, they would have to find a way into the Fae realm. Edward eased Vonnie away from the vehicle, one arm around her shoulders while the other cradled Nigellus's salt-encased flesh. As soon as they were safely clear, Ransley put the vehicle in gear and peeled away, spraying bits of gravel. Once they were on the road with Albigard hot on their tail, Leonidas blew out a breath.
What I'd like to know is how the hell Mab's powering this weapon if she's fresh out of twins.
That, Neveah told him, is an excellent question. The journey passed in strained silence. As they grew closer to the edge of the iron deposits, Zora broke it. I still say we have to try to get the others safely out of Stockton. Look, there's no reason the She can't transport us there using the ley lines, right? And Len and Albigard traveled between this pocket realm and Chicago once before, so it must be accessible from different places on Earth. If we can gather everyone together at the hotel where we staged the fake phlebotomist convention, we can leave from there.
My only concern is getting you and Guthrie to safety,
Ransley said tightly.
Too fucking bad, because I care about getting my friends out, too,
Zora snapped.
I'm not certain we're in a position to force the Fae to do anything they don't want to,
Leonidas said. Neveah frowned. There's also the small matter that we'd be asking a She, a high-ranking Fae warrior, and the head of the Seelie court to basically walk into the middle of the demon's military camp on Earth.
They've already defected, Zora said. Otherwise they wouldn't be here.
Or else this is some elaborate trap,
Leonidas muttered. No, Neveah said. Not with the Catshee's involvement. They wouldn't do anything to help Mab's cause. Ransley slowed the Range Rover, glancing in the rearview mirror for other traffic.
We're coming up on the same stretch of road where Albie was able to utilize his powers the last time we were here.
He turned off the pavement, pulling onto a narrow dirt access road that disappeared into the trees. The jeep followed them. With both vehicles a few feet off the track and partially hidden by the jungle, he turned off the ignition and pocketed the key. Zora was already out the door, presumably to confront Albigard and the other Fae about traveling to Stockton for the Tideling vampires. Neveah followed, a faint, unpleasant tingle stirring the fine hair on the back of her neck.
No,
Albigard was telling Zora.
It is not practical, demonkin. Although they were only exposed to the iron for a few hours, the others are still weakened, and my own power is barely a trickle. This journey will be a difficult one. We have no magic to spare.
The Catchee looked regretful. Albigard's pocket realm has no gate, child. The only means of entrance and egress is to punch a hole through the veil itself. To travel there and return afterward is already at the limit of our abilities under these circumstances.
So you're just going to shrug your shoulders and leave the other vampires in harm's way?
Zora demanded, clearly incensed.
If the demons were wrong about their theory,
she spat the word out,
they could all die.
The tingling was growing stronger, and with it, Neveah's sense of foreboding. Do the rest of you feel that? She asked, cutting through the argument. The Catchee turned to her in alarm, sniffing the air. They stiffened, their spines snapping straight. Albigard, come here at once. We are out of time. The magic is already building.
Four.
Neveah tensed, bracing against the magic choking the air around them. It was strong, so strong that not even the iron ore beneath the Karajas region would be enough to stop it. Was it as strong as the blast that had destroyed the vampires 200 years ago? She wasn't sure. It had been too long since she'd felt that first life-destroying blast circle the globe, but only a fool would stick around to find out. Elbegard met the catchy halfway. The diminutive Fae slapped a palm flat against his chest, snapping, "Vampires! Help the others through the portal as soon as it forms!" The order was only cryptic for a moment. Elbegard gasped, a fiery oval burning itself into the jungle next to him. As one, the Seelie magistrate and the Fae warrior Elbegard had addressed as warden sagged, their knees buckling. They would have crumpled to the ground if Ransley and Leonidas hadn't caught them with vampiric reflexes. Following instinct, Neveah grabbed for Zora, ignoring the female vampire's snarl of frustrated anger, and dragged her into the burning hole in reality. Ransley waited until she'd pulled his lover safely through to the other side, then he and Leonidas followed with their barely conscious burdens. The catchy came through next, and finally Len Grayson, supporting Elbegard with an arm slung across his shoulders. They stumbled to the sandy ground, the portal snapping shut behind them with a resounding crack of equalizing pressure. The Unseelie and the necromancer rolled onto their backs, Elbegard letting out a pained grunt as he did so. Len blinked up at the slate-gray sky for a moment.
"Wow," he said. "It's like déjà vu all over again."
His nose wrinkled, its silver piercing glinting dully in the diffuse light.
"Except this time, the place really stinks. What's that about?"
Zora jerked her arm free of Neveah's hold, and Neveah let her go. The female vampire took an unsteady step and sat down rather abruptly next to Len.
"What is this place, exactly?"
Her voice trembled, and Neveah was sure she was thinking of the tithing vampires they'd left behind. Ransley and Leonidas lowered the Seelie women to the ground with a bit more care. Both appeared to be out cold.
"I'd quite like an answer to that as well,"
said Ransley.
"You called it a pocket dimension before."
Elbegard rolled into a sitting position, scrubbing a shaking hand down his face.
"Yes, a place I used to come when I was young, as a way to escape my tutors. It was a verdant garden once, before the wild hunt followed my trail here and stripped it of all life."
The catchy looked drained and battered, but at least they were still upright. They looked around in fascinated interest, and Neveah followed suit. The 9 of them were on a beach of sorts. The sand was loosely packed, evidence that rainfall occasionally graced this place. A gentle descent led down to a generously sized lake. The slope above them was covered with gravel and larger rocks. The skeletal remains of trees dotted the incline, some fallen over and crumbling.
"Not all life,"
Leonidas said.
"That's clearly the smell of decay, and decay requires microorganisms."
Len grunted, still lying flat on his back.
"Planet of the eyelash mites,"
he muttered.
"Damn it."
When everyone stared at him as though they were concerned he'd taken a bump on the head, he elaborated.
"Elbegard and I were here once before, when he was on the run from the Fae court."
He paused, eyeing the unconscious magistrate warily.
"We didn't realize the hunt had already been here and killed everything. Anyway, we were stuck here for a couple of days. We bathed in the lake, we breathed the air, sat on the ground. I joked at the time that we'd have to come back someday to see if we'd managed to colonize the place with our eyelash mites. Looks like we did, in a manner of speaking."
After an uncomfortable pause, Ransley cleared his throat.
"Congratulations. That may be one of the most disgusting things I've ever come across. And I say that as someone who lived through the Black Death." "I can't disagree with the sentiment,"
Elbegard said. Neveah tried very hard not to think about the source of the stench. setting it aside in favor of practicalities. "I have questions. Foremost among them, if Mab has no more twins in her possession, how is she powering the vampire killer?"
"What a she,"
said the cat-she.
What?
Albigard rocketed to his feet, only to sway and nearly fall right back down. He locked his knees, staring at the pixie-like Fae in disbelief.
"Specifically, the only surviving Kushi."
The cat-she's expression was grim. Ransley made a sound of disgust.
And the poor foolish creature probably bent the knee to her without a second thought.
"Sadly, the Kushi always had more loyalty than sense," said the cat-she. Neveah hadn't had all that many dealings with the dog-like Kushi over the millennia, but from the little she'd seen, that wasn't surprising. "Are there truly no other Kushi in Dyne?" she asked. "There used to be more of them."
"No. After the hunt killed their littermate, this Kushi was the last of their kind, just as I am the last of mine," said the cat-she. "As long as Danon and Nesri remain out of Mab's grasp, the Mad Queen has used the last of her potential power sources."
"And you," Neveah pointed out, "as long as you remain out of her grasp, too." The she sighed.
"Yes, as you say."
How did you escape Dyne, Elder?
Albigard asked.
That last report, you were trapped on the other side of the gate after assisting with the twins' extraction.
"Diana and Elida smuggled me out. I hid under Elida's cloak in my cat form." The she indicated the unconscious pair lying on the ground. "Between the warden of the gateway and the Seelie magistrate, they wield enough authority to traverse the gate without a search, even during war."
So they really have switched sides?
Leonidas asked.
What's their angle?
The cat-she's nose wrinkled.
"Their angle is that a mad woman is attempting to burn down the 3 realms with everyone trapped inside."
Fair,
Len said, as the magistrate, Elida, began to stir.
Next question. If the weapon was poised to go off just as we were escaping, there's no reason to stay here for 3 days, right? We could just give it an hour or two and head back to assess the damage?
"That is, perhaps, overly optimistic," said the she. Albigard leaned down and took Len's hand, hauling him to his feet.
It's unlikely we possess enough magical power to hold a gate open for 9 people, even with the addition of your necromancy, Aronshark.
Len stared at him.
Wait, are you saying we're trapped again? Like, permanently? Hopefully not,
Albigard replied dryly.
But you couldn't recharge your magic last time,
Len said.
Because there was no life from which to draw.
Albigard turned in place, surveying the desolation.
This time, as you have so eloquently pointed out, there is life present, albeit of the small and unpleasant variety. Nevertheless, life is life.
Len's shoulders sagged in relief.
Well, thank fuck for that. Please tell me someone remembered to grab the food.
Privately, Neveah wondered how the human expected to stomach anything, given the all-pervading stench. She was definitely relieved not to require such things for her own continued survival.
Yes, it's here.
Ransley gestured to the plastic bags scattered near where the portal had been. A couple were torn, with canned goods spilling out on the sandy beach.
I even remembered to throw a can opener in with it. You can thank me later. Will that dead wood still burn?
Leonidas asked.
It may get cold at night. Yes, unless it's wet,
Len said.
And yes, it will get cold.
Ransley nodded.
Since we're the ones being saved, why don't we see to the bonfire? Zora, love, come and help.
He reached down and gently urged Zora to her feet, pulling her out of her obvious despair over the possible fate of the tidling vampires. She followed him in a daze as he and Leonidas trekked up the hill toward the dead forest on foot. When Neveah judged they were out of earshot, she turned to the catchi. "Do you think the new vampires will have survived this?" The she met her gaze sadly. "I have no answer for you. I'm sorry. It's possible the Kushi's magic may not have been as effective a power source as twins would be. There is no way to know, since no ruler has ever had the audacity to attempt such a thing before now." The magistrate groaned and sat up, holding her head as though she was worried it might fall off without the support. Next to her, the warden of the gateway had begun to stir as well. Albegard and the she crossed to them, crouching in front of them as they regained awareness. These dead surroundings would be an unpleasant shock to a Fae, especially if they weren't expecting it. Fae drew their magic from the presence of nature, living nature. If Albegard had been trapped here when the pocket realm was completely sterile, he and Len were immensely lucky to have escaped at all. She cast her senses outward, surprised at how small the space around them truly was. The dimensions folded back on themselves in all directions, and she judged that a person of average athletic ability could probably walk the perimeter in less than a day. Such warped spaces within the multiverse weren't particularly rare. She had used a similar fold in reality to stash her sword when it was not in use, and so had Nigellus. What was unusual was to find a pocket dimension large enough to have spawned forests and lakes, but small enough that no one else in the 3 realms had ever stumbled across it. Albegard's magic must have been strong indeed when he was a child. Perhaps not surprising if he had absorbed his dead twin sister's powers in the womb. The vampires returned with armloads of wood, which they piled nearby. It was slowly succumbing to the same rot as everything else, but it was at least dry, and there was plenty of it. The catchi raised a hand, ready to set fire to the small pile of kindling with a portion of their valuable store of magic, but Len waved them off before they could.
Save your energy. At least there's one upside to my revived smoking habit.
He pulled out a lighter and flicked it into life, starting a small flame among the crumbled pile of sawdust. Albegard fed the fire a succession of twigs and small branches with the ease of long practice, until eventually a good-sized campfire blazed merrily on the beach. Ransley passed around cans of food and bottles of water to all those who required sustenance other than blood. When everyone was settled, with the Fae poking skeptically at their selection of limp canned vegetables, Ransley set the bags to one side and lowered himself to sit next to Zora. She was still listless, with rusty tear tracks marring her smooth cheeks. She turned half into him, letting him loop an arm around her shoulders and tuck her against his chest. Leonidas crouched nearby, poking at the fire with a stick that had retained enough flexibility not to crumble.
If we're all going to be stuck here for a while,
he said, addressing his words to Len and Albegard,
maybe you should give us a full rundown of exactly what happened the last time you two were stuck here.
Len made an undignified choking noise and set his water bottle aside as a faint pink tinge colored his cheeks. He exchanged a glance with Albegard, whose expression could have been carved from marble. "I'd quite like to hear this as well," Neveah said. less concerned with the human's obvious embarrassment than with the kernel of an idea that had been bouncing around in the back of her head since they arrived. "Albigard, you said the hunt followed your trail to this place? But then it stuck around long enough to sterilize the entire pocket realm, even though you weren't here at the time? Because, given recent occurrences, I find that fascinating. Not to mention, suggestive of a way to potentially remove it from hell and trap it where it can't do any more harm." Every eye fell on her, but she only crossed her arms and raised an encouraging brow as Albigard stared back at her, a speculative expression crossing his angular features.
5. Dine's court sentenced me to permanent exile on pain of being consumed by the wild hunt.
Albigard began, as though such a thing was not the stuff of nightmares to a Fae.
Unfortunately, they were unaware at the time that an imbalance in Dine's magic had weakened the veil between the realms.
Len shifted in place, taking over the story.
Albigard was on Earth, so instead of simply keeping him out of the Fae realm, the hunt punched a hole through the veil and came after him in the human realm instead. It got a taste of life that was easier to kill than life in Dine, so it went on a rampage. This was one of the places he came to look for him, because he'd been here several times during his life. It sterilized this place, and moved elsewhere when there was nothing left to consume.
Albigard said.
Unfortunately, while this was happening, the Unseelie had succeeded in capturing me on Earth. They thought they could get the hunt under control by using him as bait to draw it back home.
Len continued.
Which was a fairly stupid idea to begin with, but anyway.
He shrugged.
The Catchy and I managed to free Albigard before they could drag him back to Dine, and this is where he and I came to hide.
Ransley made a considering noise.
Which would have worked a lot better if there had been anything here to eat. Not to mention any way for Albi to replenish his magic. Basically,
Len agreed.
It had its moments, mind you.
His eyes flicked to the Unseelie, red staining his cheeks.
But on the whole, it's not the most fun I've ever had. Particularly not after the hunt showed up again and tried to eat us. Indeed.
Albigard raised a canted eyebrow.
We escaped by powering my portal with his necromancy. The hunt was unable to follow us back to Earth immediately, though it's apparent it did not linger here for long after we left. At least, not long enough to sterilize the place again.
His nose wrinkled in distaste. Neveah nodded thoughtfully. So, the hunt was only able to go walkabout because the veil between realms was weakened. Normally, it can be contained within a single realm, yes? The warden and the Seelie magistrate had been watching the exchange with cautious expressions, picking at their human canned goods without enthusiasm. The magistrate, Elida, set her half-eaten food aside and straightened her shoulders.
The imbalance within Dine has been, if not fully repaired, then at least mitigated, she said. The hunt was altered from its original form when magic in the Fae realm shifted back toward its natural balance. It no longer obeys the Fae court, but until Mab convinced it to attack Hell, it had stayed within Dine's boundaries, yes.
And when it left under Mab's direction, it used the gate. Neveah mused. It didn't punch a new hole through the veil. The magistrate's green gaze fell on her, examining her with interest.
That is correct.
She hesitated.
Forgive me, but you do appear to be
an angel, yes, Neveah finished for her. Not a terribly useful one at the moment, I'm sorry to say. And no, heaven isn't getting involved. It's still locked down tight. Think of me as a free agent.
I see.
Elida looked troubled. Elbegard leaned forward.
I must say, your presence on Earth was unexpected, Magistrate, as is the Warden's. Is the Queen aware of your defection?
Diana gave a little snarl.
That creature is no queen.
Like it or not, part of her is Mab, Neveah said grimly, and part of her is an innocent human girl whose only crime was being in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Mab has certainly been playing the long game,
Ransley put in. She erased her own memory and turned herself over to hell with the intention of one day destroying it, Neveah offered.
which she has apparently succeeded in doing,
said Len. She may have destroyed the place, but not its people. Neveah addressed the Seelie once more. Elbegard's earlier question is a good one. Does Mab know you've switched sides? Diana bristled at the implication, but Elida only lifted her chin.
Unclear. We came to Earth under the pretext of checking the status of the Unseelie shadow government. Diana has already traveled between the realms on several occasions to perform brief missions related to the war effort. But once Mab realizes the cat she has escaped to Earth, she may suspect our involvement.
Neveah stared at the warden of the gateway, a sudden suspicion rising. Missions related to the war, she echoed. Missions like retrieving the body of a fallen demon? Diana's face was unreadable.
Ah, you found the heart, then.
Elida did not appear surprised by her companion's words.
I do not like to think what damage Mab may do with the demon spymaster's remains, especially considering what she was able to accomplish with nothing more than the heart of a lower demon.
That makes two of us, Neveah said. Yes, we retrieved Nigellus' heart from the ruins of Hell's Gate. But to use it, we're going to have to get it into Dyne somehow. Ransley's blue gaze sharpened.
Edward still thinks it will work, then. He thinks he can use the heart to draw the rest of Nigellus' body to it.
Neveah thought regretfully of the interrupted experiment back in Karajas. He believes it's possible, and I think it's our only chance at this point. Leonides had been watching the exchange, but now he spoke up, addressing the magistrate.
You smuggled the catchy out of Dyne. What are the chances that you can smuggle someone in?
Unknown, Elida replied.
Perhaps we should concern ourselves more with leaving this place before we consider returning to Dyne's Gate.
But you're open to the idea in theory? Neveah pressed. Because, as appreciative as we are for the warning about the vampire killer, we need to know that you truly are ready to stand against Mab openly, if need be.
You won't be alone in your resistance to her rule,
Elbegard said, drawing all eyes to him.
You mean the Forsaken?
Len asked. Elbegard nodded.
Yes. Nesri and Danon's people would never support Mab's aims. If you get us into Dyne, we can take you to them. Even now, the Forsaken have little enough reason to trust the court. But they trust Elbegard,
Len finished.
They trust you too, Ronjark,
Elbegard said.
They are also experts in hiding from those in power.
The catchy gave a decisive nod. Yes, the Forsaken may be helpful to us. When it became obvious how badly things were going wrong inside the Fae realm, I sent them to Jaima to hide. Len's face paled.
You sent them to hide in the world tree?
The catchy gave him a wan smile. It is doubtless a place of bad memories for you, child, but it is the safest place in Dyne at the moment.
The human shuddered.
For a given definition, maybe. It makes sense.
Albigard fiddled with a desiccated twig, snapping it into smaller and smaller pieces.
Most Fae still consider the tree's existence a myth, and it requires the assistance of a she to even approach it.
Neveah blinked, taking this on board. It's not just the Fae who believe that. I think everyone assumed it was a myth. Perhaps you will see it firsthand, old friend, said the catchy. But for that to happen, we must rest and replenish our strength as much as possible in such an unforgiving place as this.
Yes, Zora said, speaking up for the first time. The sooner we can get back to Earth, the sooner we can find out what happened to the Tithelings.
She was still tucked under Ransley's arm, still clearly devastated by what had happened. Not knowing was always the hardest. Neveah spared a thought for sweet Sherilyn and her lover Finn, for all the others from hell who'd been rendered homeless and thrown into a new world, a new life, a new war. We'll find out as soon as we can, she said. They're strong, Zora. You and I made them strong. We have to trust that they'll be all right. Zora gave a reluctant nod.
Sun's going down,
Len pointed out.
We should get some more wood for the fire and try to sleep. Maybe move camp closer to the edge of the lake, since that's where most of the microbial life will be centered. We can try to get back to Earth in the morning.
Neveah rose to help the vampires gather wood, giving the odd assemblage around her a long look. Another puzzle piece had fallen into place with this fresh information about the hunt, but all of it would be for nothing if they couldn't rescue Nigellus from dying. Sleep is the best thing, she agreed. It's been a long time since I was formally a watcher, but I'll stand guard against the eyelash mites while everyone else rests. And in the morning, perhaps they would finally be a step closer to recovering the demon who'd sacrificed himself so that Neveah might escape Hell's collapse.
Six.
They did not leave in the morning. In the end, it took 2.5 days for the Fae to recover sufficiently for an attempt to return to Earth. Neveah had considered asking Albigard if he could transport them directly to Dyne from this pocket realm, thereby avoiding Mab's security entirely. But being there would be useless without Nigellus's heart and Edward's blood magic. It was looking more and more like they'd be lucky to return to their starting place in Brazil, given how weakened they all were. The presence of a few microbes breaking down whatever organic matter remained in the rancid lake and the skeletal forest was, technically, life. But it was a far cry from the unbound nature found inside Dyne, or even on Earth. Albigard and the catchy had reluctantly waded into the stinking water on the afternoon of the first day they'd arrived, overcoming their distaste in hopes of accessing that sad excuse for life more directly. Deanna and Elida followed suit on the morning of the second day. Hours later, there was still some question as to whether it would be enough to power their travel. Neveah crouched next to the catchy, frowning. Can you strip me of magical power in the same way you strip willing Seelie and Unseelie? As long as you don't pull enough to discorporate me, I'll recover eventually. In truth, Neveah had no desire to be any weaker than she already was. She would need all her remaining strength to enter the Fae realm for their attempt to retrieve Nigellus. However, they wouldn't be able to get Nigellus back if they ended up stuck here permanently. The Catchi shook their head with clear regret. I don't think so, my friend. Angels are a breed apart, despite our people's genetic ties from the distant past. I cannot feel the shape of your power, not even now, when you are offering it up freely. Ransley looked up from his place next to the campfire.
There's another option. We know Albigard can use Len's necromancy. It makes him sick, but they've done it before. With 4 Fae present, I'm willing to bet someone here has a silver dagger.
He glanced questioningly at Diana, who returned a curt affirmative nod.
Right. So if we're still too short on power, someone can stab me through the heart. My death should give Len a top-up.
What? Zora cried, scrambling to her feet. She stared down at him in horrified disbelief. He quirked an eyebrow up at her.
After which, I would appreciate it immensely if you'd get Nigellus pieced back together so he can, in turn, piece me back together.
No. Zora, Len, Albigard, and Leonides chorused in unison. Ransley shrugged.
I'm open to other suggestions for getting out of here. Preferably before the people who need food and water to survive end up starving to death.
Len huffed.
Look, I've played this game once before, and I'm definitely not a fan of starving to death in this fucking place. We should go now, using the power we currently have. I don't think the rest of you fully appreciate how much of a charnel house Venezuela ended up being. Len and Albigard are the experts on getting into and out of this realm,
Leonides said.
If they say we should go now, I vote we go now. Just try to stay out of projectile vomiting range once we go through,
Len added helpfully, jerking his head toward Albigard.
Necromantic energy doesn't agree with his sensitive stomach.
Albigard narrowed his eyes.
Yes, thank you.
His tone was decidedly waspish, but he didn't dispute the words.
Oh, come on,
Len needled.
I don't know why you're dragging your feet. There isn't even a ravenous death monster poised to eat us this time. Piece of cake.
The Unseelie looked as though he'd tasted something bitter, but he rose and turned to the others.
Perhaps it would be best to make the attempt sooner rather than later. No doubt events in the human realm are proceeding apace in our absence.
The Catchi nodded and rose as well. Then let us depart, or at least attempt to do so. Elida, Diana, and I will provide you power to punch through the veil, Elaneth. But once we are depleted, you will have to draw from your necromancer to keep the portal open while we make our way through. After a bit of discussion, the 9 of them organized themselves in pairs, all except for Neveah. Each vampire stood poised to haul one of the Fae through the portal as soon as it opened, on the assumption that they would immediately collapse from the power drain. Neveah positioned herself between Len and Albigard, ready to shove the human through in front of her if he couldn't make it on his own, and yank Albigard through before the portal snapped shut on their heels. At least they had a little more leisure now than they'd had when they fled the vampire killer on Earth. Albigard set himself, braced on a hand and a knee, and the rest of them gathered around him, not entirely unlike a rugby scrum.
Ready,
warned the Catchi, placing a delicate hand over Albigard's heart.
now!
The 2 Seelie immediately slumped into Ransley and Leonides' arms, their hard-won power drained in an instant. A portal crackled weakly into existence, too small for a person to traverse. Albigard gritted his teeth, the tendons in his jaw standing out. Len let out a pained grunt as the power drain shifted to him. The portal crackled sharply, morphing from orange flames to icy blue electricity that expanded until the opening was perhaps 6 feet in diameter. Zora sprang forward, dragging the catchy through, followed by Ransley and Leonides with Diana and Elida. Len doubled over, crying out in pain. Neveah called on more than human strength to throw him bodily through the portal as the edges began to flicker, its oval shape collapsing unevenly. A gout of blood dribbled from Albigard's right nostril. Neveah grabbed him around the waist and heaved. Freezing electricity scraped across her hip like a brand as they toppled through. They landed on damp soil. Choking humidity replaced the dry air of the pocket dimension. Remembering Len's warning, Neveah retained the presence of mind to roll Albigard onto his side. He retched, vomiting up a stream of black bile. The human crawled over to him, his face as pale as the death he channeled.
"It's okay. I've got him,"
Len croaked, easing Albigard's upper body into his lap. The Fae screwed his eyes shut, visibly trying to control his breathing.
"Well, that was certainly fun,"
Ransley said, lowering Diana's body carefully to the ground.
"Is everyone all right, for a given definition? The Seeley's hearts are still beating, for whatever that's worth."
Zora helped the catchy sit down.
"Actually, we've got a problem. Another problem, I mean."
Neveah followed her gaze to where they'd abandoned the Jeep and the Range Rover, letting out a groan of dismay. They'd fled to the pocket dimension in a panic, without enough time to ward the vehicles against human notice. The Jeep was gone, stolen by someone enterprising enough to hotwire it, since it had no doors to keep them out. The Range Rover had at least been locked, but it was now missing all 4 wheels, sitting pathetically on the ground with its axles sinking into the mud. And it was raining. Because, well, rainforest?
"I'll go for help,"
Leonides said.
"There are plenty of other cars at the resort, but it'll take a few hours to fly there and drive back."
Neveah waved him on. "We'll watch over the others until you return." Leonides nodded and swirled away as mist, streaking in the direction of Edward's hideaway. Neveah sighed, relieved that it was at least warm outside. For lack of anything more useful to do, she went to help Ransley and Zora move the others beneath the dubious shelter of the nearby trees. The next few hours were thoroughly miserable. Even so, she suspected the Fae would prefer being rained on in the middle of a random stretch of jungle versus returning to the area above the Karajas iron ore deposits. Given how alarming Albigard's reaction to using necromancy had appeared in the moment, the Unseelie recovered relatively quickly. Len looked like he needed about a week of sleep, which, to be fair, was pretty much how he'd looked ever since he'd arrived in Brazil from Venezuela. The 2 Seelie were conscious, as was the catchy. All 4 Fae appeared to be single-mindedly communing with the bountiful nature surrounding them. The vampires were unharmed, although Zora looked like she was a hair's breadth away from bolting, heading for the nearest population center where she might be able to get news about the outside world. Neveah had surreptitiously pulled down her clothing to check the state of her throbbing hip. It sported an ugly white patch, like frostbite, where the edge of the portal had touched her. It would heal. Wounds always did when you were immortal. Eventually. They were on Earth. No one had died during Mab's attack. Or rather, no one directly under her care had died. Like Zora, Neveah was desperate for news about the tithling vampire's safety, but until help came, there was simply no way to get it. It was strange. how normal their surroundings felt after such a massive, planet-wide magical blow from Mab's weapon. And yet, now that it had dissipated into the ether, no perceptible trace of it remained. Neveah remembered the terrible build-up of pressure with a shudder, sparing a thought for the Kushi who'd been burned to a crisp to power it. Engine noise reached her ears, pulling her back to the here and now. A red sedan and an elderly station wagon appeared around a curve in the road, and Neveah relaxed. The sedan was nondescript, but the station wagon was familiar from the resort's parking lot. Both cars pulled off the road. Edward emerged from the sedan less than a second later, bustling toward them.
"Good heavens,"
he greeted, taking Neveah's hands in his and squeezing.
"Is everyone all right?"
"Alive," Neveah told him. The door of the station wagon slammed, and Leonides stalked toward them.
"Is there news?"
Zora asked tightly.
"About the other vampires?"
Edward's face was worryingly haggard.
"Of a sort,"
he began.
"Oh, there's news, all right,"
Leonides said, his expression promising a storm.
"Jace managed to talk the Fae girl, the one who lost her brother, into traveling to California to defend any surviving vampires against Mab's forces. Then the two of them talked all the other children into coming along. And when the adults realized what had happened, they ran after the kids to try to keep them from getting killed."
Neveah's stomach fell.
"Bloody hell,"
Ransley muttered.
"So we're basically all alone here, except for Edward,"
Leonides went on, biting off the words.
"while the others, including Jace and Vonnie, are on the front lines of a magical war."
Edward winced.
"Succinctly put. Perhaps we should depart. I fear we're in dire need of a strategy meeting."
"That's putting it mildly," Neveah said, and went to help the weakened Fae into the wood-paneled station wagon.
"7.
"Please tell me Danon and Nesri didn't follow the others," Neveah said, already suspecting the answer. Edward drew breath to reply, but Leonides once again beat him to the punch.
"Of course they did. Right into Mab's lap."
"Hardly that,"
Edward said.
"They'll be in the heart of the demon's war camp. She'd have to go through the council's defenses to get to them."
Neveah rubbed at her eyes and pinched the bridge of her nose before letting her hand drop to hang limply at her side. "I'm not entirely certain that's much better."
"On the contrary,"
Edward's tone was grim.
"the demons are nothing if not a practical people. I dare say they'll recognize the value of what they've just gained."
"But what about the tidelings?" Zora demanded. "Is there any news about what happened to them?"
"I hope there will be by the time we get back,"
Edward replied.
"Melek contacted me this morning. He was able to escape capture by the Fae, so I've updated him on what's been happening and asked him to go to Stockton. He's fairly competent with human technology. With luck, he'll have a report for me soon via email."
Zora made a stifled noise of frustration.
"Come on,"
Ransley said.
"The sooner we get back to the resort, the happier I'll be." "Speak for yourself,"
Helbegard muttered. The Catchy gave the surrounding rainforest a long look. "I will stay behind." Leonides' already thunderous face grew even stormier.
"The hell you will."
The little face scowled at him, unimpressed.
It should only take a few hours for my magic to regenerate sufficiently to travel along the ley lines. If I return to the heart of the iron ore deposits, it could take days. Once I'm strong enough, I shall travel to Stockton as well, and lend my strength to the fight."
Neveah searched her old friend's pixie-like face.
"The danger to you is the same as the danger to the twins. If Mab's forces capture you alive, she can use you to power another weapon." The she's green eyes held hers unblinkingly. "That will not happen. I will not allow it to."
The certainty behind those words sent a shiver down Neveah's spine.
"There is another problem, Elder,"
Alpegard said.
"If we are able to return to Dain, we won't be able to find the Forsaken without you. You said they're in hiding among the roots of the world tree Chaima. Only a she can penetrate its magical protections."
The she gave him a small, crooked smile.
"You do not need me for that anymore, Alanif. Chaima already knows you, and you will have an angel at your side."
Neveah hoped the she knew what they were talking about. But if anyone would know, it would be them.
"I still don't like it," she said.
"Really?"
Zora asked.
"Because I'm all for it. She are powerful, and our people back in California need all the help they can get."
The Seelie magistrate had been watching the discussion silently, but at that she said,
"No one here controls the Catshi's choices. Have a care for your safety, Elder, and have a care for the twins' safety as well." "Do you have weapons?"
Diana asked, placing a hand on her belt knife and sliding it partway out of its sheath, as though she would offer it. The Catchi waved her off.
"I have all the weapons I need, child. Heed our allies' requests if you are able. I will continue the battle on this side of Dain's Gate."
"Stay safe,"
Len said weakly.
"I expect to be picking cat hair out of my soup when this is all over."
Replied the she, though there was no heat behind it. Without another word, reality twisted, and a large black cat turned and trotted into the trees, its fluffy tail held in the air. The first part of the drive back to the abandoned resort passed in uneasy silence for the most part. Leonidas drove the 3 remaining Fae and Len Grayson in the station wagon, since the ancient vehicle predated all but the most basic analog electronics. Not only were Fae auras hard on technology, but modern electronics also prickled at them like nettles if they didn't actively shield themselves. That left Edward driving Neveah, Ransley, and Zora in the newer sedan.
"We could have flown ahead,"
Zora said through gritted teeth.
"Got back sooner and seen if there's a message from Melek yet." "We still could."
Ransley was sitting next to her in the back seat. Neveah saw Edward meet the vampire's gaze in the rearview mirror.
"Actually, that's not a bad idea," Edward said. "My laptop is in the room where I've been staying. I'm logged into the email client, but you'll need the password for the lock screen."
He rattled off what seemed to be a completely random string of letters, numbers, and punctuation marks. Ransley snorted.
"And here I assumed it would be something like Devil Worshipper 666.
"That would be a terrible password,"
Edward said primly.
"It doesn't include any special characters, for one thing."
"Give it to me one more time," Zora said. She dug up a pen from the depths of the sedan's map pocket, using it to scribble the password on her forearm as Edward repeated it. "Got it. We'll be waiting there when you get back." Edward hit the controls to lower the rear windows. The vampires immediately dissolved into mist and swirled out through the gaps. Once they were gone, he raised the windows again so the questionable air conditioning system could resume its battle against the sultry humidity. When they were closed, he gripped the wheel with both hands and let out a sigh, his shoulders sagging. "Rough week," Neveah observed, uncomfortably aware of how inane it sounded.
"You could say that, yes."
Neveah was painfully cognizant of how heavily the past few days had weighed on Edward's stooped frame. He had the appearance of a spry human in his 80s, though in reality that number was closer to 700. Angels' and demons' immortality was inherent in their very nature. Edward's immortality relied solely on Nigellus, and Nigellus was conspicuously not here. Neveah wasn't entirely sure what that would mean for Edward over the coming days, but it was apparent that his master's absence was affecting him more than just emotionally. "May I ask a blunt question?" Neveah said. "I wouldn't pry normally, but under the circumstances—"
"You may,"
Edward assured her.
"Though the answer may be equally as blunt, I'm afraid. As you say, it's been a long week."
She nodded her understanding. "If we do somehow manage to get into Dyne, are you going to be strong enough to perform the summoning magic to retrieve Nigellus's body?"
"I'm going to be strong enough to attempt it,"
he replied without hesitation. There wasn't an ounce of give in his tone. That wasn't precisely reassuring, although given the experimental nature of the spell, perhaps it was the only truthful answer. Neveah considered what was likely to be involved in their infiltration of the Fae realm, and how awful she was going to feel if anything happened to the old man during the attempt. "Is there anyone else who might be able to perform the necessary spell?" she asked. Edward sighed.
"Of the 4 souls bound to Nigellus, only young Mr. Grayson and I have magic. And as I'm sure you've gathered, Len's necromancy is a battery cell, at best. At worst, it's a poorly aimed cannonball, one that may or may not come anywhere near its intended target. He's not an adept in the magical sense. Power clings to him without his volition, and under the right circumstances he can release it. That's all."
It was an accurate assessment, unfortunately. If the prerequisite was both a soul bond with Nigellus and a knowledge of blood magic, Edward was their only option. "You're aware there's likely to be fighting when we try to get into Dyne," she said quietly. A grim smile deepened the lines around his mouth for an instant before it disappeared.
"Suffice to say, my dear, it won't be my first battlefield."
700 years. You sound like a man who may have wielded a sword or two of your own over the centuries, she observed. The quicksilver rueful smile came and went once more.
"Yes, it occurs to me that despite everything, we've never really been properly introduced. Edward Balliol, briefly the Pretender King of Scotland, at your service."
Neveah blinked at him, reshuffling the handful of assumptions she'd made regarding the elderly human. "Goodness! And now you're a—" She snapped her mouth shut.
glorified butler?" he suggested without rancor. "Well, you'll notice that I never claimed to be a particularly successful pretender king. Still, there was a fair amount of poking people with sharp objects involved, back in the day."
"I'm sure there was," she agreed, and hesitated before adding, "Since we appear to have some uninterrupted time on our hands before we reach your rainforest hideaway, I don't suppose you'd be willing to share how you came into Nigellus's orbit?" Edward let out a soft grunt.
"It's mildly humiliating, but I suppose humility was rather the point of the entire exercise."
He tapped the steering wheel thoughtfully.
"Where to begin? My father was installed on the Scottish throne as a puppet ruler by the King of England. As you can imagine, that didn't make him terribly popular in Scotland. Eventually, the nobles rebelled, and England invaded. The Scottish army was decisively crushed. Afterward, the English dragged my whole family back to London and stuck us in the Tower for a few years, before exiling us to France."
"How old were you?" Neveah asked, fascinated.
"Oh, goodness,"
Edward said.
"It's all been so long ago. Perhaps 13? Old enough to rage against the fact that I hadn't been allowed to fight against the English army, at any rate. Young fool that I was."
"Still, it must have been difficult." Neveah tried to picture Edward as a sulky teenager without much success. The old man shrugged a bony shoulder.
"It was an era when vast numbers of people lived in the most abject poverty, beset on all sides by plague and famine. I grew up with plenty to eat and all the luxury that gold could buy at the time. I also had a chip on my shoulder, the size of the Carajas iron mine, convinced that England had stolen my so-called royal birthright."
Neveah began to get an idea of the shape of the story. "So you decided to do something about it?" Edward gave a short, rasping laugh.
"Oh, yes. I spent the next few decades plotting and scheming, offering anything I could think of to anyone with power, if they'd only support my claim to the throne. It was around that same time when this mad old loon of a baron foisted his collection of grimoires on me. Seek allies beyond this earthly plane, he said, and I was enough of an idiot that I did."
"Oh, dear," Neveah murmured, half in horror, half in glee. Edward shot her a knowing sideways glance.
"I learned to read Latin, just so I could make heads or tails of all the various spells and invocations contained in those old tomes. Eye of newt and toe of frog, wool of bat and tongue of dog,"
he added wryly, quoting Shakespeare's recipe for a witch's brew from Macbeth. "That is not an actual spell," Neveah said, scandalized. Another sharp huff of amusement.
No, of course not. But it was all equally ridiculous twaddle. Complete nonsense. unless you happened to possess a natural affinity for blood magic. So, you can imagine my surprise when I pricked my thumb on the night of the new moon, and as soon as my blood dripped on the runes, this posh bastard dressed all in black appeared from out of nowhere to ask me why I was bothering him in the middle of the night.
Eight. He did not! Neveah gasped, delighted. Despite her protestation, she could picture it all too easily, right down to Nigellus' dry tone and supercilious eyebrow.
"Oh, he did,"
Edward snorted.
"I looked up at this utter ponce who'd appeared inside the crypt with me, and I asked him how I could regain the Scottish crown after my idiot of a father lost it. He looked me up and down in the light of the candles I'd brought, gave me this sarcastic little smile, and told me exactly what to do."
Neveah blinked. "That seems entirely too easy."
"Let's just say that was only the beginning of the story. I summoned Nigellus in February of 1332. 7 months later, I was formally crowned the King of Scotland at Scone after winning the Battle of Duplin Moor in Berkshire."
"Well, that's fairly impressive," Neveah said. Edward shot her a wry glance.
"Perhaps so. It was considerably less impressive when, 3 months after that, a band of Scottish loyalists attacked my battle camp in the middle of the night and drove me all the way back to England.
"Oh, dear,"
I was half naked when I fled that camp,"
Edward added, like it was a punchline.
"I vividly recall how bloody cold it was."
Neveah winced in sympathy.
"At any rate,"
he continued,
"you might think someone with 2 brain cells to knock together would have called it quits at that point. Instead, I summoned my demonic benefactor for more advice, which he once again gave me. On his recommendation, since it had been the English king who installed my father on the throne in the first place, I approached his successor in hopes of achieving the same outcome. It worked, after a fashion."
He shook his head slowly, a rueful gesture.
"Over the next several years, I ended up at the center of a royal tug-of-war. The King of England would prop me up on the throne for a few months, until the loyalist supporters of William Bruce deposed me again. And around we went. That is, until my patron got sick and tired of dealing with me, and finally withdrew his support."
"And then?" Neveah prompted, fascinated. Edward made a derisive noise.
"At first, my remaining supporters, such as they were, tried to make outside alliances. They even foisted a child bride on me to cement an alliance. The poor girl was only 12, and it's fortunate for her that I was neither heterosexual nor a child rapist. I managed to get the marriage annulled a couple of years later, thank the heavens. When that ploy failed, the last of my supporters wandered away for greener pastures," he went on. "They weren't the brightest bunch, looking back, but clearly they were brighter than I was. I continued to beat my head against that particular brick wall for more than a decade before I finally became desperate enough to summon my demon benefactor once more and up the ante."
Which, of course, was what he'd been waiting for the entire time, Neveah surmised.
"Perhaps," Edward agreed. "I was 63 years old when I sold my soul in exchange for lasting success. 63, and still a fool."
"Please tell me you didn't phrase it in exactly those words," Neveah said, covering a cringe on his behalf.
"Exactly those words,"
he confirmed.
"Albeit with an impenetrable 14th-century Glaswegian accent."
"I suppose human contract law was rather in its infancy back then," Neveah offered. He let out a breath of laughter.
"Indeed. Assuming my earthly troubles were at an end, I returned to Scotland and spent the next 10 years unsuccessfully scrambling for my lost throne. I got nowhere near it, and when I came back to Nigellus in a rage at his betrayal, he pointed out, very calmly, that I hadn't specified what sort of success I was bargaining for."
Neveah tilted her head, curious. "And what sort of success did you end up with?"
"The kind that wouldn't get me hung, drawn, and quartered, or run through with a sword on the battlefield."
Edward tapped the steering wheel again thoughtfully.
"At Nigellus's direction, I approached the King of England and told him I'd be willing to get out of his hair permanently, in exchange for a generous pension. He agreed to give me £2,000 a year if I'd go away and stop being a thorn in his side."
£2,000? Neveah echoed. "In the 14th century? That's a lot of money."
Edward nodded. "Oh, yes. Sheer highway robbery. A king's ransom, if you'll pardon the phrase. It was blackmail, pure and simple. The king truly was that desperate to get rid of me, so he could try to get a puppet ruler who was actually competent onto the Scottish throne."
"Ouch," Neveah said.
"Quite."
There was humor behind the word, but it was a bitter kind of humor.
"So I took my huge pile of royal gold and moved to Doncaster in well-paid disgrace, where I lived quietly for another 12 years or so, until the day Nigellus showed up to collect on our contract. At which point, he apparently found it amusing to retain a former king as his servant."
"For 700 years and counting," Neveah said wistfully. "That does sound like something he'd do."
"I'm rumored to be buried beneath the Doncaster post office, you know," Edward joked. "I keep expecting someone with a backhoe and an interest in amateur archaeology to show up there one day, a la Richard III."
Neveah smiled. You could stand at the front of the crowd and watch them dig up the parking lot. Edward sobered.
Unfortunately, that does rather assume there's still a meaningful human world to inhabit, as opposed to a wasteland devastated by Mab's weapons and the wild hunt.
And back to reality. Yes, Neveah agreed. It rather does. They completed their journey back to the jungle resort in contemplative silence. Zora was waiting for them, shifting impatiently from foot to foot as they exited the car. The tithling vampires were weakened by the weapon, but most of them survived. Zora said tightly, "Guthrie is going to California to reunite with Vonnie. Rans and I intend to go with him." Some of the tension eased from Neveah's shoulders at the news that the vampires hadn't been killed outright.
"Thank goodness,"
Edward breathed, evidently feeling the same relief.
"I know I don't need to remind you of the danger, Zora. But it's not as though we'll be any safer where we're going."
Zora nodded, placing her hand on his forearm.
"I know. And I'm sorry we can't go help you with Nigellus, Edward, truly. But these are our people. We have to go to them."
"I understand, my dear."
Edward patted her hand gently.
"Be careful, and try to make the others be careful as well."
"A tall order, but I'll do my best, Edward."
Her striking bronze gaze met Neveah's.
"Thanks for doing what you did. Your blood may have made all the difference."
Neveah forced a smile. "I'm just glad it worked." The vampires weren't waiting around. After a brief discussion and round of farewells, they were off, heading for the nearest airport that could get them where they needed to go, with the help of vampiric mesmerism and Guthrie Leonides' deep pockets. That left Neveah with Edward, Albigard, Len Grayson, the Seelie Magistrate, and Diana. "How quickly will we be able to make the attempt to enter Dine?" Neveah asked. She and Edward had already checked on Nigellus' salt-packed heart after Edward retrieved it from its hiding place. There was still no way to know for certain whether Edward's spell would work, but they'd collected more blood from Ransley and Zora for another try once they were inside the Fae realm. That part would require Elida and Diana's help, not to mention a large amount of luck. Diana looked sour.
"It depends. How quickly can we get away from this horrible place?" "There's no reason to stay now that the others are gone, right?"
Len asked. Like the Fae, he, too, still looked awful after having his energy drained for the portal back to Earth.
"No,"
Edward said firmly.
"There isn't. As soon as we pack up whatever we're likely to need, we can return to an area outside of the iron ore deposit."
"In that case, a day or two should suffice to recover,"
said the magistrate.
"I concur,"
Albigard said. He eyed Len and Edward.
"We should try to find a settlement, rather than camping rough."
"These old bones would appreciate a real bed, it's true,"
Edward replied.
"So would these young bones,"
Len agreed.
"There's a fair amount of ecotourism in this region,"
Edward said.
"Give me a few minutes on the computer. I'll try to find something within driving distance that combines reasonable comfort with a lack of intrusive technology."
They might have to use Fae mental influence to secure a place, Neveah knew. But at this point, the old rules of attempting to fly under the radar when around humans hardly seemed to apply anymore. "You do that," she said. "I'll put together provisions for the journey." The station wagon was a tight fit for 6 people, and Neveah spent the trip jammed between Edward and Len Grayson on the front bench seat. Still, it got them where they needed to go. The eco-village Edward had found was nearly a 6-hour drive away. That put them far outside the area over the iron ore deposits. Almost as importantly, it was near a confluence of ley lines, which the Fae could use to transport them to County Meath, Ireland, once they had recovered sufficiently to do magic. Magic and, quite possibly, battle. After securing 3 small cabins, Len and Albigard disappeared into one, Elida and Diana took another, and Neveah joined Edward in the third. There was no way to hurry along the Fae's recovery, so Neveah shooed Edward off to bed and settled in to do what she'd been made for: watch over things. Before they'd abandoned the resort, she'd had a peek at the news over the satellite connection. It was about as bad as she'd feared it would be. The Wild Hunt had left a path of destruction across Ireland, southern Greenland, and North America on its way to Hell's Gate. California was rife with reports of unexplained explosions and weird paranormal activity. Political unrest was brewing in several countries. Humans were rioting in the streets. Armies were being ordered to attack targets inside their own borders. They would have to trust the demons to protect not only the fledgling vampire army, but also the magical children, their parents, and the Fae who had accompanied them. This, when Typhon had already proven himself a double dealer. Abruptly, she wanted Nigellus back so badly it ached beneath her breastbone like a fresh wound. And yet, there was nothing to do but wait. So wait she did. At some point in his long life, Edward had mastered the art of conserving energy. He ate, he slept, he engaged in light conversation with her when she was in danger of crawling out of her skin with impatience. Len and Albigard's hut was quiet for the first day, but angelic hearing picked up the soft sounds of love-making as she was walking past on the morning of the second day. The 2 Seelie were likewise quiet for the first day, though Diana went out to hunt in the evening. She came back with a furry creature Neveah didn't immediately recognize, about the size of a large hare, but with short ears. The smell of cooking meat wafted among the huts an hour later. On the evening of the second day, Elida declared them sufficiently recovered to plan their infiltration for the following morning. They gathered around a campfire set up behind the Seelie's hut to discuss the details. The magistrate lifted her chin, turning clear green eyes on Albigard. "Your facility with glamour is well documented, son of Oren," she said. "You will need to disguise yourself, the humans, and the angel as returning soldiers from Diana's command." Neveah spoke up before Albigard could reply. "No. Or rather, yes, the humans and Albigard will need to be disguised. But it would be better if you haul me to Dine's Gate as your prisoner. Even if Mab suspects you, her forces might be more inclined to let you through if you come bearing such a rare gift for her." Diana tilted her head, considering. "Perhaps you are right, Angel. That seems like sound reasoning." Len coughed. "Though I will point out that Albigard and I pulled basically the same trick not very long ago." Diana's expression soured, no doubt remembering the demon's assault on the gate to retrieve the twins. "Yes, and as you may recall, it worked." He shrugged. "I'm just saying, fool me once and all that." "So," Neveah said to clarify, "you and Diana, along with 3 people who appeared to be members of Diana's flight of soldiers, will offer me as prisoner for Mab to get us through the gate. As soon as we can, once we're inside, Albigard will portal us as close as possible to the World Tree, where the Forsaken are hiding." "You will have to accompany us, Magistrate. Warden." Albigard said.
Once we escape, Mab will know without a doubt that you've both turned traitor.
Yes, Elida replied, not sounding happy about it. As soon as we're safely in hiding, Neveah continued, Edward will attempt the spell to recall Nigellus's body to his heart. Elida's nose wrinkled with distaste, but she nodded.
Perhaps I should carry the heart, since I'm the least likely to be physically searched.
No, Edward said simply. Elida's brow furrowed. Neveah jumped in before she could take offense. Edward's right. He needs to be the one to carry the heart. He's the only person who can do the spell. Nigellus's heart is of no use to us without Edward. It stays with him. Elida considered that for a long moment.
Very well. We will leave it done. Albigard, I assume you have familiarity with 3 of Diana's guards for the purposes of the glamour disguises. I've had dealings with the Warden's guards in the past, yes,
he said, dry as dust.
Then we have one final night of rest ahead of us,
the magistrate commanded.
Let us use it well.
Neveah watched the gathering break up. She sat there for a long time afterward, considering all the things that might go wrong with such a scheme. 9. The morning of the planned assault dawned grey and rainy. Neveah tried not to worry for Edward, who appeared frailer and more drawn than ever despite the days of rest. Albigard turned out to be as skilled at magical disguise as the magistrate had implied. He and Diana ran through the likenesses of several of her guards, to ensure that none of them ended up glamoured as someone they might actually meet on Dine's side of the gate. Once Albigard, Len Grayson, and Edward were wearing the appearance of 3 of Diana's guards who were currently in California fighting the demons, the 6 of them headed for the nearby convergence of ley lines that would take them to the gate in Ireland. When they'd been packing to leave the resort a few days ago, Edward had unearthed a collection of iron blades that he'd apparently been hoarding for just such an emergency. He'd tossed them casually into the back of the ancient station wagon along with their collection of food and clothing. Neveah hadn't asked. Perhaps when you'd been a demon's servant for 700 years, you simply hauled around a collection of Fae-killing weaponry wherever you went, as a matter of course. The details of Neveah's presentation as a prisoner had taken a bit more discussion. On the one hand, it had to look convincing, especially after Len and Albigard had used essentially the same ruse to gain access to Dine's gate. On the other hand, she had no desire to be helpless during what might end up becoming a full-out battle against the guardians of the gateway. In the end, she'd agreed to have her wrists bound with rope, but with a viciously sharp little silver dagger belonging to Diana hidden up her sleeve. One flick would drop the hilt into her grip, and the finely honed blade would cut through her bindings like butter. Theoretically, at least. It was odd. She'd gone millennia without access to her flaming sword, only to rediscover it mere weeks ago. But now, its absence ached like a missing tooth. From a purely practical perspective, it would have been useful during the battle. But to be fair, it was an open question whether she was currently strong enough to call it forth from the ether and wield it. Adoration was in short supply these days. The only trickle of power came from Edward's fond affection for her, and that was more on the avuncular end of the spectrum than the worshipful one. She hadn't tried to unfurl her wings from their interstitial hiding place since the fall of Hell's Gate. In an absolute emergency, she could attempt it, but she had doubts about her ability to manage it successfully. Humiliating as it was, Any battle that took place against Mab's forces was unlikely to hinge on Neveah's fighting ability. Diana, Elida, and Albigard were talented warriors all. Len Grayson would be able to call power from any deaths that occurred during the battle. Edward did at least have a background of fighting and tactical experience, even though Neveah doubted he had the physical strength to match a Fae guard in a direct confrontation. All in all, they made up an unlikely strike force. After a final inspection of their motley group, Elida opened access to the ley lines. Light flared from the ground beneath them, and reality fell away as the magistrate directed them through the shifting web of magical conduits that spanned the human realm. Neveah had never been terribly fond of such travel, which felt far more disorienting than using her wings to propel herself through the dimensions. It was efficient, however, and they reappeared within moments in a landscape much different than the sweltering rainforest they left behind. The air in County Meath, Ireland, was crisp, full of the scents of rolling hills and fertile valleys. The sky was a vibrant blue punctuated by fluffy white clouds. A faint breeze ruffled Neveah's hair.
"We will portal from here to the gate," Elida said. "Be ready."
Diana took a firm hold of the back of Neveah's neck, playing at being her captor. Neveah gritted her teeth. Ruse or no, she was beyond tired of being physically dragged around by Fae. The others lined up behind the two of them. Len and Edward were side by side at Diana's back, with Albigard, as the most competent fighter of the three, bringing up the rear. The orange flames of a portal crackled to life at Elida's command. They stepped through, emerging into the Tarascrine Valley, which now sang with so much magical warding that it made Neveah's bones vibrate. They were outside the Fae's defensive dome surrounding the mound of the hostages, where the gate itself resided, but not by much. Elida did not approach the edge of the defenses immediately. Instead, she sent a burst of shining magic toward the dome of warding. The point of impact erupted in a complicated rainbow coruscation of light, rippling across the tightly overlapping wards. A magical calling card, perhaps, or a code only the Seelie magistrate could use. Whatever the case, a phalanx of guards led by a scarred Unseelie warrior slipped through the protective dome, which parted around them like viscous, shimmering oil. The Unseelie newcomers eyed their little cadre cautiously.
"Magistrate,"
the leader said formally.
"Warden, your return is unexpected."
He did not, Neveah noted, make any move toward inviting them to pass through the Fae defenses. Elida raised an eyebrow.
"Is it, Commander? And yet we are here. I have urgent business with our queen. She will be most eager to receive the gift I have brought her."
She gestured toward Neveah's bound form. Still, the Unseelie warrior didn't move.
"With respect, both you and the warden of the gateway have been reported missing since shortly after your departure for the human realm. There have been questions regarding the circumstances of your disappearance."
"We were captured by enemy forces, you'd lackwit," Diana said. "We've only just managed to escape, but we acquired a very interesting hostage in the process."
The Unseelie's eyes narrowed as he finally deigned to examine Neveah, who attempted as dazed and slack-jawed an expression as she could muster on short notice. Elida lifted her chin.
"You will need to check us for glamour and magical influence. Come, time is of the essence. There is much news I must impart to Her Majesty."
Neveah held her breath as the grizzled warrior approached and raised his palm to press against Elida's, magic crackling between them. He repeated the process with Diana, and Neveah felt it like a static shock through the grip Diana still held on the back of her neck.
"Very well,"
said the Unseelie, his tone grudging.
"Y'are not glamoured, and I sense no demonic mental influence. I will see to it that you are escorted to Mab's palace."
It wasn't 100% clear from the guard's monotone delivery whether they'd be escorted as important public figures seeking an audience with the Queen, or as prisoners. Still, as long as it got them through to Dine's side of the gate, they'd be better off than they were now. As the Unseelie guards surrounded them like a phalanx, Neveah fervently hoped that Edward hadn't underestimated his ability to withstand Dine's magic. The atmosphere of the place drove non-magical humans mad, and Neveah wasn't entirely sure how much of Edward's power was innate versus how much he drew from his connection with a demon. Len Grayson's necromancy apparently protected him from the effects quite well, to the extent that he had spent long periods living with Albigard among the Forsaken in the Wildlands. Neveah, by contrast, had spent very little time in the Fae realm over the millennia, and her main memory of it was that she had always found it disconcerting. Her nerves prickled unpleasantly as she passed through the opening in the defensive dome. Inside, the protections around the gate pressed at her, trying to convince her to turn back. Not that it was really an option, with Diana frog-marching her toward the entrance to the mound. More guards flanked the tunnel leading to the gate itself, hands on sword hilts as they watched the little procession approach. The Unseelie commander casually waved a hand toward the nearest guard, who swung open the heavy barred gate across the tunnel entrance. The stone-lined corridor leading into the mound was barely wide enough for 2 people abreast, and the commander had to duck his head to avoid scraping it against the ceiling. A dead end loomed ahead, illuminated by a floating ball of magic. The Unseelie pressed his palm to the center of the intricate carvings chipped into the stone, muttering an incantation. A moment later, light crept outward from the point of contact, spilling around the carved spirals until the entire wall glowed like a white sun.
"Follow,"
said the Unseelie, stepping into the light and through the gate between realms. They did, still hemmed in by their phalanx of Mab's guards. The transition was abrupt and wrenching as Neveah crossed over the threshold separating Earth from Dine. On this side, there was no underground tunnel. A flare of actinic light hung in midair, marking the outline of the gate they'd just exited. It narrowed to a point and disappeared after the last guard stepped through. Once it was gone, the area might have been any random stretch of open, grassy hillside. Dine was nature gone wild. It was fecund with life, bursting with greenery and flowers, its overwhelming aliveness howling silently in the very air itself. Through second-hand accounts, Neveah knew that the imbalance in the Fae realm's life magic, caused when too many of the Unseelie had been sent to Earth, taking their destructive elemental magic with them, was beginning to heal. Even so, it was a slow process. Unchecked vivimancy still held sway here. Like the Fae themselves, Dine was precariously balanced at the best of times, with many of its natural systems in disarray thanks to Mab's return, the Wild Hunt's absence, and the death of most of the ancient Sidhe. There was no telling how the realm might ultimately respond to these various stressors. But that was only Neveah's problem to the extent it boiled over to affect the other realms. As far as she was concerned, once the war was over, Nigellus safely recovered, and the Wild Hunt banished from Hell, the Fae were on their own. Neveah's angelic brethren might have shared ancient connections with them, but since she'd been stranded on Earth, the Fae had been nothing but trouble. The unseelie commander turned hard eyes on them.
Magistrate, turn over your prisoner to my men, and we will escort you to the palace. Meanwhile, the warden and her warriors will be taken for questioning regarding your capture and subsequent escape.
Neveah felt Diana go still behind her.
On the contrary,
Elida said.
Diana will deliver the prisoner she captured to Mab herself.
One would almost think you wished to take credit for another's accomplishment, Commander. That sally was doomed the moment it left Elida's lips, and the others must have known it as well.
Queen Mab's orders,
the unseelie began, only to be cut off when Albigard kicked sideways at the knee of the guard standing next to him, crumpling him to the ground. Albigard drew his blade, whirling away from another guard's counterattack and slashing viciously at any enemy within reach. In the same instant, Neveah dropped like a stone, getting out of Diana's way as the warden of the gateway let out a battle cry and flung 2 daggers at the guard commander's chest. Neveah rolled away, booted feet pounding around her as the area erupted into a melee. Jaw clenched, she flicked her bound arms sharply downward, grabbing the hilt of Diana's tiny knife when it slid free of her sleeve. She'd stowed it blade first, so the business end was positioned over the ropes binding her wrists as she grasped it. The angle was still terrible, but the razor-sharp blade parted the rope with only a bit of sawing, and then she was free. Offensive magic flew all around her as she rolled to her feet, flipping the blade outward for use as a weapon. Someone screamed, the sound ending in a choked death rattle. An instant later, blue electricity crackled through the confusion, a burst of necromantic energy impacting several of the enemy guards and driving them back. 2 of them fell to their knees, clawing at their blistering faces. Frantically, Neveah tried to locate Edward's disguised form in the confusion. Was anyone protecting him? He was carrying Nigellus's heart. She found Len first, his glamoured form jerking as though he'd been punched when more guards fell, funneling the energy of their deaths into his all-too-human body. He and Elida flanked Edward, who held his sword in a 2-handed grip with the air of someone who knew perfectly well how to use the sharp end. A guard lunged for Len, who was still reeling from the fresh influx of power. Edward blocked the Fae's strike. His perfect form allowed him to turn the guard's blade away, but he was still an old man beneath the illusion of Albigard's magical disguise. The guard's next swing missed running him through, but it sliced along his side instead. Edward let out a grunt and staggered sideways into Len, who caught him. Neveah launched herself past a guard who tried to make a grab for her, slicing her tiny blade at his wrist as she darted by. Skidding to a halt, she wrapped an arm around Edward, supporting him from the other side as he sagged.
"Albigard!"
Len shouted.
"Shift your ass! We need an exit now!"
"10. The guard who dealt Edward a hit tried to go in for the kill. Neveah turned sideways, placing her body between the unseelie and his intended target. She braced as the glinting edge of the blade slashed toward her, only for it to be turned away with a scrape of metal against metal. Elida growled as she parried the vicious blow, following up with a blast of flame-edged magic that sent their attacker reeling back with a cry. Neveah and Len still held Edward supported between them. She was desperate to try and assess his injury, but doing so under the circumstances would have been foolish in the extreme. The vicious fight continued around them for a handful of seconds that felt like centuries. Neveah got a confused glimpse of Albigard and Diana standing back to back, their swords dancing, free hands raised to cast magic. An instant after Albigard let his magic fly, vines slithered up from the ground at unnatural speed. The plants whipped around the legs of the guards rushing toward Neveah and her companions. Several of them crashed to the ground, where more vines were waiting to entrap their arms and bodies. Meanwhile, a flock of raven-like birds descended on the guards who'd been harrying Diana. She took advantage of the distraction of flapping wings and scratching talons to dispatch another of her opponents with a vicious, decapitating slice. Len grunted and staggered under Edward's weight at the fresh onslaught of Fae death energy. Albigard raised his hand again.
"Stand ready,"
he barked, just as a portal burned itself into existence, barely a meter in front of Neveah's face. She didn't stop to think, just dragged Edward after her as she leapt through, pulling Len behind them thanks to the grip he still held on Edward's other arm. She kept tugging them another couple of steps out of the way, to avoid the risk of the others crashing into Len's back. Elida was the next to come through, followed by Diana, and finally Albigard, grappling with one of the guards. The pair fell to the ground in a tangle. Albigard managed to free one hand with a grunt of effort, gesturing the portal closed before any other guards could follow them through. Wading into the fray, Diana kicked the guard in the head. Albigard shoved free of his loosened hold and rolled away. The warden's face twisted in distaste as she plunged her blade through the guard's heart.
"God damn it!"
Len snapped, staggering and falling to his knees.
"Bit of warning next time?"
He was buzzing with enough necromantic power that Neveah felt it like an aura surrounding him. She wondered, with a twinge of worry, how much he could safely absorb at one time without being able to offload it through his link with Nigellus immediately afterward. Neveah helped Edward sink down to the forest floor next to the necromancer in a semi-controlled collapse. With the battle rush slowly fading, she forced herself to look around and take stock of their surroundings. Deep woods rose around them on all sides, the dappled sunlight struggling to penetrate through the massive trees arching above them. Elida appeared unharmed. Albigard was bruised and scraped, but he rose to his feet smoothly enough. Diana was bleeding freely from a deep slash across her upper arm, an injury that would have been a serious danger for a human, but one that would heal soon enough for a Fae. Len was still kneeling in the leaf litter, lips pulled back in a rictus of distaste as he panted for breath. Albigard knelt next to him, taking him by the upper arm in a clear gesture of comfort. Edward leaned heavily on Neveah's support, his free arm clamped tightly against his injured side. Albigard waved a hand over the scene, murmuring an incantation beneath his breath. His disguising glamour faded away, leaving the unseelie and the two humans once more themselves. Len shook off Albigard's light grip and reached for Edward, a manic glint in his gray eyes.
"Give me some light. I need to look at that wound."
"Are we safe here?" Neveah asked. "The guards can't track us?"
"No,"
Albigard replied.
"Once the portal is closed, there is no way to trace it."
"Oh, good,"
Edward said faintly, as Len and Neveah helped him lie back on the ground.
"I fear running away is rather out of the question at the moment. At least in my case."
Len, his own weakness forgotten, moved the old servant's arm away and gently peeled up his blood-soaked shirt.
"I need better light,"
he snapped, and Albigard summoned a floating ball of illumination in the shadowed forest. The wound was deep, but not disemboweling. Even so, Neveah winced in sympathy. Edward caught her gaze and held it.
"As I'm sure you can imagine, I've had far worse, my dear,"
he said, as though she were the one who needed reassuring. Len scowled.
"I'm guessing you also had a demon to put you back together afterward. Albigard, I'll need you on this, unless one of the others happens to be better at healing." Not my forte, Diana said, examining the slash in her own arm. Elida has some skill at it. I've no experience killing humans, Elida clarified.
In that case, perhaps you would assist the warden with her injury, magistrate,
Albigard said diplomatically. He knelt next to Len, peering at Edward's wound in the glow of the magic light.
You should know that my powers may not work well on a natural blood mage.
If you can patch me up enough not to bleed out before we get where we're going, that will be more than sufficient, Edward said. Neveah, perhaps you should take my satchel now that you're not playing prisoner anymore.
Yes, Neveah said, retrieving the pack that held Nigellus's heart. I have it. She reluctantly moved away, giving Len and Albigard room to work. With luck, the Fae and his human companion would be able to stabilize Edward enough to proceed. From the way Albigard had described things, they still had a long way to go to get to Chima. In the end, Albigard had to carry Edward on his back. As the Fae had warned, Edward's long association with demons and demonic magic had interfered with Albigard's healing ability, reducing its efficacy. The wound still seeped sluggishly, even though Len had bandaged it tightly afterward. Edward seemed remarkably blasé about the serious slash.
Trust me, it's got nothing on a howitzer, he'd said, somewhat cryptically. His craggy face was still an alarming shade of pale, but he made no comment about the inevitable jouncing as they trekked through the ancient forest. As Neveah understood it, they were relying on Albigard's memory of his previous visit to Chima, the Fae world tree that lay at the center of Dyne. The massive tree embodied the precarious magical balance of the entire realm. The roots, slowly eating away at the stone and dirt below them, reified the destructive elemental magic of the unseelie. The sturdy trunk represented the neutral magic of the she. The leaves and branches embodied the creative life magic of the seelie. In this context, Neveah was taking on the cat-she's role. Neither seelie, unseelie, nor humans could see through the world tree's protections. Indeed, most of Dyne's denizens believed Chima to be nothing more than a myth. Only by circumscribing the edges of the magical field on foot could they see and approach the tree. And so, they followed Albigard on the path he remembered from his earlier sojourn here in the company of the Catchi. Neveah felt the shape of the magical field more strongly the farther they went, and she was deeply impressed by its power. Not many things could stymie an angel's perception, but without Albigard as a guide, she was certain she would never have been able to puzzle out the tree's location. Finally, after hours of walking, they returned to their starting point. Footprints marked their previous passage, and the moment she trod across her own impressions, something inside Neveah's mind unlocked, like a key twisting inside a complicated tumbler. "Oh," she said faintly, as a new landscape opened before them. It was different than the forest. If Neveah looked at it sidelong, she got the impression of a vast grassy field waving softly in the breeze, though any attempt to take in individual details made the whole thing slide out of focus. What was unavoidable and inescapable, however, was the sheer scale of the tree that sat at the top of a gentle incline. Human skyscrapers would have paled before it. Again, trying to mentally quantify its size only sent her brain into abject retreat. It was clear, however, that the term world tree was no misnomer. Even here,
the imbalance in dying had left its mark. Neveah got a slippery mental impression of roots lying exposed, the great trunk leaning sideways at a slight angle.
"Never thought I'd see this place again, after the last time,"
Len muttered, sounding decidedly unhappy about it.
"The wild hunt is not here, Aronshark. Indeed, this is as safe as we are likely to be for the foreseeable future,"
Albigard said.
"Come, let us rejoin the Forsaken and attempt the Blood Mage's foul demonic spell before he grows too weak."
"Seconded,"
Edward said faintly. Both Elida and Diana were still gaping at the tree, standing so still they might have been turned to stone. In response to the verbal exchange, Elida visibly shook herself free of her reverie.
"Mab's frozen tits,"
she said, in an utter departure from her usual cool, formal demeanor. Diana said nothing, but it took her another moment to blink her way back to them. They headed toward the towering behemoth that dominated the surreal, newly revealed landscape. Albigard and Len led the group toward the area where the tree's massive roots had been torn up. The journey somehow managed to take forever, while also not being particularly tiring. The sheer scale of Chima made it difficult to judge distances, until Neveah finally noticed a pair of figures standing guard near what appeared to be an entrance leading underground. When they were within shouting range, Len hailed them.
"Oi, we're back, with some guests. Go tell Isolna we're here, okay?"
One of the figures hurried into the gap beneath the broken roots, disappearing from view. The other guard waited until they approached, clapping a companionable hand on Len's shoulder and offering Albigard a nod of greeting. Without a word, he led them into the cavern that lay beneath the tree. It was as huge in scale as everything else in this hidden magical place. The twisting roots that formed the walls and ceiling glowed from within, casting a mellow golden light over the encampment that had been erected inside the protected space. A general cry of surprise and greeting went up as the people tending fires and making food noted their entrance. Before they'd even reached the bottom of the treacherous slope leading down from the surface, the slender form of a gawky adolescent Fae girl with her hair dyed a vibrant green charged toward them, flinging herself into Len's arms. "You're back!" she exclaimed, pushing away far enough that she could run a critical eye over Len and Albigard. "Are you both okay?" Len squeezed her skinny shoulders and pasted on a wan smile before letting her go.
"Been better, Lisa, but we're both more or less in one piece. Where's Isolna?"
"Here," said a white-haired Seelie woman. The Fae elder met them at the bottom of the slope, taking in their motley group with a raised eyebrow.
"Goodness," she said mildly. "We are host nobility today, it seems. Magistrate, Warden, welcome to our humble camp."
Her sharp eyes landed on Neveah.
"And one hailing from somewhere considerably farther flung, I perceive. With the greatest respect, may I ask what an angel is doing in the seat of Dying's power, when heaven shut its gates long before even I was born?"
Neveah sighed, clutching the satchel containing Nigellus's heart close to her breast. "Actually, it's a bit of a long story," she said. "Maybe, under the circumstances, we could opt for the short version?"
"11.
Happily, even the short version of Neveah's story wasn't immediately necessary. As soon as Isolna noticed Edward, the Fae elder quickly ushered all of them into the camp and began fussing over the human's wound, consulting with Albigard about his attempts to employ healing magic.
"With respect, madam,"
Edward said faintly,
"as much as I appreciate the sentiment, I fear I must insist on being allowed to proceed with my purpose in coming here."
That, unfortunately, did require a basic explanation of recent events, both on Earth and in Hell. The expressions of the camp leaders grew somber when Albigard relayed Nesri and Danon's decision to lend their support to the coalition between the tithing vampires and the humans with natural magic. Isolna, in particular, looked appalled.
Was the entire purpose of the twins' flight to Earth not to prevent their capture by Mob's forces?
She asked with some asperity.
"Ugh, the folly of youth."
"The Catchi is with them," Neveah offered.
"The Catchi should know better."
Isolna shook her head sharply, huffing out a frustrated breath.
"Still, it's not as though there's anything to be done about it now."
The teenager Lisa had been hovering on the edge of the conversation, as though afraid of being sent away.
"Hell's Gate has really fallen?"
she asked hesitantly.
"And you truly have a demon's heart with you?"
"Yes, to both," Neveah said. Elida had been noticeably silent during the informal debriefing, but now she spoke up.
"It's the heart of Nigellus, the spymaster of the Daemon Council," she said. "Not an honorable opponent," Diana added sourly, "but arguably a worthy one."
"If you want to avoid an all-out war," Neveah snapped, "then he's not your opponent at all. You're our allies now, so act like it." At that, Isolna raised a silver eyebrow and turned back to Edward.
"Blood magic, eh? I'm not certain you have enough blood remaining in you for such a feat as the angel describes, Edward Balliol." "Thankfully, I'll be using other people's as well,"
Edward replied. Isolna's gaze narrowed.
"With their permission, I trust." "Yes, with their permission,"
Len said.
"I'm one of them, and the other two are the vampires Nigellus saved from the Wild Hunt. Let them get on with it, Isolna. Please."
"You let a demon bind you?" Lisa demanded, scandalized. Len scowled at her.
"To help stop this damned war, yes, I did." "Enough,"
Albigard said, an instant before Neveah could jump in.
"Time is of the essence, and this may be the only safe haven for us in Dyne. Isolna, we do not require your permission to proceed, but as a matter of courtesy, I formally request it nonetheless."
The elder looked pained, but she nodded.
"You are one of us, child, and so is your beloved. Of course you may do whatever you think is best. Tell me what you need." "Is there a chamber where we won't be disturbed, and we will not disturb others?" Edward asked. "Ideally, we'll also need something to use as a bier."
Neveah shivered at the image, clasping the satchel closer to her body. Isolna nodded.
"Yes, follow me."
She paused, her gaze falling heavily on Neveah.
"And I hope I will have an answer to my question at some point before you depart, Angel."
Neveah dipped her chin in acknowledgement. If Edward's spell worked, there would be time for a conversation about her presence here. If it didn't, it would still take time before they knew the outcome with certainty. "We will speak later, Elder. Thank you for your hospitality and assistance." Isolna grunted non-committally and ushered them deeper into the warren of caverns, their way illuminated by the eerie golden light emanating from the world tree's roots. Len and Albigard supported Edward between them, while Diana and Elida stayed behind to confer with the other Forsaken leaders, rather than lending their tacit support to demonic blood magic. Lisa, too, stayed behind, at Aesolna's sharp command. The youngster had appeared fascinated by the discussion of Edward's spell, but Neveah gathered such an interest would be frowned upon by the rest of the camp. She wondered idly what the Forsaken made of Len's necromancy, given that he'd clearly been accepted by the group as one of their own.
"The space is yours, for the duration,"
Aesolna said, indicating an empty cavern perhaps 20 feet by 30 feet.
"Assuming, of course, that Chima does not object to what you do among its roots."
Neveah refused to consider that the world tree itself might have opinions on blood magic. They had enough troubles already without borrowing new ones. "Thank you," she said.
"I'll send someone here with a platform you can use for a beer,"
Aesolna replied, and left them in a way that suggested she couldn't get out of there fast enough. Albigard and Len helped Edward sit down, propped against a convenient boulder.
"Splendid,"
Edward said breathlessly.
"Now, if you could smooth out an area of the floor roughly 10 feet in diameter, I would be very much obliged."
Neveah felt a growing sense of foreboding at Edward's obvious weakness. Nevertheless, she joined the others in removing stones and debris from the center of the cavern, spreading the loamy soil into as flat a surface as possible with her hands. They were nearly finished when a pair of nervous-looking Forsaken entered, carrying a rough wooden frame covered with a woolen blanket.
"In the center of the flat area, please,"
Edward directed. The two Fae complied, and hurried out with even more alacrity than Aesolna had shown.
"I'm not sure our popularity with the Forsaken is going to survive this,"
Len quipped, brushing the dirt from his hands.
"Fear not, Aronshark,"
Albigard said, retreating from the circle and following suit.
"Lisa will not forsake you. At least not if you promise to relay the details of the blood spell to her in private."
Len snorted and shook his head. He turned to Edward, frowning in concern.
"No offense, but are you sure you shouldn't rest for a bit before you try this?"
Edward gave him a sad smile.
"I fear that would be unwise. I do have a request, though. You're quite correct that lack of power for the spell may be an issue."
Len blinked.
"Is this you asking me to act as a battery? I'm not sure I can do that since Nigellus is, indisposed, so to speak." "I believe you can,"
Edward said,
"in a more direct fashion."
A furrow formed between Len's brows, making his facial piercings glint in the golden light.
"You mean, what, just sort of hurl necromancy in your general direction? Wouldn't that put you in danger?"
Edward shook his head.
"It won't be a concern, I assure you. The power will funnel into the circle, which is precisely where I'll need it."
Neveah's foreboding grew deeper, and Albigard also appeared to be regarding Edward intently. Len gave a hesitant nod.
"If that's what you need."
A soft smile crinkled Edward's eyes at the corners, though there was pain behind his hazel gaze.
"It's exactly what I need, young man. Thank you."
He levered himself upright, swaying a bit before his balance steadied.
"Come, Neveah. It's time."
As he had done in Brazil, Edward painstakingly painted runes and sigils around the edge of the binding circle, within which he would attempt to summon the rest of Nigellus's dismembered body back to join his heart. The greedy soil soaked up the combined blood of Ransley Thorpe, Zora Bright, Len Grayson, and Edward himself. All of Nigellus's bound souls commingled. But the shape of the magic remained, defining the bound space within this most fantastical of venues. Once again, Edward was stripped to the waist, his bandages removed, the same esoteric symbols as before painted onto his flesh with blood. When everything was in place, and the rest of them were safely outside the circle, he began to chant. Familiar power gathered within the barrier, billowing within the magical perimeter. Neveah couldn't see it with her eyes, but she could feel it growing and twisting as it sought a way out of its cage. She got the sense that it was weaker than it had been during their first attempt. Nevertheless, Edward sliced his small ceremonial blade into his own flesh. His precious living blood dripped directly onto Nigellus's heart, which had been removed from its encasement of salt for this, their sole attempt at saving him. The fresh blood dribbled over the sad lump of demonic flesh. Once again, the power inside the circle shrieked, turning wild and frantic. The wind swirling inside the barrier gathered into a tornado with Nigellus's heart at its center, whipping up the loose soil. Edward's voice rose over the howling noise, strong despite his body's weakness. It went on longer than the first time, the chant rising to a crescendo before Edward slumped forward, croaking, "Len, now!" The necromancer gritted his teeth, shot Albigard an uncertain look, and flung both hands forward in a violent shoving motion. Electric blue energy, cold as the grave, shot toward the circle. The death energy of the Fae guards who died in the brief, ugly skirmish at Dine's Gate. It crackled around the perimeter of the circle, obscuring Neveah's view for only a moment before it, too, was sucked into the whirling vortex of magic with Nigellus's heart at its center. Edward gasped, his head flung back beneath the onslaught. His wispy white hair floated around his head in a halo, as though lifted by static electricity. Len sagged, saved from going to his knees by Albigard's arm around his torso. Within the circle, the cyclone of power spun tighter and tighter, disappearing into the dismembered heart as though it had been drawn inside and funneled away to nothing. The eerie blue light of Len's necromancy faded. Edward collapsed next to the makeshift bier and lay unmoving. "Shit, no!" Len croaked, trying and failing to get his legs under him. But Neveah was already moving, lunging toward the now inert circle and the limp figure crumpled within. "12. Neveah skidded to her knees inside the now useless binding circle. Angelic hearing picked up the faint, wheezing breathing of someone with barely enough strength to draw in air. She rolled Edward over, lifting his upper body into her lap. His bones felt like a bird's, hollow and weightless. His lips were blue. "Edward," she said, agonized, placing a hand over the center of his bare chest. The heartbeat under her palm stuttered and jumped, too uneven and far too thready. Drying blood from the sigils covering his upper body flaked against her skin. His roomy hazel eyes were open, but unfocused. Len and Albigard joined her, kneeling in the dirt. "Lay him down on his back," Len croaked. "I may need to start CPR." Edward lifted a shaking hand, grasping Neveah's wrist with an appalling lack of strength. His bloodshot eyes fixed on her, as though he was trying to convey a message.
"I fear it may be too late for that, beloved,"
Albegard murmured. Len made an animal sound of pain and denial, but Neveah, too, could feel the old man's life force trickling away. Once, she might have possessed the power to halt such a base mortal process as death. Now, she had only one option to offer him. "Edward," she said urgently, "you must tell me. Do you wish me to tether you to this plane, or let you go to your final rest? Quickly now!" The old servant choked, as though trying and failing to push words past the bounds of his fading body. His eyes still held hers, but the mind behind them was slipping away even as she watched. His chest convulsed once, twice, and the trembling grip of his fingers slid free from her wrist, his arm falling to lay limp by his side. It was not an answer. Anguished, Neveah closed her eyes and made a decision that no one in any realm should ever make for another being. "Albegard," she said, "I need your power, all of it. Pour it into him raw. Do it!" The Fae hesitated for the barest of instants. Then his calloused hand covered hers on Edward's chest, and Neveah felt his strange mix of life magic and elemental magic flow into the dying body she held. She grasped that power with all her strength, twisting it into an unbreakable silken thread, which she used to loop around the fading wisps of whatever unique essence made Edward himself. She bundled it up like a spider cocooning a fluttering moth, binding it tightly to the earthly form of an ancient man, now deathly still as his last breath and heartbeat faded to stillness. When the tether was secure, she opened her eyes to find Albegard of the Unseelie staring at her with pale, appalled features.
"What have you done?"
he whispered. Len, too, was looking between them with a drawn, uncomprehending expression.
"Why did you need Albegard's magic? What did you do with it?"
Misgivings, as deep and wide as the void between realms, opened in the pit of Neveah's stomach. "I've bound his soul to his body. Permanently." Len's grey eyes opened wide, fixed on the still form cradled against Neveah's chest.
"And his body is dead?"
"Yes." She bowed her head beneath the weight of it. "He was 700 years old, kept alive by Nigellus's power, and now he has been without it for far too long. His body could not be saved."
"Not by anyone, except the demon he's bound to,"
Albegard said.
"You've gambled, not only that Nigellus can be successfully revived, but that this man would have wished to continue regardless."
Len looked ill.
"Let me get this straight. You've made it so that his soul is permanently bound to his dead body, in hopes that Nigellus can come back at some later date and fix him, the same way he fixed Ransley and Zora after the wild hunt ate them in St. Louis?"
"I have," Neveah replied, fully aware of the wager she'd made on another's behalf. "Did—" Len trailed off, swallowed. "Did his spell even work? Do we know?" All three of them turned to the dismembered heart lying on the makeshift bier. It pulsed sluggishly, as it had done ever since it had been ripped from Nigellus's chest. Albegard frowned.
"I don't believe we can know. Not until the heart either visibly loses mass as it's drawn toward the rest of his body, or gains mass as the rest of his body is drawn here.
"We'll need another beer," Neveah said faintly, looking down at the frail corpse in her arms. "For Edward. And perhaps there is someone here who could cast a stasis spell on his body?" A strained silence descended over the cavern.
"I will inquire with Isolna,"
Albigard said.
"Come, Aronshark. Let us tell the others what has happened."
Len let Albigard help him up, the pair leaning on each other as they headed slowly toward the larger areas claimed by the members of the Forsaken camp. They were both as drained as Neveah was, all three of them having channeled away every bit of their energy. All four of them. Neveah sat there, cradling Edward's body, trying not to focus on what she'd just done to him. Beneath the unearthly golden light of Chima's roots, Nigellus' heart throbbed endlessly in a slow, even rhythm. Perhaps an hour later, Neveah sat alone and cross-legged in front of the bier, staring unblinkingly at the raw, pulsing flesh. Isolna had tutted and arranged for Edward's corpse to be removed to an adjacent chamber, where a group of Forsaken with higher-than-average magical aptitude would attempt to freeze it in its current condition, holding decomposition at bay. Albigard and Len had disappeared for some much-needed rest. Elida and Diana hadn't made an appearance, not that Neveah expected them to. While they might be allies in the abstract sense, she doubted either of them were in a hurry to ogle the scene of a fatal experiment in demonic blood magic. Someone else apparently was, however. Lisa, the young green-haired Forsaken, slipped into the cavern and lowered herself to sit next to Neveah, eyeing the beating heart with interest. "Hi," she said. "I thought I should come and check on you. How are you doing?" "That was kind of you," Neveah said absently. "I believe I'm as well as can be expected." "Are you really an angel?" Lisa asked, the question completely without artifice. "I am," Neveah said, "but not a very good one, unfortunately." Lisa considered this for a moment. "That's all right. I'm not a very good fae either. Too interested in things I shouldn't be, you know." Neveah nodded, being intimately familiar with that particular affliction. "How are Len and Albigard doing?" she asked. "Sleeping, last I saw. Did Len use his necromancy to help with this?" She gestured at the heart. "He did," Neveah confirmed. "And you still don't know if it worked or not?" Lisa asked. "How long do you think it will take?" "I'm afraid I've got no direct experience with this kind of reincorporation," Neveah said tiredly. "So I have no idea." They sat in silence for quite a while, though Neveah could sense the torrent of questions Lisa appeared to be holding back by force of will. Finally, one broke free. "Have you checked the other side of the heart, where the aorta comes out?" Neveah blinked. She hadn't, because moving from her miserable, exhausted hunch had felt like far too much work. No, I haven't." Even though she wasn't expecting much from the experiment, she hauled her abused body to its feet and circled around to the other side of the bier. The light in the cavern was uneven, throwing the back side of the heart into shadow. Lisa, following her, helpfully cast a glowing ball of illumination which hovered in midair above them. In its pale light, Neveah looked down to find a delicate network of nerves and blood vessels sprouting from the raw flesh. A network that hadn't been there before. "Oh," she said blankly, staring at the slow-growing web of new tissue. "Perhaps you'd do me the favor of letting the others know that Edward's spell appears to be working." With a slow grin, Lisa turned and bounded away with her message, leaving her magic light behind. Neveah crouched next to the bier, her elbows resting on her knees. "You'd better hurry up, Nigellus," she murmured. "We're all waiting on you." "13. Neveah sat cross-legged next to the makeshift platform with its grisly contents. Her gaze never wavered as the hours passed, even when other people came and went from the cavern. The process of demonic resurrection appeared to be heavily tied to Mass, at least since Edward had kick-started the process. Whatever he had done with his blood runes and his chanting, it had successfully overcome the Fae's attempts to prevent Nigellus's reincorporation by packing his dismembered body parts in salt. The demon's heart had been rendered so powerfully attractive to the rest of him that not even salt could stop his body from returning here, atom by atom. And as more and more of him returned, the process grew faster, accelerating from something nearly imperceptible to a fully visible, if gruesome, reintegration. Lisa had been a regular visitor during the process, alternating questions about Neveah's well-being and whether she needed anything, with questions about magical theory. Meanwhile, Edward's body had been safely moved and a stasis spell implemented to preserve it. It would be far too easy for Neveah to second-guess her decision to bind him to this plane. There was really no point, however. It was done, and it couldn't be undone. The soft scuff of boots alerted her to another visitor. She didn't bother to look up from the sight of delicate new skin stretching across raw muscle and sinew. Prickly energy tingled against her side, and Diana sat down next to her.
"You know, that's actually quite disgusting,"
said the warden.
"I think I liked him better in pieces."
"Thank you for saving his heart," Neveah told her. "I'm not sure I said that earlier." Diana gave a wordless grunt.
"I've got nothing against a good war,"
she said.
"but I've got everything against a bad one."
Neveah nodded. "The older I get, the harder it becomes to picture what a good war would even look like. But I think we can agree on this being a truly shitty one." The warden snorted.
"I didn't know angels cursed."
Neveah shot her a sideways glance before returning her attention to Nigellus. Dark hair was beginning to sprout from the demon's scalp. "Then I take it you don't know many angels," she said. "We're all about cursing things, or people, or entire realms."
"As long as you curse that abomination who used to be our queen,"
Diana said grimly.
"Fates, what a mess."
"Don't worry. I made a promise to the human girl whose body she stole," Neveah replied. "That's another thing angels are good at. Keeping promises."
"Well, best of luck with that."
Diana paused.
"Oh, did you see? I think his fingers just twitched."
"They did," Neveah confirmed. "Would you mind giving us some privacy? And letting the others know not to come back here until I tell them it's all right."
"Better you than me,"
Diana muttered, levering herself to her feet.
"I'll pass on the message."
She departed without another word. Left alone with Hell's greatest spymaster, Neveah scooted forward to sit on one corner of the bier, lifting Nigellus's upper body into her lap. It was the same position in which she'd cradled Edward not so long ago, only this time life was returning rather than fleeing. He was too light. His form appeared unnaturally gaunt. His skin was translucent. As had been the case after he'd burned in her fire following her unsuccessful attempt to breach Heaven's Gate, he was in his human guise. She'd gathered at the time that healing this smaller body used fewer resources than healing his hulking demonic form with its giant wings and curling horns. His forehead furrowed. She watched as his eyebrows twitched, his eyes darting to and fro behind closed eyelids like a human in REM sleep. His fingers grasped and clenched weakly at nothing. Neveah stroked her knuckles softly over his temple, following the downy streak of silver hair amongst all the newly grown black. "Nigellus," she said, "we're safe. We're in hiding at the center of Dyne. We need you to come back now. I need you here." The furrow in the demon's brow deepened. His nostrils flared, his chest rising as he scented the air, and promptly descended into choking. His whiskey-colored eyes flew open, panic dulling them as his barely assembled body rebelled, convulsing. Neveah made a wounded sound of sympathy and wrapped herself around him, holding on tight.
After an eternity trapped in disconnected agony, Nigellus slammed back into awareness of his body. Too weak, too rebellious, still half gone. He'd never experienced anything like this before. Some combination of luck and skill had spared him the humiliation of catastrophic dismemberment throughout his long life, even during the angelic wars. His consciousness had reformed in whatever this place was, but so much of him was still elsewhere, burning in thrice-bedamned salt.
"Be still."
A soft voice rang in his oversensitive ears, close and familiar.
"Nigellus, I'm so sorry. Be still. Don't fight. It won't feel like this forever, I promise."
Arms held him, also distantly familiar through his animal panic. That same panic had his heart racing, his chest rising and falling frantically as though oxygen could somehow help.
"You were dismembered after the battle for Hell's Gate,"
said the voice, the sense of the words gradually piercing through his horror.
"But Diana left your heart behind for us to find. She and the unsealing magistrate have switched sides and allied with us. They helped smuggle us into Dyne, and then Albigard brought us to the Forsaken, where we can hide."
He tried to focus on what was being said, rather than on what was happening to his body.
"Edward—"
Here the feminine voice wavered, hesitating for a moment before continuing.
"Edward was able to power a spell using blood from your bound souls, combined with Len Grayson's necromancy. It recalled the rest of your body to us. I think the process is almost complete."
Yes. Edward and the others, Ransley, Zora, and Len Grayson. He remembered barricading his connections to them as the wild hunt overpowered him, to ensure he couldn't accidentally drain them in a doomed attempt to save himself. That was still a danger. He dared not uncover those links in his present state. Instead, he attempted to follow the voice's advice. He could not control his body, so he stopped fighting what was happening to it. His muscles twitched and jerked randomly. His lungs still acted like they belonged to some mortal creature in danger of suffocating on its own terror. But beyond that, the familiar arms continued to hold him. Lips pressed against his forehead, soft as silk. The sweet voice crooned reassurance, offering a desperately needed distraction from his agony. Time passed, and things gradually became less horrible. His nerves calmed from their chaotic electrical storm beneath the soothing touch of stroking fingers. His muscles drew back under his control like a team of unruly horses yielding to the driver's reins. His sight swam into focus, perceiving shapes and textures rather than ever-shifting blobs of light and dark. A distraught face looked down at him, cerulean eyes set in porcelain skin and framed by hair of the palest platinum. "Angel," he rasped, feeling as though the word scraped sandpaper across his throat. The angel Shamasiel paused in her litany of comforting nonsense, swallowed convulsively, and collapsed into helpless weeping. Startled, Nigellus lifted arms that felt as though they weighed as much as mountains, clumsily closing them around her slender shoulders.
"I'm sorry," she
sobbed.
"I'm sorry. There are so many things to do. We need to act, but—"
"It's all right. I'm still too weak," he murmured. She went still, then nodded against his cheek. They remained like that, tangled together with her tears hot against his tender new skin, while his strength returned by glacially slow increments. Only when he felt strong enough to pull away and roll into a sitting position did she finally speak again.
"Nigellus, I'm so sorry."
Her lucent eyes were exhausted and bloodshot.
"I tried to protect them all, but I failed."
A chill rippled through him that had nothing to do with the cool air against his bare skin. "What do you—" Instinctively he reached inward, freeing his soul bonds from the prison in which he'd caged them. The links flared to life, vibrant despite distance and the veil between realms. Ransley Thorpe, burning with righteous indignation. Zora Bright, as brilliant as her name. Len Grayson, closer, exhausted but safe. And lastly, the bond that had endured the longest, his most steadfast servant. "Edward," he whispered, the ground dropping away from beneath him in an abrupt, dizzying lurch.
14.
Nigellus gathered himself to teleport to his servant's side, as he had done on every other occasion across the centuries when Edward had needed healing. He gathered himself, willed his body through the ether, and nothing happened.
"You said it yourself. You're too weak."
Neveah grasped his upper arm, steadying him as his traitorous body, what there was of it, wavered.
"He's just in the next chamber. I'll take you to him."
The indignity of having to lean against her slight form as she hauled him to his feet barely registered. Nausea roiled in his gut, part of which was still far away, packed in salt. She should not have been able to support him as he stumbled on legs rubbery and weak as a newborn colt's. Yet, somehow, she guided him forward one awkward step at a time, leading him deeper into this surreal and unknown place. Another chamber, a smaller one, lay beyond a tangle of twisting roots like glowing organic stalactites. Elemental magic infused the entire system of caverns, making the air around them tingle with potential. A rough platform had been placed on the ground in the center of the modest space, not dissimilar to the one on which he'd recently awoken. On it lay Edward, or rather, Edward's body. The human was naked from the waist up, his fragile bones standing out in sharp relief. Dried blood covered much of his visible skin, but it did not stem from wounds. The rusty, flaked remains of runes and sigils spread over the canvas of Edward's body like a tale told in a language only he could read. Nigellus fell to his knees next to the low platform, and Neveah let him go, hanging back a step. His gaze played over the nuances of the spell his servant had used to recall him. The amount of power such an endeavor would have required was staggering. Even with the blood of all Nigellus's vassals, his servant should not have been able to manage it.
Edward was able to power a spell using blood from your bound souls, combined with Len Grayson's necromancy,
Neveah had said. Necromancy. Which meant people had died. Edward had died, and Nigellus had not been present to either heal him or reap him. In his absence, Edward's soul should have fled into the void. It had not. "Angel, what did you do?" he asked hoarsely, unable to resolve the paradox. For his servant's soul to linger inside this shell of a body should be impossible. It was utterly unnatural, and it would quite likely be cause for madness within a short stretch of time. If such a word as madness had any real meaning for the dead.
"I bound his soul to this plane,"
Neveah said wretchedly.
"It was the only thing within my power to do in my current weakened state. I tried to ask him what he wanted first, but he was already dying. I believe it was the result of a heart attack."
She had wagered on Nigellus's successful return, offering up Edward's soul, his very existence, as the ante. Simultaneously appalled and grateful beyond measure, he reached out toward the corpse, forcing his hand through a layer of Fae magic that sparked and tingled against his skin like static shock. Stasis spell, he identified absently, placing his hand on the center of Edward's chest over his broken heart. It should have been the work of a moment to mend the damage and force animus into the aging body, bringing it to life once more. He had done so on multiple occasions over the course of Edward's long and loyal service, including situations that had required far, far more extensive repair than this. The aftermath of the battle at Tir na Nog, the infamous howitzer incident, Muriel's spiteful attack on Zora Bright's father in hell. A pathetic spark entered the human's body through the single point of contact before promptly sputtering and dying. Fresh weakness washed over Nigellus. His shoulders sagged, pressed beneath an invisible weight. Stupid. If Nigellus lacked the power to teleport across a distance of less than 100 feet, then he certainly lacked the power to resurrect Edward. He couldn't even hold Edward's soul in safekeeping as he normally would. It was bound to his corpse, and therefore out of Nigellus's reach in his weakened state. Hard on the heels of that thought came another one, unworthy and self-serving as it was. He had access to power in the form of his other vassals. All he had to do was reap them. He shook his head sharply, appalled at himself.
"Nigellus!"
Neveah said, in a tone that made him think it might not be the first time she'd said his name.
"Stop. I told you. You're too weak to help him right now."
"I cannot leave him like this," Nigellus snapped, hating this feeling of helplessness with every fiber of his reconstituted body. Neveah still appeared sick with guilt, but she matched his tone, pulling him around to face her fully.
"And what choice is there? You can't will yourself stronger just because you wish it to be so."
She visibly reined herself in, softening her grip on his bare shoulder.
"He's in stasis. His body is safe here, at least for now."
The truth of her words reached him through the haze of his stubborn denial. The absence of his bond with Edward scraped at his nerves like jagged stone, but this was not something over which he had any control. Not now. The realization rankled, but Neveah must have seen his reluctant acceptance of the facts in his expression. She sighed, releasing his shoulder in favor of stroking her fingertips over his left cheek, a fleeting caress. "Where are we? What is this place?" he asked, the question finally making it to the top of his list of concerns. Dying, she'd said earlier. In hiding with the Forsaken, the group of Fae dissidents who'd split with the court and fled to live in the wilderness. She settled back to sit on her heels, looking around at their fantastical surroundings.
"We're hiding among the roots of Chima, the Fae world tree. From what I understand, there isn't much danger of Mab's forces finding us here. It takes a she's magic to reveal the place, and Mab has already killed her last Kushi. The cat she is on Earth."
Neveah went on to relay a brief outline of what had happened while he'd been insensible. The flight to Brazil, the deployment of the new vampire killer powered by the life of a she, and finally their safe return from the pocket realm, only to find that the human adepts and the surviving Fae twins had gone to join the Tithelings' fight in California.
"So, things could be better, but they could also be worse,"
she concluded. "I see," he managed, attempting to take these new developments on board. Significantly, it had appeared that his people's gamble on the Tithling vampires had paid off. They'd survived Mab's weapon, for the most part at least. "Thank you for seeing Ransley and the others to safety," he told his angel, meaning it with all his heart. Utilizing a pocket realm to shelter them was quick thinking.
"Not my quick thinking,"
she said.
"The Catchies. But since you mention it, there's a different pocket realm we need to worry about. You still have my sword, and we're probably going to need it soon."
"You do not intend to stay here, then?" he surmised.
"We only came to Dying to get you," she replied. "And now we have you. Hiding here won't help the others who are stuck on Earth, fighting against Mab's forces in California."
That much was demonstrably true, but it didn't answer the larger question. While I appreciate the sentiment, I'm uncertain our presence alone will make much difference to the outcome.
"Maybe it will, maybe it won't," she said. "But I know something that would definitely make a difference. It's just a matter of making it happen, and for that we'll need my sword."
The idea that Neveah might still be seeking ways to breach Heaven's Gate was worrying, given what had happened during her last attempt. However, Retrieving the sword was sound strategy regardless. They were not so rich in weapons that they could afford to ignore an angelic blade. Very well, he agreed. Unfortunately, if I'm too weak to so much as teleport, I will also be too weak to summon the blade from where it's hidden.
I'd gathered,
she said.
But since you helped me draw it back once when I was too badly injured to manage it on my own, perhaps I can do the same for you.
She raised a pointed eyebrow.
Unless, of course, we're still playing tug-of-war over the blasted thing.
Exhaustion pulled at him like quicksand. No, Angel. I believe we are well past such petty games. If you have a plan, I will hear it. If you lead, I will follow. I ask only that you pledge the same. She hesitated, then nodded.
Agreed. Rest here for a few more minutes. I'll get you some clothing and let the others know what's going on. We have to assume Mab knows by now that Diana and the magistrate have turned traitor. So we'll need to figure out the best way to make it through the gate and back to Earth, since our cover is well and truly blown.
With a sharp pang, Nigellus realized there would be no possibility of transporting Edward's body to Earth with them, even assuming they managed to escape themselves. And yet, Neveah was right that they couldn't stay here forever. Not while Ransley and the others were fighting for their lives in California. The opportunity for stealth may have passed, he told her. Perhaps it's time to discover just how far the magistrate and the warden of the gateway are willing to commit to their goal of seeing Mab removed from power. Given recent developments, he had a feeling they would need every ally they could muster in the coming days. "15.
A few minutes later, Neveah returned with boots, trousers, and a tunic for Nigellus. The demon still sat listlessly next to Edward's bier, and she swallowed back a fresh wave of guilt at what she'd allowed to happen to the human. She tore her gaze from the sad remains of a kind and faithful man, giving Nigellus a quick once-over in the golden light of the underground cavern. "Your tattoos are coming back," she noted curiously, running a fingertip over the pale sweep of a feathered wing on his shoulder. He shivered beneath the light touch.
"They are a part of me,"
he said absently.
"Otherwise my body would have rejected them as soon as I got them."
His eyes never wavered from Edward's corpse. Neveah sighed and lifted his chin with a touch until he was forced to look at her. "Come away. We can't do anything for him now. There are other people who need us to act." Nigellus nodded, but he didn't move to rise immediately. Neveah thrust the clothing against his chest, and that finally seemed to break him free of his fugue. He got the clothes and boots awkwardly, but when he pulled them on, he at least seemed steadier than he had before. She took him by the hand and led him to the cavern where he'd first awoken. There, she turned to face him. "Right. I need you to lead me to where the sword is hidden. I'll provide the strength to retrieve it." He looked down at her with a raised eyebrow.
"Will you, though?"
"Which, okay, fair question. She wasn't exactly swimming in excess power either. Let's just say I'm extremely motivated," she told him. She lifted his hand to her forehead, and he took the hint. His fingers were eerily smooth and soft as he settled them against her skin, his body still brand new, unfinished. but the mind sliding against hers was familiar, and the memory of what he'd once done to help her retrieve the sword was fresh in her awareness. She reversed the process, pressing deeper into his consciousness as he navigated the dimensional folds where he'd banished the weapon for safekeeping. Fortunately, he'd been less concerned with hiding the sword than she had been. They didn't have to traverse a labyrinth to reach it. Neveah could feel the toll this was taking on her already strained body, but it was necessary. She reached for the familiar hilt, tugging it backward, along the same path they'd just navigated. It burst into reality in her grip, and she let out a heartfelt noise of relief. Better yet, although the sword had been drained the last time she'd seen it, several days tucked away out of reach had allowed it to recover nicely. The flames surrounding the blade were strong and bright. That was a bonus she hadn't dared count on. "I'm taking some of its energy to replenish myself," she said. "I'll leave enough to make it useful if we have to fight our way out of Dyne." Nigellus only gave her a tired nod. Relieved that it hadn't turned into an argument, she focused on the familiar object that had been a part of her life for so long. Heavenly power flowed into her, erasing the weakness of recent days and replacing it with a heady sense of well-being. It was difficult to stop drawing from it, but she had to if she didn't want to leave them functionally unarmed. "That's so much better," she said, with a heartfelt groan of relief. She looked up to find Nigellus watching her with dark, dilated eyes. "Angelic power," she thought giddily, and stretched up to kiss him. The demon made a low noise of wanting against her lips and kissed back. They parted after only a few seconds, Nigellus resting his forehead against hers. "Are we arm-wrestling each other for custody of the sword?" she asked. But he gave a slight shake of his head, not breaking contact with her.
"No. Keep it. I'm in no fit state to wield it."
She took a step back and banished it to a place only a fraction sideways from reality, where it would be easy to retrieve. "Thank you. It was hers anyway, damn it." But somehow it still seemed like the right thing to say. Even now, Nigellus was not himself. The rustic Fae clothing sat oddly on his broad-shouldered frame, but he did look a bit less vulnerable with it on.
"We should rejoin the others,"
he said.
"I assume they're debating whether to help us or tie us up with a pretty bow and deliver us to Mab."
"Probably," Neveah agreed. She led the way to the main part of the Forsaken camp, which did indeed seem to be mired in lively discussion, to put it mildly. All talk ceased as they entered, every eye turning to look at them. Len rose to his feet, the eerie light from Chima's roots glinting off his facial piercings.
"You're up. Did you fix Edward?"
Neveah could feel Nigellus reining in his vexation at being interrogated by a human.
"I lack the strength at present,"
the demon informed him brusquely.
"For now he must remain in stasis."
Isolna, the white-haired Forsaken elder, tipped up her chin.
"He'll be safe enough here. Now, what's this about fighting your way out of Dyne's Gate?"
The magistrate, Elida, detached herself from the stalactite where she'd been leaning.
"Any chance we might have had at employing stealth has passed. Not that it worked very well the first time around."
"That's an understatement,"
Diana muttered. She eyed Nigellus up and down.
"Goodness. All that work to dismember your tough old bones, spymaster, and it ends up being for naught."
Nigellus didn't rise to the bait.
I gather I have you to thank for leaving my heart behind, Warden. If so, it appears I'm in your debt.
For a Fae to have such a hold over a member of the Demon Council was no small thing. But Diana only shrugged.
I won't have much chance to collect on the obligation if I end up dying in your bloody war, demon.
Mab's war, surely,
Albigard said, a note of censure in his tone.
Indeed,
Elida agreed, before the exchange could escalate.
My question is, what benefit do we accrue by helping you return to Earth? Mab is here in dying. She's the one we need to fight.
Neveah made a noise of frustration. I assume if you thought you could topple her from her throne, you'd have done it before she started killing she and unleashing genocidal weapons on Earth.
She's got you there,
Aesolna muttered.
Quite,
Elida snapped.
Therefore, I ask again, what do you hope to achieve on Earth?
Gaining allies, Neveah said. Powerful ones. All eyes landed on her, and of those gazes, Nigellus's pressed most heavily on her shoulders.
No,
he said. She turned to glare at him. Seriously? So much for if you lead, I will follow.
You attempted to contact heaven once before.
His brows drew together like thunder clouds.
It didn't end well.
That's because I didn't go about it the right way, she shot back.
You intend to solicit help from your people?
Elida asked.
Is that even possible?
Yes, she said. At the same time, Nigellus said,
It isn't.
Irritated, she dismissed him in favor of giving Elida her full attention. I'm an angel. He's not. I'll let you decide which one of us knows what we're talking about. I intend to call down the archangels and demand they remove Mab from her stolen human body. Nigellus and I are the only ones with the ability to contact heaven. No one else can stop this war. So, if you want it stopped, figure out a way to get us back to Earth. And be quick about it. Diana gave a low whistle. Neveah turned her glare toward the warden, but the Fae only raised her eyebrows.
I always heard angels were entitled cunts,
she said.
Guess the stories were true. So we're looking at a frontal assault, then. It's possible some of the guards at the gate retain some loyalty to me. At least enough not to fight with their full abilities. That won't be enough, though. We'll need troops of our own.
Aesolna huffed out a breath.
The Forsaken will fight at your side.
Then straightened abruptly.
Aesolna, no.
Her expression was rueful as she turned to look at him.
Would you have us stay here, hiding among Chima's roots until the world tree rots from within and topples down upon our heads, child? Yes,
Len said.
I mean, I guess not, but Aesolna, there are kids here.
I doubt she intends to send Lisa and the other children into battle, Arunshark.
Albigard murmured.
I will also fight at your side, Warden. Though I too must return to the human realm, assuming we are successful in reaching the gate. I have debts and bonds there that must be upheld.
Great,
Len said.
Stellar. Guess you can add a necromancer to the military rolls in that case.
You need not.
Albigard began.
Don't,
Len said tiredly.
Seriously, just don't.
Aesolna rose.
I will see who among the camp is willing to join you. Perhaps you should all get some more rest in the meantime."
Neveah glanced at Nigellus, still pale and far too passive. "Good idea," she said. Rest didn't help all that much, nor did the quietly vicious argument she'd had with Nigellus in the relative privacy of the cavern where he'd reincorporated. Only when she sat him down on the abandoned platform and told him about the incredibly rare item she needed to find for her next attempt, and what she intended to do with it, did she manage to shut him up. He stared at her for a pregnant beat, apparently lost for words.
"Oh,"
he said eventually. "It's the obvious next step," she said. "So, are we on the same page now?"
"I gather we're about to be,"
he replied, giving her a look that she couldn't quite untangle. By the following evening, time and the power he gleaned from fate's turning had done most of the work of repairing Nigellus's body. The massive amount of energy involved in regeneration from the subatomic level meant that he was still too weak to teleport, much less to regenerate Edward's body as well as his own. Neveah was sick with the knowledge of what the delay might mean for Edward's sanity, but they couldn't wait around twiddling their thumbs because of a single human, even one so beloved. Diana insisted on a night raid at the gate, and since she had far more knowledge of the security around Dine's most vulnerable point than any of the others, they deferred to her experience. Asulna had raised a fighting force of some 36 Forsaken warriors. All of them were adults in their prime, Neveah had been relieved to note, magically strong as well as versed in the use of weapons. Len wasn't a fighter, but he would be funneling raw necromancy gathered from the inevitable deaths directly to Nigellus. If there were sufficient carnage during the battle, it might even be enough to boost the demon back into the low end of his normal power range. Neveah silently cursed Mab for foisting that kind of calculus onto her. It had been a very long time since she'd been stuck in the mindset of a foot soldier, weighing life and death on the basis of usefulness rather than ethics. The ragtag fighting force was armed as well as might be expected within the environs of a hastily relocated fugitive camp. The Forsaken camp members accompanying them would be unable to return to Chima afterward, in the absence of either a she or an angel to pierce the world tree's protective veil of magic. They would have to hide in the wildlands, making use of their extensive experience as survivalists. Elida and Diana would be traveling to Earth with Neveah, Nigellus, Albigard, and Len. Elida to act as an envoy should Neveah succeed in calling down the archangels, and Diana as Elida's bodyguard. Albigard had conjured a global map of the ley lines encircling Earth, going over the route to their destination in America so that all 3 Fae would be able to navigate there if the circumstances called for it. 2 hours before dawn, their ragtag force stood ready at the edge of Chima's protections, poised for a multi-pronged assault. They would descend on the defenses at the gate from 12 different portals arrayed in a semicircle around the hillside, so that only 3 or 4 individuals would be emerging from any given portal. Each team had at least 2 strong magic wielders, who would be casting offensively as soon as the tunnel through reality opened. Neveah, still buoyed by her infusion of angelic energy from the sword, called the weapon forth in readiness. The sudden appearance of a flaming blade drew several expressions of surprise from the Forsaken, and a grunt of distaste from Diana. Nigellus, armed with a conventional iron blade, raised an eyebrow at Neveah's theatrics. She grinned back, showing teeth. Perhaps she had missed righteous battle more than she'd thought. At the warden's signal, the portals opened. They stormed through, emerging in the pre-dawn blackness. Wind swept the tall grass of the hillside nearly flat, tugging at Neveah's hair and clothing. Cries of alarm went up from the guards at the gate, followed quickly by exploding flares overhead that turned the scene as bright as midday. A massive force stood before them, far bigger than the one they'd successfully evaded on their way in. Magical attacks flew from all sides as the area erupted into chaos. Mab had anticipated their attempt at escape, it seemed, and taken action to ensure they wouldn't be successful a second time.
"16. Nigellus made a quick, assessing sweep of the field of battle as he squared up next to his angel, fighting shoulder to shoulder. Elida had come through ahead of them. The Seelie magistrate was already casting powerful spells, driving toward the line of Mab's defenses. Diana, Albigard, and Len Grayson had emerged from the portal on their right. It only took moments before his connection to the necromancer flared to life, funneling energy into him from the first of what were likely to be many deaths. His angel fought like a banshee, the flaming sword an extension of her will. Nigellus did his best to keep up with his prosaic iron blade. Neveah had shocked him with the details of her latest plan. It was the very last thing he ought to be thinking about while engaged in a lopsided battle in enemy territory, and yet a small portion of his awareness worried at her words like a terrier with a rat.
"We need access to a binding crystal."
After the evacuation of Hell, the crystals were one of the rarest items in the 3 realms. Fortunately for Neveah's plan, one of those rare items resided in a safe in Nigellus's Atlantic City home. That was where they would be going, assuming they weren't overrun and captured during their escape attempt. Unfortunately, that wasn't an unlikely outcome after Mab had bolstered her forces on this side of the gate. More necromantic power poured into him as Fae warriors fell in battle. From this vantage point, it was impossible to tell how much of the death energy came from the Loyalist forces and how much from the Forsaken. To Nigellus, it was all grist for the mill. He had never in his endless existence been as weak as when he'd awoken in the cavern beneath Chima. It was not an experience he ever desired to repeat. Even now, Edward's absence beat like a drum inside his chest. He could feel the soul link, but Edward's essence might as well have been chained to a boulder. Nigellus lacked the strength to free his servant spirit from its dead body and draw it into himself for safekeeping. Around him, the battle had devolved into an ugly melee. Their trio succeeded in fighting their way to the other 3, who would be returning to Earth with them. But every hard-won step toward the gate saw them more fully encircled by enemy forces. Albigard, Elida, and Diana formed a spearhead, with Diana at the front. The Fae fought with both magic and blades, while Diana shouted at the top of her lungs to her former troops, ordering them to make way if they were loyal to the Seelie court. Nigellus and Neveah fell in at the rear of the spearhead, flanking Len Grayson, who was unarmed. Neveah hacked and slashed with grim determination, while Nigellus attempted not to be a liability. This close, he could hear the necromancer's rasping breath, rapid with fear and the strain of funneling the deaths of powerful Fae as they fell in battle. The only saving grace was that Mab's warriors had to defend against all of their battle groups equally, since they had no way of knowing that Nigellus's cohort was the only one with designs on the gate. That meant their counterattacks were, by necessity, split in several directions. With the advantage of 3 powerful magicians and an angelic blade, their little group of 6 was making more progress than might have been expected. No sooner had the thought registered than a blast of crackling flame pierced their tight spearhead, felling Elida and Grayson. Nigellus felt the burst of agony from the human as he hit the ground, his shoulder smoking. Albigard snarled and lunged for him, breaking what remained of their formation. New death energy slammed into Nigellus, who whirled to see one of the loyalist forces plunge an iron sword through the magistrate's heart. Diana shrieked, turning to slash at the attacker. It was too late. In the absence of 2 of their 3 magicians, they were already being overrun. Grayson still lived, but he and Albigard were quickly cut off from view as the tide of the fight carried Nigellus, Neveah, and Diana forward. A massive explosion of magic lit up the sky on the far edge of the battle. The shock wave hit them half a second later, staggering friend and foe alike. The energy from dozens of deaths hit Nigellus like a freezing tidal wave, but instead of drowning him, it buoyed him up with the massive influx of power. Fresh strength thrummed through him. In an instant, he made a decision that none of the others would be willing to make. Grabbing Neveah's arm with one hand and Diana's with the other, he wrenched them away from the center of the battle, teleporting and re-emerging from the ether next to the thrumming patch of nothingness that was Dine's side of the gate. The 2 guards who'd been left to stand as the last defense cried out in shock and raised their swords. Neveah's flaming blade split one open from shoulder to hip, and Nigellus parried a wild blow from the second before plunging his own sword through the Unseelie heart. "Open the gate!" he thundered at Diana, as the corpse slid off his blade to land in a crumpled heap. The former warden of the gateway snarled at him, clenching her fist. "Elida is dead," he snapped, cutting her off. With a thought, he shunted power through his link with Grayson, healing the worst of the human's physical damage. It was all he could do, for now. Neveah dragged the enraged Seelie around by the shoulder.
"Diana, we have to go now or we won't be going at all."
Diana bared her teeth, as though she wanted nothing more than to bury them in Nigellus's throat and rip it out. Then she whirled and lifted a hand to the gate, brilliant white light spreading from the contact in a complicated scrollwork of interconnecting runes. The angel shot Nigellus a glance which conveyed exactly how unhappy she was with his choice to abandon the others to their fates. He knew she understood nonetheless. The survival of the 3 realms was more important than individuals, no matter how sentimental the attachment. That was why he was relieved she would be unaware of his next action. The light from the opening gate had drawn the surrounding forces in their direction, and they had only seconds. But as the gate parted round them like liquid mercury, Nigellus turned inward. Using more of his newly acquired power than he could wisely spare, he wrenched Edward's soul free of the bindings Neveah had placed around it. He drew the precious ball of light into himself, tucking it safely away as the 3 of them slipped through to earth. Before the guards on this side could react, Diana had cast a portal inside the cramped darkness of the mound of hostages. They lunged through it, landing in a starlight-dappled forest, and the glowing oval snapped shut on their heels. After a tense moment when no one appeared from the surrounding woods to attack them, Neveah let out a breath and banished her flaming sword.
"This is a ley line,"
Diana snarled, crouching to place her hand on the damp loam of the forest floor.
"and you'd better make good on your promise, Angel.
or I'll find out what I need to do to your dismembered body to keep it from regenerating."
Slow burning anger at the Seelie insolence simmered in the pit of Nigellus' stomach, but he buried it as being unhelpful.
"No offense,"
Neveah replied grimly.
"but if I fail, that's going to be the least of my worries."
Diana still looked as though she wanted to kill someone. But unfortunately for her, she'd chosen the wrong company for indulging that impulse. She muttered something, and light filtered up through the soil. Trusting that the Fae wasn't quite angry enough to dump him in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean's corrosive salt water, Nigellus stepped into the patch of light with Neveah at his side. The ley line swept them away, transporting them thousands of miles across the human realm in the endless space of a handful of seconds. They emerged on a familiar beach with the moon hanging low over the silver water. Nigellus took a hasty step back as a wave lapped perilously close to his shoes. The sting of salt air made his skin prickle and his eyes water. "Come," he said, placing a hand on Diana's stiff shoulder as Neveah wrapped her arm through his. He dragged them sideways through the liminal spaces in the world, and they rematerialized inside the pleasant coolness of his favorite house on Earth. Here, the sting of salt was less, though the hypnotic rush of waves against sand was still distantly audible. For an irrational instant, he expected to hear the tap of approaching shoe heels as Edward bustled in, welcoming him back. A ridiculous fantasy. Even if he wasn't quite ready to examine the health of the bubble of light sheltered within him. "Please," he said, "make yourselves at home." Diana gaped at him.
"The Seelie magistrate is dead, Hellspawn. I was sworn to protect her."
"As I was sworn to protect my servant and failed to do so," he snapped. "As I was sworn to protect the necromancer. You are now the highest loyal representative of Dying on Earth, Warden. There is no time for self-recrimination, or, frankly, for anything else. Stay here. I will retrieve the binding crystal." He turned sharply on his heel and stalked through the familiar house with its cheerful pastel furnishings and polished hardwood floors. He had been gone from this place for too long. Dust was gathering on the shelves and banisters. Edward would hate that. The wall safe in the upstairs bedroom opened to his code, revealing a small collection of items within. He tipped the crystal out of its velvet bag, confirming the low hum of potential trapped within its milky facets. For a self-indulgent moment, he clasped it in his hand and leaned forward, resting his forehead against the cool plaster wall, its texture rough against his skin. "Angel," he murmured, "I fear neither of us know the true consequences of what we are about to do." Within him, Edward's essence stirred fitfully, its edges raw and ragged.
"17. Neveah scowled, wrinkled. She'd just finished explaining the details of their plan to Diana, and now the Fae was leveling the sort of look at her that was generally reserved for the mentally incompetent.
"Let me be certain I understand this,"
said the Seelie warrior.
"You, an angel, are going to let a demon bind your soul and then attempt to reap it, in hopes that it will somehow gain the attention of the other angels. This, despite the fact that heaven has been locked down tight for more than 1,000 years.
And you've already tried and failed to gain entrance once before."
"You're being unnecessarily reductive," Neveah retorted. "When you say it like that, it sounds crazy. And it's not."
"It's not?"
Diana asked. Neveah reminded herself that the former warden of the gateway was still reeling from Elida's death, and also that the Fae hadn't had nearly as long as Neveah to work through the implications and potential pitfalls inherent in this last-ditch plan. The sword is the key, and since the fall of Hell's Gate, there are an increasingly limited number of ways to Deus Ex Machina this ending, Neveah said. Do we at least agree on that part?
Deus Ex... I don't understand the term,
Diana replied, her frown deepening. Nigellus chose that moment to return. He was still dressed in the poorly fitting Fae clothing he'd borrowed from the Forsaken. His right hand was clenched around something small, but magically powerful. Its aura reached Neveah before he'd even entered the room.
Roughly translated, the Archangels are the only remaining players on the chessboard with the power to alter the course of the game,
he said.
They're not on the board, though,
Diana pointed out. Hence our attempt to get their attention, Neveah replied, with rapidly diminishing patience. She turned to the demon. I'm not sure we should do this here, especially if you like this house. If it goes wrong, I'll probably just discorporate. But if it goes right, I might, catch on fire? A bit. Nigellus's expression grew pained. In a good way, she hastened to add, not in a Mount Olympus way.
How reassuring,
he said, dry as the desert. Now Diana was staring at both of them like they were crazy.
There is a nature preserve on the northern end of Absecon Island,
Nigellus said.
It's uncomfortably close to salt water, but no more so than this house, I suppose.
That works, Neveah said. Can you take us there now? Diana, you should stay behind while we do this. There might be a blast radius, and if so, I have no idea how large it's likely to be.
You are both completely insane, said the warden. You do realize this, yes? Don't confuse insanity with desperation,
Nigellus told her.
Make yourself free of the house in our absence, warden. There is food in the kitchen, although it will be of the preserved variety. There are also several bathing rooms should you wish to wash away the dregs of the battle.
At that, the Fae's expression soured.
Battle? More like a rout. There was no honor to be found on that hill today.
Elida's death wasn't your fault, Neveah said. She knew the risks, and so did you. Now, we just have to make her death mean something. Diana's answering snort was derisive, but Neveah let it go. If we succeed in drawing down a delegation from heaven, we'll bring them back here so you can explain the situation in Dine, she said. Otherwise, one or both of us will be back shortly.
Completely insane,
Diana repeated under her breath. Neveah held her arm out. Ready?
I'm not at all certain this is something one can be ready for,
Nigellus said, taking her elbow in a gentle grip. An instant later they were standing in the moonlight on a wind-blown salt marsh. Tall grasses waved in the fragrant night breeze. The sound of the ocean was a distant lullaby. Neveah let her shoulders sag now that they were alone. Nigellus didn't immediately release her arm.
You are not as sanguine about this as you would have the Fae believe, Angel,
he observed. It will work, she said doggedly. It has to. I'm angry at you for leaving the others behind during the battle, though.
You know why I had to do it,
There was no give in the demon's tone, no regret. "Are Lynn and Albigard dead?" she asked, steeling herself.
The necromancer still lives. I have no direct link to our Fae ally, so I can't speak to his fate.
She shivered. "Captured, then?"
It seems likely.
He paused.
It may be that Mab has use for an unseelie who absorbed his twin sister's magic in the womb. If that is the case, she will also have use for Grayson as a hostage against him.
Neveah closed her eyes. "We have to end this,"
Yes.
he agreed.
Are you sure this is the path you wish to take?
She nodded, not opening her eyes. "It almost feels like we've been on this path since the beginning, don't you think?" Silence settled for a long moment, broken only by the whisper of wind and waves.
Perhaps so,
Nigellus said at length. Neveah swallowed and looked up at him. "I have an odd request. Will you take your true form for this? I want it to be the real us, if that makes sense." He squared up to her, holding her other arm so she was gently bracketed in his grip.
if you desire it.
His brow creased with worry.
But Angel,
She shook her head briskly. "No, don't question me again or try and talk me out of it." She picked at the messy laces holding his borrowed shirt front closed. "Just let me see you. Are we alone here?"
there are no humans in the vicinity.
He set the crystal in the grass at their feet and helped her remove his clothing.
The park closes to visitors at sunset.
When he was naked, he shrugged and twisted his neck as though casting off confining bondage. His form rippled, growing in height and bulk, his wings erupting into reality as dark horns curled outward from his skull. Taloned hands grasped hers, cradling them in a light grip.
Do me the same courtesy,
He commanded, his voice resonant. Together, they stripped off her clothing as well. She reached inward, using precious strength siphoned from her flaming sword to call forth her wings. They burst outward from her shoulders, fluttering in relief at the sudden freedom. She reached down and retrieved the crystal. It throbbed with unused potential in her hand.
Come,
Nigellus said, drawing her down to the soft earth with him.
lie with me, my angel.
He sliced a talon across his palm. Blood welled.
May I have the crystal?
Her heart pounding, she laid the crystal in the small pool of crimson cupped in his hand before offering her palm to him for the same treatment. She barely felt the sting of the cut as his talon whispered across her skin. The crystal was cool against her parted flesh as she clasped her hand to his and willed her blood to flow, mingling with his. Her wings flapped slowly, in time with the rhythm of their joining. She knew this was self-indulgent, and time was not their friend. His great leathery wings, which had been sprawled out to either side on the ground, lifted to encircle her. They gathered her smaller wings close to her body and sheltered them there, like hands cradling a dove in preparation for releasing it into flight. And fly she did, crying out as her pleasure overtook her. The power of their blood mingling on the milky facets of the crystal reached into her, binding her to him with shining golden chains. Nigellus arched beneath her with a strangled noise, his grip on her hand and hip clenching spasmodically. She felt limp against his chest, panting for air she didn't need, still nestled within the warm cocoon of his wings. Lips brushed the crown of her head, His protective embrace fell away, his wings flopping back to the earth as though he had no more strength to hold them up. He lifted her hand to kiss her knuckles one by one, then let her red-stained fingers slide free of his. She rested her chin on his chest, watching with unfocused eyes as he clenched the spent binding crystal in his fist. His demonic strength pulverized it into fragments with an audible crunch. When he opened his hand, his wound was healed. The bloody shards fell to the ground in a sparkling trickle.
"Your soul is bound to me, my beloved angel,"
he said, something like wonder audible in his gravelly voice.
"No one can tear asunder what magic has constrained."
She knew it was true. She'd felt the magic take root, deeper and older than Chima, and just as powerful. But somehow I expected there to be more fireworks.
"The binding is merely that, a binding,"
he said.
"It may remain dormant for years, decades. I suspect your fireworks will occur momentarily when I attempt to use the connection to reap you."
A shiver of trepidation fluttered her wing feathers. "I suppose there's no point in putting things off," she said reluctantly. He stroked a talon lightly down her spine, conjuring a loose white dress of some silken material that left her shoulders and back bare. A moment later, he conjured a pair of loose trousers for himself.
"Not if you still insist on this course of action,"
he replied, sounding equally reluctant. She sighed, pushing herself into a sitting position atop him. "You know I do." Stretching out a hand, she called forth her blade. It flamed, but weakly, not yet recovered after being partially drained and dying. She was still straddling him. He looked up, meeting her eyes.
"I will block off my other soul bonds, as I did when the wild hunt overtook me,"
he said, then hesitated.
"You should know that I pulled Edward's soul into myself before we left Dyne. I fear his essence is damaged."
Her heart clenched. "Better here with you than trapped and dying with his body," she said, knowing she would never be free of her guilt over what she'd done to Nigellus's human servant.
"I hope so,"
he said quietly, before recalling himself to the present.
"But the point is, it's possible you may be able to pull from me more strongly than I can pull from you. Angels are ultimately more powerful than demons."
That was only one of many pitfalls they might face after engaging in something so unprecedented as an angel-demon soul bond. If she instinctually tried to fight back when he started to drain her, she might win the ephemeral tug-of-war. And that was exactly the opposite of what they needed. Worse, if she accidentally pulled on his other soul bonds during the struggle, she could kill Ransley Thorpe, Zora Bright, Len Grayson, and whatever remained of Edward in the barest of instants. "I understand," she said. They could only hope that her self-control would hold, as would his wall of protection around the others. She squared her shoulders, holding the sword aloft. "Do it, Nigellus."
"As you wish, angel."
He stretched a hand up and closed it around hers on the hilt, completing an invisible circuit. Instantly, Neveah felt a terrible sucking draw as he reached into her depths and wrenched, reaping the unreapable, the soul of an immortal creature connected to heaven only by the fragile link of an ancient angelic weapon.
"18. Nigellus pulled on his connection to Neveah's soul. He had not reaped another living creature since Zora's father, Darrell Bright, had demanded Nigellus take his soul and use its power to heal his daughter. What he and the angel were attempting now had no precedent. There was no way of knowing what would happen. That uncertainty was anathema to one such as him, who preferred to be in control of events at all times. Nigellus had encased his other soul bonds behind what he dearly hoped would prove to be an impenetrable barrier. He was painfully cogent of the fact that he might return to them after he and Neveah completed this foolhardy venture, only to find one or more of them dead at the hands of the Fae. Their souls fled while he had been unable to save them. And the less said about Edward, the better. The reaping began with a feeling of familiarity. He and Neveah had traded power before, but the burn of angelic essence along his nerves was still as startling as it had been the first time. Now, though, he had to take everything that made her herself, and then take even more from her. He could feel with painful immediacy the way she fought her instincts, trying not to resist his pull. She feared discorporation. She always had. Of course she feared it. For an immortal it was the closest thing to being unmade. Nigellus feared her discorporation as well. Already her body felt insubstantial against him, her existence growing increasingly tenuous as her life force flowed into him. And then she began to struggle. It was as he'd thought. If she lost control completely, she might well win this battle. The connection between them stretched and warped, its unbreakable anchor within his consciousness fraying thin. The power he pulled began to flow backwards, away from him, the sheer wrongness of such a thing making his stomach flip. He set himself against the pull, knowing that if the soul bond ruptured, it could easily take both of their minds with it. His urge to resist the assault was as instinctual as hers had been, but that was not the answer they needed.
"Angel,"
he rasped. "No. Please, you must not fight me. Pull with me, not against me." His strength was ebbing at a terrifying rate, but he turned all his will to directing her attention toward the sword grasped in their combined grip. The sword is the key, he thought, silently begging her to believe it. He had seen her try to use her weapon in such a way once before, during her ill-fated flight above Mount Olympus. But that had been the opposite of what they were doing now. She'd been attempting to use the sword's power to breach the gate, thrusting it into the protective barrier. They needed to use it in the way it had already proved to be useful, by pulling on its tenuous connection to the angelic realm until the gap widened. Neveah let out a piteous groan. It was the sound of an animal exhausted by the hunt, one almost ready to lie down and present itself to the hunter's spear. "No," Nigellus said again. It was a plea. Perhaps the first time in his endless existence that he had felt moved to beg. "Neveah, Shemasiel, please, do not falter now, when the goal is within sight. If you ever cared for me, then fight this final battle at my side." Neveah's insubstantial body folded at the waist, slumping over his as she stopped pulling from him. It was Nigellus' strength alone that now kept the sword aloft, his large hand wrapped around her delicate one where they gripped the hilt together. Her chest hitched in a silent sob of effort, and her fingers beneath his began to dissolve into non-existence. It was all he could do not to panic and pour more of his life force into her to halt the process. Instead, he sent out a silent plea to any power that might be listening, and pulled harder. The limp form draped over him faded until it might almost have been gone completely. A choked noise of denial wrenched free of Nigellus' throat. An endless second passed. Then another. The sword roared to life, its flames whipping in the coastal salt breeze that rustled the grasses around them. Its light flared so bright and pure that Nigellus had to turn his head away. An instant later, the power came. It poured through Neveah, lending weight and substance to her body until she glowed as brightly as her fiery blade. When it hit Nigellus, the sensation was so intense that he cried out. Angelic power poured into him, changing him, altering him from the subatomic level. Existential panic clawed at him. This was not supposed to happen. He was not supposed to change. Shh. The comforting murmur was around him, inside of him, part of him.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. This is just how heaven is.
Then,
pull with me. Like before. Harder now.
The voice was Neveah, and not Neveah. Perhaps this was Shamasiel in her truest form, or perhaps it was whatever new thing they were becoming, as the angelic realm poured through an ancient sword, flooding the bodies of a soul-bound angel and demon together. Nigellus didn't want to pull. He didn't want to know what he would become if he did. But he had asked his angel to do the same for him, and she'd done it, even though it must have felt like death. He could not do less. Together, they pulled. Heaven's essence cascaded into them until it could not be contained, streaming outward from their bodies in the form of light. It was blinding, until Nigellus opened new eyes, eyes that he hadn't possessed before. Above him, Shamasiel shone like the sun, her familiar body encased within a sphere of brilliance formed by an infinite number of orbiting rings, each studded with 1,000 eyes. Her wings, too, were covered in eyes, every one the familiar soft cerulean into which he'd gazed so many times before. He blinked against the after-images burned into his sight. When he opened his eyes again, Neveah's prosaic humanoid form straddled his hips, looking down at him with concern. She banished the sword with a complicated twist of her wrist. It disappeared into the ether of a side dimension, its absence plunging the grassy knoll into darkness populated with bright flashbulb starbursts in Nigellus' abused vision.
Well,
she said, the earth-rumbling resonance gone from her light voice as though it had never been.
Hopefully that got their attention.
Nigellus lay beneath her, feeling as though every atom in his body had started vibrating at a new frequency. "What have you done to me?" he swallowed, his throat clicking. What am I now? Her delicate brow furrowed.
I'm not sure. What do you feel like?
Her hand, empty now of the sword hilt, shifted within his so she could tangle their fingers together. He tried to assess himself. I don't know. The expression of worry on her radiant face deepened.
Maybe you should check on the others. I'm so sorry. I really tried not to fight you.
The others. Sudden fear pierced him. Had his barriers held? He turned inward, navigating this newly altered landscape with a degree of trepidation. Why did his mind feel so much larger? But the stronghold protecting his most precious possessions was where he had left it, its walls unbreached. He tentatively began to disassemble the bulwark, its stone slabs dissolving into sand beneath his mental touch, until light began to stream out from within. Ransley, Zora, Grayson, Edward. They were still here. 3 strands of braided golden thread stretched into the unseen distance, leading to those who still lived. Edward's tattered soul huddled in the shadows of the partially disassembled wall. Nigellus reached out for it, only to pull back at the last moment, unwilling to inspect the damage to his dearest servant more closely. He became aware of a presence at his side. Neveah. Her mental form glowed with an inner white light, and when it touched him, tingles shot through the corridors of his mind like electricity.
They're safe,
she said, and then hesitated.
Well, perhaps not safe, but alive.
She paused again.
Or perhaps not alive, in Edward's case.
Nigellus got the mental impression of a brisk headshake as she stopped herself before she could dig the hole deeper. Something about the slow-rolling faux pas, combined with the familiarity of his precious soul bonds, settled him. I appreciate the sentiment, if not necessarily the delivery, he told her dryly.
The archangels haven't appeared,
she said, changing the subject.
I thought they would.
Yes, he agreed.
Maybe they're being cautious,
Neveah said. Her mental tone was uncertain.
That's not really their style, though.
Nigellus digested this for a moment. Perhaps we've underestimated how much of a drain on heaven it will take to get their attention. She gave a slow nod.
That could be it, I suppose.
Nigellus steeled himself, turning outward toward the physical. When he replied this time, it was aloud rather than inside his mind. In which case, I have a suggestion.
Oh, yes?
Neveah clambered off his lap and offered him a hand. He took it, allowing her to help him to his feet, which she did with surprising ease. He expected to feel unsteady, and was taken aback when he did not. I propose we return to Atlantic City and retrieve Diana. After which, all 3 of us should travel to California, where you and I will confront whatever forces are guarding Hell's Gate. Her eyes lit up.
You want to retake it from Mab?
A strange mixture of angelic energy and his own demonic power ignited in his blood, burning from the inside out. Oh, I do indeed, he said, with considerable relish.
19.
Diana's expression was understandably chary as she examined Nigellus and Neveah in the cheerful sitting room of the Atlantic City house.
"You're glowing,"
accused the Fae. Nigellus glanced down at his hands in consternation. He'd returned to human form for the journey here, conjuring appropriate clothing to cover himself as he crammed what felt like far too much life into this smaller, wingless and hornless vessel. "I am not," he retorted. Diana's lips pressed together.
"Not visually. Magically. It itches."
Neveah, also wingless, but still wearing the diaphanous white gown Nigellus had fashioned for her, snorted derisively.
"Right? Just imagine how we feel."
"So, let me be certain I understand this," Diana continued. "You didn't manage to get the angel's attention, but now you want to go back to Hell's Gate and liberate it from Mab's forces. On your own."
"Yup,"
Neveah agreed.
"You're aware that the gate itself is completely fucked, and the Wild Hunt is still inside, right?"
Diana pressed.
"Yup,"
Neveah said again. "The hunt is a problem for another time." Nigellus smoothed the line of his jacket, distracted by the way his body hummed beneath the layers of illusory fabric.
"Admire your ability to compartmentalize,"
Diana said, in a tone that didn't sound remotely admiring.
"Look,"
Neveah told her.
"we've got friends trapped in Dyne, but we can't do much for them on our own. We can check on our friends and allies in California, though, see how they're faring and possibly help them."
At that, Diana gave a grudging nod.
"Very well. In that case, I suppose we're going to California."
She pronounced the word slowly and without much enthusiasm, and as though it belonged to an exotic foreign language. She tensed as Nigellus laid a hand on her upper arm, but she didn't comment further. Neveah took his other arm. He turned inward, taking up the golden thread that stretched toward Ransley Thorpe. With a twist of his mind, he parted the dimensions around them and tugged, dragging all three of them effortlessly to the thread's source. They reappeared in a dusty, unfamiliar building that appeared to be long abandoned. The only illumination in the large room came from the orange glow of street lights filtering through a wall of broken windows. A bullet whizzed through one of the gaps, impacting Nigellus's right shoulder. It drew a faint grunt of surprise from him as it bounced off and clinked against the concrete floor. He instinctively placed Diana behind him as more projectiles whizzed past. To do the same for Neveah would have been an insult, not to mention a wasted effort. In his angel's current state, such weapons would be no more a danger to her than they were to him.
"Nigellus? What the hell?"
hissed a familiar English accent.
"Get down!"
He followed the sound to a corner that had been hastily barricaded against the gunfire with a tangle of appended shelves and tables. Nigellus and his companions crossed to find Ransley and Zora crouched behind the questionable cover, guarding half a dozen tithling vampires huddled among makeshift piles of bedding on the floor. The tithling vampire's life force was excruciatingly weak. Courtesy of Mab's second vampire killer, no doubt. Ransley and Zora were both upright and functioning, but they had the unmistakable appearance of night creatures who needed a good feeding and hadn't been able to get one. Ransley glared at Nigellus with ice-blue eyes, as though he knew something about him had changed, but he wasn't sure what it was. Nigellus could relate. Zora was the first to ask the obvious question.
"It's good to see you in one piece again, Nigellus. But where are the others? What happened in dying?"
Neveah saved him the discomfort of answering.
"The magistrate is dead. So is Edward, but his body is safe beneath Chima, and Nigellus has his soul."
Zora's copper eyes widened in shock, then narrowed.
"Hang on. What about Len and Albigard?"
"Captured, but alive," Nigellus said, in an attempt to spare Neveah the vampire's inevitable wrath.
"What? And you just left them there?"
Zora demanded, the vampiric glow in her eyes kindling like molten metal. Neveah sighed.
"You know what's at stake, Zora. Try to focus on the fact that they're alive."
Of course. Nigellus had no direct way to confirm Albigard's continued survival. That part was pure supposition. Unfortunately, Ransley was nothing if not intelligent, not to mention insightful. The logical oversight hadn't escaped him. "If Len's alive, it's only because Mab needs him as leverage against Albi," said the vampire. "And I'm sure you must realize that Albigard is the closest thing to twins that she currently has access to." "I am aware," Nigellus said. "However, I don't think that's truly our most pressing concern at the moment." As though to punctuate his words, another hail of bullets whizzed through the shattered windows.
"We're pinned down in this place,"
Diana said grimly, eyeing their uninspiring surroundings. "By Fae-controlled human law enforcement, yes," Ransley confirmed. "Firing silver bullets."
"We had to split the tidling vampires into small groups so Mab's forces wouldn't have a single location to target,"
Zora added.
"But they managed to track us here somehow." "Do you know how many there are?"
Neveah asked. "Roughly 24, Ransley told her. "It won't be long before it occurs to them to break in through the back or cut through the roof to gain access. Nigellus, I do sincerely hope that your no interference in the human realm rule is out the window at this point." Nigellus drew breath to reply, but Neveah cut across him.
"Oh, it definitely is,"
she said.
"But don't worry, I've got this one."
She poked her head up, assessing the wall of windows. Then, without further warning, she rose from her awkward crouch behind the makeshift barricade, breaking cover completely.
"Neveah, wait!"
Zora cried. But the angel had already stretched out a hand, ignoring the barrage of gunfire. Her sword flamed into existence, and a moment later, her wings burst from her shoulders in a thwomp of displaced air and gleaming white feathers.
"Back in a bit,"
she said. And with a powerful flap, she was gone, propelling herself through the ether.
"Whoa,"
Zora whispered, staring at the place where she'd been. Ransley shot Nigellus a wary look. "Anything you'd care to share with us? Specifically, about why you're back to full power despite having been recently hacked to bits and Neveah is stronger than we've ever seen her?" There was no point in dissembling. I've joined with Neveah in a soul bond. Using that connection, we were able to pull power from heaven through her sword, which maintains a connection with the angelic realm. He carefully didn't mention his concern that Neveah might have unintentionally reaped Ransley and his lover during the attempt. His vampire protégé stared at him, unblinking, for an uncomfortably long time. "Right," Ransley said at last. I suppose this was inevitable. You two certainly don't do things by halves, do you? A bullet hit the wooden table a few inches from Ransley's face. He and Zora both flinched as splinters exploded from the impact. I've never seen the point of half-measures, Nigellus agreed easily. Though I feel I must point out that this particular plan was Neveah's idea, not mine.
Could we, maybe, focus a bit more on the 24 humans shooting at us?
Diana said.
And leave the light banter for later?
It's already being dealt with, Nigellus told her. Right on cue, screams filtered in from outside. The hail of bullets stopped, and a white glow as bright as daylight illuminated the grimy room, streaming through the broken windows.
"Holy shit!"
Zora said, peering over the top of the barricade in an attempt to see what was happening. Well, I suppose you're half right, Nigellus replied philosophically. Angelic power flooded across the bond, sparkling through his veins like champagne. Outside, the screams faded into moans and piteous sobbing, and finally, to echoing silence.
20. Having access to large amounts of angelic power again after such a long time felt unutterably strange. Neveah appeared behind the line of human SWAT officers with her wings spread wide and her sword held aloft. Heaven's light shone from within her, burning without heat. That light was probably what tipped the humans off that something was behind them. The first few whirled around to look, and their cries of surprise and fear drew the attention of the others in short order. The energy she and Nigellus had dragged from the angelic realm wasn't endless, far from it, but it was more than enough to melt the hail of silver bullets that whizzed toward her before they could reach her body. "This might be a good time to kneel down and worship me," she suggested into the startled silence that followed her failure to fall down dead. She stretched her awareness outward, utilizing Nigellus's abilities as well as her own. The humans were, as expected, under the thrall of some fairly powerful Fae puppet masters. That had long been one of the Unseelie Court's favorite methods of controlling Earth from behind the scenes. It wasn't a direct form of control. The humans still behaved autonomously, but they would, in the absence of some more powerful force, carry out the directives given to them by their Unseelie handlers. Unfortunately for them, a more powerful force was presently at hand, at least until her stolen power ran out. The humans gaped at her, frozen into immobility when confronted with something outside the parameters of their orders. Neveah pressed down on the minds of the nearest with invisible force, feeling out the amount of power needed. The man closest to her let out a low moan. His weapon clattered to the pavement. A moment later, he followed it down, collapsing to his knees as he began to sob. The sound of more falling weapons preceded other humans doing the same. Some of them wept. Some of them prayed. Some of them pulled off their concealing helmets and simply stared at her, open-mouthed. Eventually, the entire SWAT team knelt abased at her feet, their adoration toward her swelling as she threw off their mental shackles, freeing them from Fae control. Their worship was a mere drop in the bucket compared to drawing power directly from heaven. Still, it felt nice. She soaked it up for a minute or two before recalling herself to practicalities. Lowering the sword, she used it to gesture to them like a pointing finger, moving from one to the next. a flaming pointing finger. Actually, that was a terrible simile. She mentally discarded it. You are free of those who would control you, she said, letting her true voice roll over them. Return to your families and loved ones. Take those you care about to the most remote locations you can find. Hide there until this war is over. Keep them safe. That is your highest purpose. She released the pressure on the humans' minds, watching as they scrambled away, leaving their weapons abandoned on the ground as they rushed toward the collection of black vans parked down the block. Within moments, tires squealed as the vehicles tore away. Neveah banished the sword to its resting place and folded her wings into their liminal dimension with a brisk shrug of her shoulders. Then she headed for the building where the vampires were hiding. It was an abandoned shopfront of some sort. Its door was boarded over with plywood, but the owner had only papered over the display windows with old newspapers, to their detriment, as it turned out. Nigellus was visible in one of the shattered gaps, his hand resting casually on a bare section of window frame. He'd evidently been watching the show from this front-row vantage point. As she approached, he raised an eyebrow.
"Did you enjoy that?"
he asked, characteristically droll. She shrugged, accepting his offered hand as she stepped up on the window ledge and hopped lightly inside to join him, careful not to catch her shimmering white skirt on any shards of glass. All in all, I prefer it when people aren't shooting guns at my friends, she said. But it's certainly nice to have the wherewithal to intervene when it happens. At the sound of their voices, Ransley, Zora, and Diana abandoned the cover of the upended furniture and shelving units to join them. Zora peered around Neveah to take in the empty street beyond the broken window.
"Did they all leave?"
she asked. Yes, they're gone, Neveah assured her.
"Pity,"
Ransley said.
"We could have used some of that blood."
Diana's face screwed up in distaste, but Neveah felt a moment's contrition. Sorry about that. I didn't think. She looked over the motley group, recognizing Sherilyn and her lover Finn among other less familiar faces. Diana jerked her chin toward the group of vampires still lying listlessly on the floor.
"Is that due to the vampire killer? Or did something else happen to them?"
Zora's face hardened into lines of anger. "You're going to have to find a new name for it, since it didn't kill them. But yes, it was your weapon that did this."
"The warden came here at great personal risk to warn us about the weapon in question,"
Nigellus reminded her.
"We must not forget who our allies are."
Zora smoothed her expression with visible effort.
"You're right. I'm sorry to hear that the magistrate died, Diana. She seemed a lot less cruel than most of the court."
It wasn't exactly ringing praise, but Diana gave her a stiff nod of acceptance. Neveah glanced at Nigellus, knowing they needed to keep moving forward. "We must return to Hell's Gate," she said to the others, "and you need to find a new hiding place. First, though, I'm going to give each of you a bit of my blood. It should help the tidelings recover enough to travel." Ransley appeared genuinely shocked by the offer, while Zora only nodded. "Thank you," she said. "I'd ask if you're sure about confronting Mab's forces on your own, but after what I just saw, I imagine you both know what you're doing." Her copper gaze flicked to Nigellus before settling warily on Diana. "What about you? Are you staying here or going with them?" Diana looked like she'd swallowed a lemon. "Apparently, I've become the de facto representative of the Seelie court in the event these two succeed in getting the Archangel's attention, so I will be going with them."
Ugh,
Zora said.
better you than me.
Nigellus, we really are glad to see you again, after what happened. But you need to know that we're not about to give up on Len and Albigard. I'm guessing there's a plan of some kind to get Edward's body back from dying. That had better include a plan to get our other friends back, too.
From your lips to an angel's ears,
Rensley murmured. Message received, Neveah told him.
If it is possible to retrieve them, we will do so,
Nigellus said. Neveah squared her shoulders. Now, let's get you and your friends a bit of angelic go juice so we can all be on our way. Rather than transporting directly to the Moaning Caverns and the destroyed remains of Hell's Gate, Nigellus brought them to the winery house. Neveah had been prepared to find a contingent of Fae guards or controlled humans watching the place, but evidently their enemies didn't think it merited the resources. Of course, that might have had something to do with the fact that the property was warded against detection, essentially invisible to anyone who hadn't been invited inside the magical barrier. Neveah's heart sank when they appeared outside the front door. Even in the pre-dawn darkness, it was obvious that the wild hunt had rolled across this area on its way to Hell. Starlight illuminated the desiccated and skeletal remains of plant life. The scent of decay hung in the air, bacteria and fungi from nearby unaffected areas already moving in to break down the dead organic matter. "Your vineyards," she said sadly. "Oh, Nigellus."
A paltry loss in the grand scheme of things,
Nigellus said, unsentimental as ever.
Grapes still exist in the world. Plants can be regrown. The wild hunt was never intended for such a purpose as this,
Diana said. She sounded positively nauseated. And Neveah wondered if this was truly the first time she'd seen what the hunt could do when let loose on Earth.
Indeed not,
Nigellus agreed.
And that is the other reason we must retake Hell's Gate.
You think we can trap it somehow? Neveah asked.
Temporarily, at least,
Nigellus replied.
Eventually, we will require a more permanent solution for the creature.
Neveah had her own ideas about that. I do have some thoughts on the hunt's ultimate disposition.
I thought you might,
Nigellus murmured.
It can't return to dying,
Diana said quickly.
It's gorged too much, grown too large. It will throw our magic out of balance again.
That's another discussion for the future, I think, Neveah told her. Now, what do we know about the contingent guarding the gate? At first, it didn't even look as though Mab would bother.
With the wild hunt inside, it was not an initial priority in the war effort,
Diana confirmed.
Even now, the force is likely to be small. They'll need to rotate in and out on fairly short shifts as well. Fae require light and nature. We aren't designed to thrive beneath tons of barren rock.
They'll probably station the replacement shifts in the buildings at the mouth of the Moaning Caverns, Neveah said, remembering the fateful day she'd showed up there to report on a murder scene and ended up in the middle of a war.
It might be best if you stay here,
Nigellus told Diana.
Fighting in close quarters can get a bit, shall we say,
messy, Neveah finished for him, thinking of the twisting rocky tunnels and open pits on Earth's side of the gate. It wouldn't do for their new ally to get caught in the crossfire during the skirmish. The warden's expression could have been cut from the same stone as the caverns.
If you're expecting me to protest, you'll be disappointed. On the off chance that you run across any archangels, bring them back here afterward, and I'll do my best to plead Aelita's case for intervention.
Neveah could only imagine how conflicted she must feel about her fellow warriors in Mab's army. Diana had been a military leader in her own right, and now she could only watch as an angel and a demon plotted her former comrade's downfall. "That sounds like a good plan," she said. "Wish us luck." Diana grunted, non-committal. Neveah didn't hold it against her. "Ready?" she asked Nigellus.
"I believe so,"
the demon replied. She took his arm and let him drag her through the ether. It wasn't a long trip. As they approached their destination, Neveah felt resistance from the layers of magical defensive warding the Fae had erected around the moaning caverns. Together, she and Nigellus tore through the barrier with their combined power. It gave way before them like flesh parted by a blade, wet and sucking, until they burst back into real space at the mouth of hell.
21. Nigellus hoped it was understood that smiting would now be in order. He was more than content to spare the lives of innocent humans controlled mentally by the Fae. But when it came to Mab's soldiers guarding the shattered remains of his ancestral home, there would be no mercy. The garrison stationed at the underground maw which had once protected Hell was laughably small. 10 warriors huddled in the cramped stone tunnel, looking cold and miserable, like flowers stored in a damp basement. A handful of floating magic balls illuminated the scene with weak yellow light. Their shock at his and Neveah's sudden appearance was palpable. Clearly they'd assumed their magical warding would hold against any enemy approach. Neveah's sword was already in her hand. Nigellus grabbed the nearest Fae by the neck and snapped his mind with a savage mental twist, releasing him to crumple to the ground, screaming. 2 more Fae charged him. He broke the neck of the first, but the second slammed the point of a spear into his chest. Nigellus stumbled, salt burning him from the inside out. He recognized too late that the warriors were armed with variations of the salt-embedded epoxy blades that Zora had developed for defense when she and Ransley had been on the run from a succubus traitor named Muriel. The spear point was buried in his heart, his bodily fluids dissolving the crystals of sodium chloride into his bloodstream. He went down on one knee, grasping the shaft in both hands where it protruded from his ribs.
"Nigellus!"
A flaming sword flashed in front of his wavering vision, parting his Seelie attacker's head from her body. Nigellus wrenched the spear free of his flesh with a wet, sucking sound and threw it aside. Blinding light flooded the narrow tunnel, and he squinted against the image of the angel Shamasiel once more in her mind-bending true form. Her battle form. The creature before him bore no resemblance to humanity. It was all wings and feathers and countless eyes set in orbiting rings of actinic white radiance. The remaining Fae screamed, their skin blistering and peeling beneath the brilliant glare. Shamasiel cut them down without mercy, painting the rocky walls with blood. Only when the last body lay twitching on the ground, headless, did the blinding light fade. Neveah, once more in human form, stumbled to her knees next to him. Her sword still shone with flaming power, but she did not. The Fae's magic illumination had been snuffed out along with their lives, and the blade now provided the only remaining light in the tunnel.
"You're hurt."
Her voice had lost its otherworldly resonance. She placed her free palm over the rip in his shirt, and power crackled into his poisoned flesh. The sword dimmed. The angelic life force burned along his nerves, but Nigellus felt his body knit itself together at a speed that should have been impossible with the salt still inside him. He covered her hand, pressing it against his skin.
"There will be more Fae on the surface,"
she said.
"But I'm too weak now to fight them, and my sword is drained. We need to regroup."
A faint, unearthly howling reached them, echoing at a higher frequency than the moaning wind that had given these caverns their name. It was coming from inside hell. Neveah stilled.
"Oh no! Is that—"
"The wild hunt," Nigellus confirmed. "It's sensed a new threat to Dine, and that threat is us." Her blue eyes widened in the dim light of the sputtering blade.
"If it comes through the gate, it could restart its killing spree on Earth."
The howling grew louder, and Nigellus could only imagine the creature's great speed as it rocketed toward its new target. "Brace," he warned, tangling his fingers with hers where her hand still pressed against his chest. He reached inward and pulled. For a moment, Neveah tensed, but then she recognized what he was doing and pulled with him. The pathway through her body, into the sword, and from there to heaven, was more familiar the second time. The power began to flow after only a few seconds, first as a trickle, then as a stream, and eventually a torrent. He felt the sense of something massive giving way. A tiny crack in a huge dam finally shattering beneath the internal pressure of the water behind it. Nigellus didn't know what trying to contain that kind of power inside his body might do to him. But fortunately, he had another very immediate use for it. He released Neveah's hand and staggered to his feet, stumbling to the pile of rubble that was all which remained of Hell's Gate. Slapping both hands against the stone, he willed the unimaginable power to infuse the granite wall and vibrate its constituent molecules until they heated. The rock began to glow orange, then red, then white. The tunnel heated in seconds to temperatures that would kill a mortal. The Fae bodies strewn about the floor started to smoke. The stone above them shifted as the wall around the gate began to liquefy, the pile of collapsed boulders sagging like melted plastic. The stench of sulfur choked the air as magma flowed over the gate in a slow-moving stream, filling the gaps in the rockfall that had followed its destruction. Neveah's angelic light surrounded them in a sphere, shielding them from the molten rock. Only when an unbroken sheet of cooling magma sealed the entrance did Nigellus jerk his hands away. He was surprised to find them unburned. Beyond the new barrier, the frustrated shrieks of the thwarted hunt were barely audible, even to demonic hearing. Neveah, still glowing, but otherwise mostly human, blinked at the new blank wall.
"Okay. I guess that's one way to do it."
"This is the only point of connection between hell and earth," Nigellus said hoarsely. "In the absence of any gaps in the stone, the hunt will remain trapped on Hell's side. At least, until it manages to find a weak enough spot in the veil to burrow through to some pocket dimension or another."
"And the veil has always been particularly thick around Hell,"
Neveah finished.
"Right. Good. I suppose that's one less problem to worry about."
"Perhaps we should go and deal with the problem of the remaining Fae on the surface," he suggested. She glanced around at the burned bodies of the sentries.
Perhaps so.
Nigellus gave his new wall a final critical look. There wasn't a crack or gap to be seen. If you are ready, then. He held out his arm for her to take. She did, holding her sword raised in her other hand. The trip from the gate to the surface was one he'd made not merely hundreds, but countless thousands of times. He wrenched them through the ether, appearing at the edge of a sparsely wooded area overlooking the collection of buildings that made up the Moaning Caverns Adventure Park. Cries of alarm reached them, as below, silhouetted figures dashed in all directions, fleeing an oddly familiar brilliance, the source of which was obscured by the largest building. Portals crackled into existence, with Fae running through them in groups of 2 and 3 before they collapsed back to nothing. Beside him, Neveah drew in a sharp, startled breath. When the last of the escaping Fae had disappeared, the white light dimmed slightly, moving toward open ground. 2 winged figures strolled around the corner of the museum and gift shop, starlight reflecting from their pristine robes.
Oh,
Neveah whispered, leaning toward them unconsciously. Oh, indeed. It appeared the archangels had finally arrived. "22.
They were here. Neveah's people were here. She stared at the first angels she'd seen in 1,500 years, longing to fly to them.
That is Ariel, is it not?
Nigellus said, recalling her attention from the impossible sight. And Sandalphon, yes, she confirmed. Evidently, they'd succeeded in getting Heaven's attention. It had just taken a larger drain through their connection with the sword. Now the question became how the archangels would react to what she and Nigellus had done.
Come,
Nigellus said, with surprising gentleness.
It would be best if we approach them before they sense our presence and come looking for us.
She swallowed hard and nodded, taking his hand and leading the way down the gentle slope. Sandalphon, she called. Ariel, it's Shamasiel. I'm here with an ally. The 2 archangels turned, but they remained standing regally next to the Moaning Caverns gift shop. The picture an unlikely juxtaposition. Typical. Forcing her to approach them like a supplicant instead of meeting her halfway.
Shamasiel,
Sandalphon greeted coldly.
What is the meaning of this? You have done extensive damage to the barrier.
Yes, Neveah said, hurrying toward them and tugging Nigellus along behind her. Sorry about that. We needed to get your attention, and I wasn't sure how else to do it.
We?
Sandalphon echoed in apparent disbelief.
Explain yourself this instant, Watcher. Why did you not heed the call to return home?
I didn't hear the call to return home, Neveah snapped, only to be cut off by Ariel's shocked gasp as the edge of her and Nigellus's combined aura reached them. The pink-robed archangel of nature and beasts took a startled step back. Shamasiel! Great firmament, what have you done? Neveah stumbled to an abrupt halt. Now Sandalphon was gaping at her as well. There was probably no point in sugarcoating it. Well, I might have formed an unbreakable soul bond with the spymaster of the Demon Council. A bit. She could practically feel the force of Nigellus's raised eyebrow at her shoulder, and she gave him a sharp nudge with her elbow to keep him from making some sort of dry, cutting comment. "In my defense," she added, "you did leave me trapped here alone for more than a millennium." Silence fell for perhaps half a second before Sandalphon broke it.
"You what?"
he thundered, the nearby tree limbs shaking beneath the onslaught.
"You heard her, Archangel,"
Nigellus said evenly.
"We have called you here to gain your assistance in preventing another war between my people and the Fae. Queen Mab has returned to the throne of Dyne, wearing a stolen human body, and her sanity, such as it was, has not survived the transfer."
Both Ariel and Sandalphon stared at him for a long moment. Then Sandalphon began to laugh. Not just a chuckle, either, but a full-throated belly laugh. "Rude," Neveah said. Nigellus's face might as well have been carved from ice.
"Perhaps I was not clear. This was not a request. You will both accompany us to speak with a representative from Dyne who is still loyal to her people and to the future. Afterward, you will address the Demon Council so that we may all find a peaceful way forward."
Ariel's eyes were bugging. Sandalphon laughed even harder. Neveah felt the warning squeeze on her hand and barely had time to brace herself before Nigellus yanked, drawing power through the rent in heaven's defenses. It poured into her, filling her until her assumed human form could no longer contain it. From there, it poured into Nigellus, mixing and churning with his inherent demonic magic. She'd watched him melt solid rock with that power mere minutes ago. This time, he let it build inside himself, pushing their combined aura outward like a tidal wave. Both Sandalphon and Ariel fell to the ground like toppled ninepins. Sandalphon was no longer laughing. The two archangels stared up at them, open-mouthed, unable to rise beneath the weight of their combined power. After enough time that his point had been thoroughly made, Nigellus stopped pulling energy from the angelic realm and reined in the invisible storm raging around them.
"Let me be more direct this time,"
Nigellus said, as though discussing the weather.
"You will both do as we ask, or we will continue to pull power from heaven in increasingly large amounts. At some point in that process, your value to us as allies will wane to nothing, as we will have become formidable enough to impose our will on Dyne without requiring any assistance from you."
Neveah probably shouldn't have been finding any of this sexually alluring. However, as previously discussed on multiple occasions, she'd never been a very good angel. And that was before she'd tied her soul to a demon, creating some kind of unknown chimeric creature that might possibly have the capacity to become the most powerful being in the multiverse. Sandalphon climbed slowly to his feet. Ariel followed, still gaping at them. She snapped her jaw closed. Streaks of dirt marred her pretty pink robes. The pair exchanged a glance, silently conversing without words. "We'll consider it," she said.
"You may consider it while you are speaking to the Fae representative,"
Nigellus said.
"We will go there now."
With that, he stretched out their combined aura and enveloped the archangels once more, drawing all of them through the ether without the necessity for physical touch. The four of them reappeared outside the front door of the winery house, where Diana would hopefully be waiting for them. Ariel looked around at the dead landscape with a frown, the dim starlight no barrier to angelic vision.
"What happened here?"
she demanded. "The wild hunt happened," Neveah replied, her tone brittle. "Mab sent it to cut a path of destruction across the human realm on its way to sterilize hell. The death toll on Earth was staggering."
"Hell has fallen?"
Ariel asked in disbelief.
"To the Fae?"
"It has."
Nigellus bit the words out.
"Most of Hell's denizens escaped to Earth, but they are still in danger from Mab's forces."
Sandalphon scoffed, though his expression had grown drawn.
"What sort of danger does a mortal species pose to demons?"
Neveah growled in frustration. "There were hundreds of humans and vampires living in hell. They could have been snuffed out like candles." The archangels exchanged another uneasy look.
"Perhaps we will speak to this representative of yours,"
Ariel said. Nigellus appeared as unimpressed as Neveah felt.
"As I informed you before,"
he reminded them, punching the lock code into the door's security pad.
"it was not a request."
Diana looked almost as shocked that the archangels were here as the archangels themselves did. The former warden was not and had not ever been a politician. Diplomacy should have been Elida's job, but Elida was dead.
"Your glories?"
she offered after a moment's awkward pause, dipping into a bow. "Wait," Neveah said. "How come I never got an honorific?" Diana side-eyed her, not rising from her position of obeisance.
"Did you want one?"
Neveah drew a breath, then paused. "Well, no, not particularly."
"You are the designated representative from Dyne?"
Sandalphon asked, looking down his nose at her practical hunting leathers and sword belt.
"Not hardly,"
Diana said, finally straightening.
"The designated representative of Dyne's true government got stabbed through the heart with iron as we were trying to escape to Earth. I'm the unlucky bitch who failed to keep her alive and is now stuck with her job."
"And what exactly is it that you wish of us?" Ariel asked.
"I want you to help us get this evil cow off the throne,"
Diana said with feeling.
"I want sanity restored before the entire multiverse ends up looking like that vision of death outside the door."
She pointed at the front door and the wasteland beyond.
A straightforward enough request.
Nigellus's tone was pointed.
"And now, perhaps, we should take this petition before the Demon Council for further discussion."
Neveah winced, not at all sure that prospect would be as straightforward as Nigellus made it out to be.
23. Through everything that had befallen them, Baalazar had kept the handkerchief stained with Nigellus's blood. The fact that he'd gifted the blood to Baalazar purposely as a travel link meant it had survived his reincorporation without being reabsorbed. Using it, Nigellus was able to transport himself directly to the imp's side by following its trail, leaving the others behind at the winery house until he'd had a chance to deliver his report on recent developments. Baalazar, wearing his clerkish, unassuming human form, greeted Nigellus warmly, and listened attentively to his recital of events. When Nigellus was finished, he opened his mouth, paused, and closed it again, a look of consternation crossing his face. The silence stretched.
"Archangels,"
Baalazar said at last.
"You're blackmailing archangels to help us."
I prefer to think of it as aggressive negotiation, Nigellus replied.
"Right,"
Baalazar said.
"And these archangels you aren't blackmailing have agreed to meet with the council in person. Because, that sounds like a plan that couldn't possibly go off the rails."
Nigellus gave him a severe look. Can you convene such a meeting on short notice? For sound strategic reasons, the members of the Demon Council had split up, much as the Tithling vampires had done, to avoid offering Mab a single military target.
"I can,"
Baalazar said, pulling out a cell phone.
"Also, I want to be clear that I'm not ignoring the part about you entering into a soul bond with an angel because I don't have opinions about it. I'm ignoring it because it's already done, and because we have more immediate concerns."
Your restraint is appreciated, Nigellus told him. It took very little time to organize the meeting, mostly because demons could teleport at will. Typhon, Astaroth, Sabazius, Mammon, and Melek joined Baalazar and Nigellus in an old electrical substation. A deeply unpleasant environment for any members of the technophobic Fae race who might somehow learn of their presence here. Nigellus had informed Neveah and the others of what was happening, but he preferred not to bring them here until he could be confident of the Council's reaction. Diana's presence, in particular, might be needlessly inflammatory at this stage.
"So, spymaster," Typhon said, "you have recovered well from your dismemberment, it seems."
"Thank you for holding the gates of hell against the wild hunt, Nigellus,"
Baalazar muttered.
"Sorry I threw you and Neveah under the bus, Nigellus."
Typhon, unsurprisingly, ignored him. "Yes, I have," Nigellus replied, taking note of the fact that none of the other council members seemed to have perceived anything unusual about his aura. He wondered if it had anything to do with his physical distance from Neveah, or if the change simply didn't register with his fellow demon's senses. He turned his attention to the demon standing guard at the door. "Melek, I'm pleased you were able to escape your captors." Melek looked as sheepish as it was possible for a hulking demon of fate to look.
"Thank you, sir. I shouldn't have let them capture me in the first place, but it was a much larger ambush than I was expecting."
Baalazar made a scoffing noise.
"Nonsense. You were able to warn us of the hunt's approach in time to evacuate the Tithlings from hell. You did well, Melek."
At that, Melek looked even more abashed. Nigellus redirected the conversation to his report, once more outlining recent developments as concisely as he could, while ignoring the increasingly appalled looks from his fellows. "I intend to demand that the archangels assist in removing Mab from Dine's throne, physically, if necessary," he finished. "To that end, I will require the Council's assurance that our reluctant allies will be treated as honored guests rather than old enemies." Nigellus was beginning to grow used to shock silence, being the default response whenever he spoke. This time, it was Typhon who broke it first. "Are you mad?" the head of the council demanded, in a tone of deep offense. "That must be it. Your ordeal at the hands of the Fae has broken your mind." "I assure you I am not mad," Nigellus replied evenly. "The Fae Queen is mad. This war is mad. To seek the quickest route to peace, whatever that might entail, is the only sane option." "You think I want peace?" Typhon roared, bringing down a fist on the nearest control panel. The metal buckled and cracked, sparks flying from the damaged equipment. And it appeared they had a problem, though perhaps one easily foreseen by anyone who knew Typhon well. "I do not, in all honesty, care what you want, Typhon," Nigellus said. "You will welcome the archangels, and whatever help they may give us, or you will step aside for someone else who will." Typhon took a threatening step forward. "Guard your tongue, spymaster. The council will not consort with angels." "Guard your position, leader," Nigellus shot back. "If that is your reply, then I formally challenge you for the rulership of Hell's denizens. You may choose the weapons."
"What?"
Baalazar squeaked.
"Nigellus, what are you doing?"
That question, Nigellus knew, was not because Baalazar had any particular fondness for Typhon. He did not. It was because Typhon had become the leader of the council, the first demon of the first rank, solely due to the fact that he was more powerful than anyone else in Hell. Baalazar, the second most powerful demon in existence, would never dream of trying to take him on. The idea of Nigellus doing so as the sixth most powerful demon was laughable. "I am ending this folly," Nigellus replied, looking around the room at the others. "You are all witness to my challenge, lawfully given and accepted." Typhon narrowed his eyes. Like all of them, he was in human form while hiding on Earth. Even in such a confining guise, he was a hulking mountain of muscle and corded tendon, taller and broader than anyone else in the room. "I need no weapons to put you in your place, you upstart whelp," Typhon grated. "I will defend my position with my bare hands." "Very well," Nigellus agreed, and freed the tightly coiled power churning inside him as Typhon teleported across the room. The larger demon rematerialized inches from Nigellus, transforming into his native form with his leathery wings spread wide, and slammed into him with crushing force. Nigellus went down beneath Typhon without resistance, rolling until he could reach between them and slap his palm against his opponent's chest. He released a blast of power into Typhon's body in roughly the same way he'd released it into the rock surrounding the ruined gate to turn it molten. The demon leader's body flew off him as though Typhon had been lying on top of a pile of high explosives. He hit a wall of controls and gauges with a spectacular crack, his massive wings crumpling in a shatter of bone and cartilage, even as a new cascade of sparks erupted from the broken panels. Typhon fell to his knees on the floor before struggling upright, his wing bones popping back into place as they healed. With a roar of rage, Typhon charged him again, and again Nigellus sent him flying. Smoke rose from the livid handprint on Typhon's chest as he hit the wall a second time. On this occasion, Nigellus didn't wait for him to get up. Striding across the room, he grabbed his opponent by the throat with one hand and punched a hole through his burned ribcage with the other. When he dragged his hand free, he held Typhon's bloody, still-beating heart clasped in his grip. Typhon made a surprised noise, looking down at the gory lump of flesh with wide eyes that rolled back a moment later, right before his entire body went limp. Nigellus let him fall to the floor, where he landed with a wet thud, his head and limbs lolling. "Excuse me for a moment," Nigellus said, and teleported to a cliff overlooking the Pacific Ocean. He tossed the heart into the roiling salt water below and stood there for a moment, simply looking down at the place where it had disappeared into the white froth of sea foam. The enormity of what he'd just done began to filter in. The full reality of it, beyond the necessity of ensuring the Council would be receptive to the Archangel's assistance. He had fought the greatest warrior Hell had ever known in a battle of raw strength, and he had won with almost no effort. He and Neveah had cowed archangels into abasing themselves on the ground like helpless human supplicants. It was entirely possible that nothing in the known universe could stand against what he and Neveah had become. They could rip through Dyne, burning everything to ash until they reached the throne itself and burned that too. They could rule everything. Ensure that no sentient creature in the multiverse ever again had the power to go to war. They could be omnipotent. Deep inside Nigellus's mind, the broken ball of life that had been Edward stirred.
"Remember, Caesar, thou art mortal."
The familiar chiding voice was accompanied by a vague sense of consternation.
"No, wait. That's not quite right."
Startled, Nigellus turned inward, chasing the weak presence. And abruptly, he was himself again. He blinked once and recalled himself to his surroundings. "And will you carry my laurel crown behind me, my faithful Auriga?" he murmured to the ghost of Edward. "No, I think not." With that, he teleported back to the substation where the rest of Typhon's body still lay like a crumpled puppet on the floor. 5 demons stared at him as though they weren't entirely certain what they'd just seen was real. Nigellus looked down, distracted by an unpleasant stickiness coating his right hand. It was still covered in Typhon's heart blood. With a faint frown, he lifted his arm and willed a small surge of power through his fingers. The blood burned away to ash, which he wiped impatiently on his dark gray trousers. The others were still looking at him, apparently struck speechless. He ran a critical gaze over them. "Melek, you are the new 6th on the ruling council. Now tell me, all of you, before I return to fetch our guests, would anyone else care to lodge a complaint regarding our new alliance?" Unsurprisingly, no one did. "24.
Neveah was beginning to worry by the time Nigellus finally returned to the house. He was still in his human guise, but there was a rip in his white shirt, and smears of dust covered his trousers. "Do I want to know?" she asked, with more than a little trepidation.
"I have deposed the leader of the Demon Council and taken his place,"
he said, as though they were discussing theater plans.
"I apologize for not consulting you before taking this action. Also, I appear to be showing a slight tendency toward megalomania. It's under control at the moment."
Neveah digested this. "Okay," she said after a slight hesitation. What did you do to Typhon, exactly?"
"I ripped his heart out and threw it into the Pacific Ocean."
A brief pause.
"He was being difficult."
She considered this for another 2 seconds or so, and then shrugged her indifference over Typhon's fate. "Well, he did try to trap me inside hell with the Wild Hunt. I suppose we'll need to keep an eye on the megalomania thing, though."
"This was the only way I could ensure that the Council would be amenable to our alliance with the Archangels,"
Nigellus said, seemingly feeling a need to further defend his actions.
"Deposing Typhon, I mean. Not the megalomania, which appears to be more of a side effect."
"For better or worse, it's done now," she said. "The others are waiting upstairs. Is the rest of the council ready for us?"
"I sincerely doubt that,"
Nigellus replied.
"but I dare say they'll stay in line."
"I should think so, if they witnessed what you just described," she agreed. "Shall we go, then?" Neveah couldn't recall ever being in a space so densely populated with beings who really didn't want to be there. The angels didn't want to be there, Diana didn't want to be there, and several of the demons looked like they were actively contemplating making a run for it. But Nigellus had been half right, at least. None of his fellow council members appeared willing to risk the same fate as Typhon, whose fallen body still lay on the floor beneath a bank of shattered machinery. Only Baalazar looked at Neveah with anything less than open trepidation.
"Hello, my dear," said the imp. "I assume we have you to thank for Nigellus's safe return."
"It was a group effort," she said, "and one with a high price tag, I'm sorry to say."
Baalazar sobered.
"Yes, so I heard."
His granite-gray gaze moved past her to the pair of archangels and the Fae Huntress standing next to Nigellus on the other side of the room.
"Goodness, this should certainly be interesting."
"That's one word for it," she agreed. Nigellus cleared his throat.
"If we may begin."
The other demons fell silent and turned their attention to him with the air of people who didn't particularly want their hearts ripped out, but who were otherwise highly skeptical of the proceedings.
"Council members, I present to you the Archangels Ariel and Sandalphon,"
he said,
"and Diana, Warden of the Gateway of Dine."
"Former Warden," Diana muttered.
"Why are you here, angels?"
Astaroth demanded, with a noticeable amount of hostility.
"We're here under duress,"
said Sandalphon.
"This creature,"
he gestured between Neveah and Nigellus, clearly referring to both of them,
"has threatened the sanctity of heaven."
Sebastius scowled.
"Really? We're here because Nigellus threatened to tear out our vital organs if we objected to this meeting."
"That's not entirely true,"
the Alazar protested.
"I'd be here regardless."
"So would I,"
said a demon Neveah only vaguely recognized. Melek, she recalled, though when she'd met him previously, he'd been a guard, not a council member.
"How nice for all of you,"
Diana snapped.
"I'm here because there's a mad queen on my people's throne who seems to be trying to tear the three realms apart, and because the Seelie magistrate, who actually knew how to do this diplomatic horseshit, died trying to get here. So fuck all of you with your whining and moaning. Either help me fix this or go throw yourselves in the ocean."
Everyone stared at her. The Alazar was the first to blink himself free of his shock at being addressed in such a way.
"I think I like you,"
he said.
"Can we have you as Dine's queen instead?"
"No," Diana bit out.
"Pity,"
the Alazar said philosophically.
"Right then. What exactly are you proposing, Nigellus? Neveah? Is there any sort of an actual plan here?"
Neveah rubbed her hands together. "I'm so glad you asked. First off, we're going to need an immediate, unilateral ceasefire on the part of the demons and the vampires. Not that the vampires appeared to be in much of a position to go on offense, from what she'd seen recently."
"I beg your pardon?"
Memon asked in disbelief.
"You heard her,"
Nigellus said, in a tone that implied further organ removal was still on the table. "Once the ceasefire is in place," Neveah continued, "my people will lead an open invasion of Dine, using their powers to overcome Mab's forces without killing them. We will march directly to Mab's seat of power and depose her by whatever means necessary, restoring control of the realm to whatever elements of the Fae court may prove open to suing for peace. Finally, we will retrieve any prisoners taken by Mab's forces, including, but not limited to, Albigard of the Unseelie, Len Grayson of Earth, and surviving members of the Forsaken. Oh, and also the body of Edward Baliol."
"You're mad,"
Sebastius said.
"Why this insistence on a ceasefire and non-lethal force?
If you truly have a hold over the archangels,
command them to wipe out the Fae. Problem solved. Permanently this time."
Diana's jaw clenched.
"Those are my people you're talking about. If you want any chance of a lasting peace after this is finished, I don't, particularly,"
Sebastius said.
"Those people are the same ones who destroyed my home."
Neveah narrowed her eyes. "And genocide is your answer to that?"
"Genocide was their answer to the vampires,"
Astaroth pointed out. Diana took a ragged breath, visibly dragging her emotions under control.
"Very few of the Fae knew about the existence of Mab's weapon, on either occasion. Even fewer would have approved of its use."
a point supported by the fact that both Diana and the Seelie magistrate traveled to Earth at great personal risk to warn us of its imminent deployment,"
Nigellus said with finality.
"And I must remind you all, yet again, that this course of action is not a suggestion. This is what will happen. And your only choice is whether you wish to be removed from my path before it does.
Slight megalomaniacal tendencies probably shouldn't have been as attractive as Neveah was currently finding them to be. That was bad, wasn't it? She was pretty sure that was bad.
You seem to have a high degree of confidence in your own infallibility, creature,
Sandalphon said coldly, again addressing both of them as though they were one entity. Ariel sighed.
No, they're right. We need to do this. Maybe if we hadn't retreated to heaven during the last war, things wouldn't have progressed in such a way in the other realms. I believe we hold a degree of culpability here.
Neveah silently cheered her, even as Sandalphon whipped his head around and stared at her with as much disbelief as if she'd sprouted scales and a forked tongue.
Then it appears we have an understanding,
Nigellus said, an optimistic assessment in Neveah's view. He addressed the archangels directly.
Return to your realm and gather whatever forces you require. I need not remind you of the consequences to heaven should you attempt to renege on our agreement.
Sandalphon's expression suggested he'd swallowed something sour. Ariel also appeared less than thrilled with the reminder of the leverage Nigellus and Neveah held over their heads.
I will place your demands before Metatron, she said. He is the final authority on such matters. Give us 2 days, as reckoned here in the human realm.
Neveah thought of their friends and allies trapped in Dyne. You've got 1 day to show up with your army. After that, we'll pull the plug and start draining Heaven's bathtub again. Ariel looked at her sadly.
Sister, what has happened to you to turn against your home in such a way?
As much as Sandalphon's presence had reminded her of why she'd never fit in well with her own people, Neveah's desire to see heaven again was still a dull ache behind her ribs. It turned on me first, was all she said. Ariel's look grew pitying, and a moment later she and Sandalphon disappeared with a massive flap of wings.
Do you think they'll follow through?
Baalazar asked. Neveah hardened her heart against her foolish homesickness. They will, if they know what's good for them.
Baalazar,
Nigellus said.
May I rely on you to oversee the ceasefire?
Yes, old friend, replied the imp. Be warned, it will take a bit of time to get the word out to everyone. As you're aware, we've split our forces up into small cells with limited contact between them.
Melek had remained largely silent throughout the tense meeting, but at that he spoke up.
There's also the group of human adepts to worry about.
That would be the human children and adults with natural magic that Edward had been so focused on protecting, along with the Catchi and the surviving Fae twins. Where are they now? Neveah asked.
They're with the tithling vampires who were hurt the worst by the weapon, protecting them and trying to heal them,
Melek said. Neveah met Nigellus's eyes. We should have the Catchi with us for this. They're best placed to help ease the transition of power in Dyne. After a moment's hesitation, he nodded.
Agreed. Melek, you will take us to them. Diana, I assume you will wish to accompany us?
Diana stepped forward.
Too right I will,
she said.
25.
After everything that had happened, Neveah was relieved to find the catchy unharmed. The humans, the refugee Fae, and their tithing vampire charges had retreated to a ghost town situated around an old railroad depot at the southeastern edge of San Francisco Bay. The former town of Drawbridge was a desolate place, despite being so close to San Jose. Once a confluence of railroad and ship traffic, the whole area had begun to sink into the marsh and had eventually been abandoned. No trespassing signs littered the muddy island that remained, which had recently been annexed by an adjacent wildlife sanctuary and deemed off-limits to curious humans. Their allies were huddled among the skeletal remains of the train station and several nearby storage structures, making use of anything with a roof and partial walls, bolstered by magic, for shelter. Melek had warned the group of their imminent arrival, and they were met by the catchy Guthrie Leonidas, Vonnie Morgan, and a middle-aged woman with an owl perched on her shoulder. The owl, interestingly, wasn't real. Or rather, it wasn't corporeal. Natural magic indeed. Leonidas eyed Nigellus before turning his attention to Neveah.
You got him back, then?
He said by way of greeting. We did, Neveah acknowledged, and there have been some, additional developments, so to speak. Vonnie Morgan was watching both of them uneasily. Would that have something to do with the power that's crackling off both of you like a supernova?
It would,
Diana said sourly. She immediately turned to the catchy.
Elder, we'll have need of your help soon, if all goes to plan. Are the twins safe?
The she gave her a grim little smile. The twins are here, and they are currently unharmed. Safe is another matter entirely.
There will soon be a unilateral ceasefire on the part of the demons,
Nigellus told them.
With luck, that will shortly become a bilateral ceasefire.
Which is where you come in, old friend, Neveah added. Can we gather everyone together? We have quite a bit of ground to cover when it comes to what's been happening, and not much time to cover it. Once again, Neveah related what had been happening in recent days. To their credit, the shocked silence from this group didn't last nearly as long as the shocked silence from the other groups she and Nigellus had spoken to recently.
In case I haven't mentioned it lately,
Leonidas said without inflection.
You two are a seriously scary pair of bastards.
Language, Vonnie mumbled, elbowing him. This was presumably for the benefit of the younger children, who were gathered here in the largest remaining upright structure right along with the adults and teenagers. They'd inserted themselves into this war knowingly, and even now their magic was powering the dome of concealment over the island that would hopefully prevent Mab's forces from noticing their presence. Only the tithing vampires were absent, still too weak to rise from their bedrolls. Vonnie had an arm around a lanky teenage boy who Neveah gathered was her son, despite the lack of physical resemblance. The younger Fae twin who'd lost her brother stood on the boy's other side. She had the hard, haunted look of one who'd sacrificed too much at too young an age, but the way her shoulder brushed against the boy's was telling. Not much surprises me, the catchy said, but I confess surprise at the angels' return. Their involvement does change the calculus quite considerably. Diana nodded.
You see now why I need your assistance when we return to dine. Even in Mab's absence, not everyone within the cart can be trusted.
The little Fae snorted. That has been the case since time immemorial, child. But yes,
I will return with you."
Their elfin brows drew together.
"I suppose I am the last shade now. How odd."
"Better you than the Kushi," Neveah said. The Kachi's expression turned sad.
They were not evil, merely single-minded and tragically inflexible in their loyalty to the court and the crown. Unfortunately, they were also the hereditary wardens of the Wild Hunt, which will complicate our job when we get to that point.
"I have some thoughts on dealing with the hunt," Neveah said. "But for now, it's safely contained."
"Yes."
The Sidhe shook themselves as though shrugging off a heavy cloak.
"So now we wait for the heavenly host to descend to our aid, it seems. And then to dine and the endgame."
"We're coming with you," said the older female Fae twin, Nesri. Her hulking brother nodded his agreement.
"We'll be getting our people back. All of them who are still alive, anyway."
He turned to the younger Fae girl.
"Doriel, are you coming or staying?"
There was no judgment in his tone. Doriel shot a furtive, sidelong glance at the dark-haired boy standing next to her before meeting her guardian's gaze.
"I'm staying here for now. I can help on Earth more than I can help back home in Dine."
The Sidhe nodded.
"A noble choice, child. Your magic has been invaluable to our new friends."
The woman with the ghostly owl cleared her throat, calling everyone's attention.
"One thing you should know. A ceasefire is all well and good, but if Mab's soldiers find us here and attack, we'll defend ourselves and the vampires. We are not yours to command." "We do not presume to tell you otherwise,"
Nigellus said diplomatically.
"That makes a first,"
Leonidas muttered sotto voce. Neveah had enough experience of Nigellus's high-handedness at this point that she could understand where the vampire was coming from. "With luck, your camouflage will continue to hold until this mess is settled," she said. "It's very impressive spell work, by the way. I honestly had no idea human adepts were working with such advanced magic."
"We've had some very impressive teachers recently,"
Vani said.
"Which reminds me, bring Edward back safe. And for God's sake, don't try to revive him while you're still in Dine. He won't have enough strength to fight against the madness. Get him home first."
Neveah gave her a grim nod. "Believe me, it's my intention to ensure that everyone comes home at the end of this." She spared a thought for poor, overlooked Alice, Mab's first victim on Earth. "I haven't forgotten about you," she promised silently. "Everyone else has, but I swear to you that I'm still watching over you. That was my job for a very long time, and I'm damned good at it."
"26.
"They're late," Neveah said, giving in to the urge to pace. The sun had risen an hour ago, illuminating the slopes of Mount Diablo in flattering golden light. She, Nigellus, Diana, the Catchi, Danon, and Nesri had returned to the wilderness west of Stockton, partly because she found the idea of forcing the angels to come to a place called the Devil's Pulpit amusing, but mostly to keep them away from the tithing vampires and the humans' hiding place.
"Do you think they've reneged?"
Diana asked, frowning.
"Or is it possible they simply don't know where to find us since we've moved?"
"Oh, they can find us all right," Neveah said, still pacing. She crossed her arms tightly in irritation.
"Power escaping through the hole in heaven's barriers flows directly to Neveah's sword,"
Nigellus elaborated.
"and from there to her."
Neveah halted abruptly and stretched a hand out, calling forth the weapon. "Time to force the issue."
Agreed.
The demon scanned their surroundings before addressing the others.
It would be best if you sheltered on the far side of the rock formation. If we have to pull a large amount of power, it might blind you otherwise.
The Gatchi raised a delicate eyebrow.
At some point, I feel we should discuss the long-term ramifications of your recent personal decisions, my friends.
They sighed sharply through their nose.
Come, let's give the immortals their privacy, while preferably avoiding having our eyes boiled in our sockets.
Dannon snorted, with the air of one who'd given up trying to second-guess more powerful beings, and instead chose to find humor in the situation. The Gatchi opened a portal, and the others trooped through, disappearing to safety on the other side of the Devil's Pulpit. I warned Ariel and Sandalphon this would happen if they didn't play nicely with us, Neveah said grimly, bracing herself. Her link with Nigellus went taut as he pulled life force through her. Strangely, it seemed to be getting easier every time they did this, although she wasn't sure whether it was because practice made perfect, or because the hole in Heaven's defenses was widening with every attempt. Power flowed into her, through her. It was still as intoxicating as the first time, filling her up with the sense memory of home. Each time, it also felt as though she could hold more. Like she was a flexible balloon, stretching larger and larger with repeated fillings. Neveah was starting to wonder if they had an upper capacity at all anymore, when finally Ariel appeared. The pink-clad archangel looked, and there wasn't really another word for it, testy.
Yes, yes, she snapped. We're running late. I know. I did try to tell you I needed 2 days, not 1.
How much longer?
Nigellus demanded.
In case it wasn't made clear earlier. Many lives are at stake.
As it happens, the celestial army is preparing to descend on the gate to Dying as we speak. Ariel gestured toward the Devil's Pulpit, where the others had appeared around the edge of the rocky outcrop.
Are these Fae your allies?
They are, Neveah said, as the small group approached cautiously. Ariel eyed them, her crystalline eyes catching on the Gatchi.
Ah, it seems you have powerful friends among Dying's children after all. Greetings, she.
Greetings, Ariel, said the small Fae. It has been a very long time, has it not? I am grateful for your people's intervention.
Diplomatically put,
Ariel replied dryly.
I'm certain you're aware there's a degree of coercion at play. But for what it's worth, I agree that something must be done to stop this war. The last one was bad enough.
As you say, the Gatchi agreed.
Anyway,
Ariel continued,
you'll all need to make your way to Dying's Gate with some haste if you want to join up with Michael's forces. I suppose I'll see you there.
With that, she gave a mighty flap and disappeared into the ether.
No offense,
said Dannon,
but exactly how confident are we that this isn't some kind of a trap?
Neveah's lips twisted in displeasure. Reasonably confident, and if I'm wrong, I swear I'll drain Heaven's power until they beg for mercy. The Gatchi eyed her, assessing.
I'd say you've drained it rather impressively just in the last 10 minutes or so, my friend.
It was true. She and Nigellus must feel like armed atomic bombs to anyone with a sensitivity for magic. But that might come in handy soon, so she couldn't exactly regret it.
We should leave,
Nigellus said.
since we are already on a ley line. Would one of you care to do the honors?
Diana crouched and placed her palm on the sandy soil, activating the invisible highway through the ether that spiderwebbed across the human world. The 6 of them stepped onto the patch of light that erupted around her touch and were instantly swept away. With her vastly increased power, Neveah was more aware of the details of their travel. She sensed the moment they passed beyond continental North America and began traveling across the Atlantic Ocean. So did Nigellus, based on his instinctual flinch. But she couldn't feel any sense of the vast expanse of salt water draining him. The fact that they were traveling by ley line certainly helped. But even so, traveling over an ocean would normally sap a demon's strength to some degree. Not for the first time. It occurred to Neveah to worry about the unforeseen long-term consequences of what she and Nigellus had done. However, before she could latch on to that train of thought, they'd arrived. So had the heavenly host.
Not a trap, then,
Diana said, somewhat blankly. It was quite a striking sight, to be sure. Neveah hadn't been to Dine's Gate very often. Still, she knew it as a green and magical place. Now, it was grey and dead. Mab had sent the wild hunt boiling out of Dine through the gate, and it had performed its function of complete sterilization on Earth's delicate and vulnerable life. The trail of destruction stretching across the human realm to Valicito began here. Now, the bare desolation of the hill of Tara was filled with the brilliance of angels readying for battle. It was a sight not seen in the human realm during the Anthropocene epoch. The last time an angelic army had descended on Earth had been, ironically enough, during the demonic wars. Now, the Fae would learn why mortal races had no business confronting such an army. Some of them had already learned that lesson from the looks of things. There was no way Mab had left Earth's side of the gate undefended, yet no opposition blocked Dine's entrance in the mound of the hostages. The warriors had fled, just as the Fae had fled from Ariel and Sandalphon at the Moaning Caverns. "There's Michael," Neveah said, pointing to a brilliantly glowing figure at the front of the army. "I need to talk to him before they breach the gate." She hesitated, before adding, "I would strongly suggest that all of you stay back, both now and during the invasion. Yes, even you, Nigellus." She met the demon's whiskey-colored gaze. Nigellus didn't look thrilled by that proclamation, but she knew he understood the logic. The angels would sweep through Mab's defenses like a knife sliding through warm butter. But the leading edge of the advance would involve the subjugation of everything in front of it. She sincerely doubted Michael would have the kind of patience necessary to grant individual exceptions for a handful of Fae allies. Worse, flaunting Nigellus, not to mention the soul bond she now shared with him, might just anger Michael enough that he'd fly his troops straight back to heaven. Mitatroon's orders be damned. Of course, there was a chance that her presence alone would be enough to enrage him. She needed a word with him, though. Unfurling her wings, she called up her sword, just in case, and gave a single flap, cutting through dimensions to the front of the host. She reappeared next to Michael, who did indeed give her a look of disgust.
Shemasiel,
he said flatly.
I take it this is your doing.
I prefer to think of it as Queen Mab's doing, she retorted. But yes, I suppose you could say your presence here is because of me. I need 2 promises from you, Michael. First, no unnecessary smiting. We're going to have to stitch some kind of meaningful piece together from the shredded rags of this conflict, and that will be harder if there's a trail of corpses stretching from the gate to Mab's palace.
And second,
Michael asked tartly. Mab stole the body of a human girl. She's an innocent. I vowed to her that I would protect her and find a way to free her from Mab's control. I intend to keep that promise. She met Michael's burning silver gaze and held it. Once we reach the palace, Mab is mine.
And if I refuse either of your requests, no doubt you'll punish me by draining more of heaven's power.
The Archangel's tone was icy. You bet your feathered ass I will, she confirmed. A glacial smile tugged at Michael's lips.
I hope you aren't harboring any hopes of returning home after this.
Then he gave a shallow, mocking bow.
Of course, it shall be as you command, Shamassiel.
Yea for me? Neveah said, and returned to the others at the rear of the column. Dad just speak with him, the Gatchi asked. She nodded. They won't kill anyone unless it's absolutely necessary, and once we reach Mab's palace, dealing with her will be our responsibility, not the angels. She met the She's gaze, then Diana's, and finally Nigellus's. Just so you all know, I intend to get Alice Ramirez back. I made her a promise. She could tell from their connection that Nigellus A. believed this would be impossible, and B. thought the attempt would greatly complicate what they'd come here to do. The problem was that a large part of Neveah agreed with him. But all he said was,
If she can be saved, then we will save her.
She loved him just a little bit more in that moment. Thank you, she told him. Power brushed her awareness, coming from the front of the column. She drew in a sharp breath as it grew.
It's starting,
Nigellus warned the others, a moment before the mound of the hostages vaporized in a blinding burst of white light, its protective dome of magic crumpling like tissue paper before the might of the angels. All the Fae, except the Gatchi, gasped in shock. When the light faded, a flat expanse of dirt lay where an ancient Neolithic tumulus had stood moments before. The air above it still glowed with a faint, ever-shifting geometric pattern of light, the gate itself laid bare. 2 angels approached, laying hands on the shifting lines of light. Dine's gate was not one way as Hell's had been. The Fae had layered defenses across it over the millennia, but at its heart it was merely a gap in the veil between realms. Anyone with a magical key could cross through it. Those final defenses were no match for angelic power. In her current state, Neveah could have sliced through them herself with little effort. Indeed, they fell within seconds, and the army of heaven poured through like a great winged wave breaching a gap in a broken seawall. Neveah, Nigellus, and their allies hung back, entering last. The angels were an unstoppable spearhead, piercing through Mab's forces and leaving seasoned warriors trembling on the ground in reverent adoration, their weapons forgotten. Dine had never known heaven's wrath before, having maintained relatively cordial relations with the angels since the earliest times. As such, They were powerless before Michael's warriors. Those too slow to flee fell into rapturous worship, succumbing to awe of the divine. Even this far back, Neveah could feel the tide of that helpless mortal adoration ripple through the column, strengthening it further in a positive feedback loop of worshipper and worshipped. Danon and Nesri stared at the prostrate, sobbing Fae warriors with sick fascination as they passed.
"Do the angels know where Mab's palace is located?"
Danon asked. The Catchi nodded, their green eyes wide. Michael has visited the palace many times as an envoy. The angels know exactly where they're going. We can only hope that Mab hasn't fled into hiding. The army marched into the capital unopposed, Fae civilians joining the masses falling at their feet to abase themselves. Neveah had been to the city on a handful of occasions, when it was little more than a humble collection of thatched-roof cottages and shops, but she had never visited the palace. It was a massive structure, its facade wreathed in twining vines and flowers. The heavy scent of pollen filled the air. Elite palace guards collapsed before Michael's approach, pressing their foreheads to the cobblestones. Weapons clattered to the ground. The massive double doors flew open as though blown by hurricane-force winds. Neveah glanced sidelong at Nigellus as the angels in front of them faded to the sides, opening a corridor leading to the breached entrance. The demon's brows were knit tight, his expression one of misgivings.
"Len Grayson is within,"
he said. Neveah's stomach sank. Oh no, that can't be good. Without waiting for the others, she took Nigellus's arm and let him wrench her through the ether, following the thread that connected him to the soul-bound human necromancer. They emerged into a gilded room with a throne on a raised dais at one end. 4 guards lunged toward them. In the background, someone was screaming curses. Neveah didn't bother subjugating the guards' minds. She simply cut them down in a blaze of flame and glinting metal. When she straightened, Nigellus was staring toward the dais. She followed his gaze. Len Grayson's hoarse, frantic screams of,
"You bitch! I'll kill you! God damn it, let me go! I will kill you for this!"
ringing in her ears. The human was chained to the wall with heavy iron manacles, flinging himself against his restraints without result. Nearby, a crumpled figure with long dark hair lay at the foot of the throne. Alice Ramirez. Her body looked like a marionette with the strings cut. Neveah couldn't tell if she was still breathing. In front of her knelt a male Fae, his pale blonde locks falling out of messy braids that looked like they'd been left in for days. His back was to them, his head bowed. After a moment, Albegard of the Unseelie rose gracefully to his feet and turned to face them. For a bare instant, Neveah thought he'd somehow overpowered Mab, and she wondered why Len was screaming abuse at the unconscious body on the floor if his lover had already won the fight. Then Albegard lifted glowing green eyes to them, a crooked smirk tilting up one corner of his sensuous lips. Slow, burning rage bubbled up in Neveah's chest as Mab met her gaze from behind Albegard's eyes, smiling at her coldly. "27.
Nigellus saw the moment Grayson registered their presence. His eyes widened, and he redoubled his efforts to escape his iron manacles. Through their bond, Nigellus felt the bones of his left hand grind together until the base of his thumb snapped.
Get Mab out of him!
The human shouted, still trying to twist his broken hand free of its restraint.
Nigellus! Neveah, please! You can't let her have him! He's a twin!
Ever since the pair had been captured but not executed, Nigellus had known this eventuality was possible. Mab had squandered her powerful Fae twins on weapons of mass destruction, burning them up to nothing in the process. Albigard's twin sister had died in the womb, but he'd absorbed her magic, making him the next best thing. With Grayson held hostage to ensure his compliance, the Unseelie might well have submitted to Mab rather than watch his lover tortured and killed in front of him.
Oh, my little necromancer,
Albigard crooned in Mab's voice.
He is already mine. Thank you for your assistance in controlling him. Perhaps I will allow you a quick death as a reward.
Of course. No death Mab could mete out would ultimately stick to Grayson. Nigellus could merely heal him afterward. Albigard, unfortunately, was another matter entirely. All these thoughts passed through Nigellus's mind in a fraction of a second. Mab laughed as Grayson succeeded in wrenching his broken hand through its manacle, stifling his scream of pain behind gritted teeth. Nigellus sent a burst of healing power through the soul bond, and the human curled around the injury as his bones popped back into place and began to knit. Mab's twisted smile on Albigard's face didn't waver as she turned her attention to Nigellus and Neveah.
And now we have the demon and the angel as well. How trite. Will you attempt to strike me down by killing your unseelie ally while his lover looks on?
The Fae Queen's confidence was misplaced. Mab could not be allowed to live, even if it meant murdering a valuable ally in cold blood. Nigellus did not allow himself to think about how Ransley and Ms. Bright would react if they learned he'd been the one to deliver the killing blow. Bad enough that Grayson would be here to see it. He resolved to alter the human's memories to something kinder after it was done. That seemed the least he could do. From what Nigellus had seen, Grayson had been pulled into the supernatural world kicking and screaming, only his loyalty to his friends and loved ones keeping him there. Like so many of Mab's victims, he hadn't deserved any of this. The green eyes that had once been Albigard's held a manic glint of true madness.
This body is hale. Its magic is strong. And you're in the heart of my palace. Soon my most powerful guards will descend upon this room.
Her smile grew wider.
I've already used the heart of a demon to strike at you once. I wonder what I could achieve with the heart of an angel.
Neveah had been quiet so far, taking everything in with a well-honed tactical eye. Now, her hand gripped his arm with bruising force.
Nigellus, she doesn't know.
Her mental voice was a low murmur inside his mind.
Look at her. She's magically blind, still settling into a new body. She has no idea about the archangels, about our soul bond, about any of it.
Outside the throne room, Nigellus's demon hearing detected the sounds of battle. One-sided, assuming the angels remained true to form. Mab's reinforcements would not be coming, but she could still strike a final blow by taking Albigard with her to the grave. Mab's eyes narrowed.
Immortal or not, I've already seen you bleed on the end of my knife, angel. And as for this one,
she gestured languidly at Nigellus.
How strong can he be so soon after being dismembered and salted?
Grayson had gone still, but his expression begged Nigellus not to let this latest obscenity happen. Neveah's fingernails dug into his forearm like claws.
Glenn and Albigard have a Fae gift bond.
Her words echoed in his mind, rife with the weight of an important realization.
And you've never been more powerful.
He drew in a sharp breath as her meaning penetrated. He held a soul bond with Grayson. Albigard held a gift bond with Grayson. The link between Grayson and the Unseelie had always been beyond his reach, but that was before his link with Neveah, before the massive influx of heaven's power. "Ah," he said, as the realization struck. "I see." He turned inward. Beyond his connection to Grayson lay the faintest of threads leading elsewhere. It was a mere wisp of spider silk, but Nigellus pushed animus through it, guiding the living energy toward whatever lay on the other end. Alice Ramirez had not been totally erased by Mab's possession. Neveah had successfully coaxed her consciousness to the forefront before the original comedy of errors that had allowed Mab to escape to dine. And Albigard was far stronger than an unsuspecting young human. The Unseelie gasped and fell to his knees next to Alice's body, clutching a hand to his chest as though trying to rip out something lodged inside. "Albigard!" Len Grayson strained toward him, reaching out fruitlessly, still trapped by his ankles and one wrist. Albigard's anguished gaze flew to his lover's. "No. No. Forgive me, Ronchak," he croaked. "I will not allow her to use me like this." Before Nigellus could move to stop him, he'd pulled a dagger from a sheath at Alice's hip and plunged it hilt deep into his own heart. His eyes rolled up, and his body toppled to the floor in slow motion. "Albigard!" Grayson cried, sagging to his knees as though he too had been struck a mortal blow. Neveah let go of Nigellus and lunged for the dais.
"Mab's still inside him,"
she snapped, sliding to her knees at Albigard's side and grabbing his head in her hands. Nigellus was only half a step behind her. He knew what she intended, though he was less certain if it would even be possible. Iron through the heart was fatal to a Fae. Albigard was dying, and left alone, the two souls currently housed in his body would flee to whatever realm awaited them. Neveah intended to wrench Mab into that void, while Nigellus attempted to tether Albigard's soul through its fragile bond with Grayson. Nigellus flung a hand out, melting the bolts that secured Grayson's chains to the wall with a blast of focused magic. "If you wish him to live, come here," he snapped. "Focus on your gift bond with him. I need to use it as a channel." Grayson gasped, and scrambled forward, his chains dragging behind him. The human slid in behind his fallen lover, scooping Albigard's upper body into his lap. Neveah maintained her contact with Albigard's temples, her brow creasing as she focused inward. Nigellus did the same. Even as he stretched his senses through his bond with Grayson toward Albigard's flickering presence, he was aware of Mab's shrieking banshee wails as she fought and clawed and ripped, trying to gain purchase on another body as this one died. Nigellus threw up a shield around Grayson and Albigard's essences, while Neveah wrestled with the Fae Queen's soul. As powerful as she currently was, Neveah could have burned Mab to ashes with a thought. But doing so would also have destroyed Albigard. Instead, she tugged and sliced at Mab's soul with a surgeon's precision, cutting it free of its barnacle-like hold a bit at a time, until, with a howl reminiscent of the wild hunt, it finally slipped loose. With Nigellus still sheltering the others, Neveah grasped Mab and hurled her into the gaping maw of the void. The Queen's dying shrieks of rage and horror faded gradually, until echoing silence filled the mental space where they'd battled. Only then did Nigellus pull the iron blade from Albigard's chest. Blood gushed, but did not spurt. The Unseelie heart beat no more. Grayson curled around the body with a pained moan, burying his face in lank, pale hair. Neveah pulled her hands away.
"You'll have to deal with this one,"
she said, meeting Nigellus's gaze.
"I need to see about Alice."
With that, she turned to the other fallen figure on the dais. Nigellus quickly returned his attention to his Unseelie charge. Pushing enough power through the delicate second-hand link to heal a killing wound to the heart was going to be tricky, especially since it had to pass through a necromancer first. Focusing on the hazy outline of the damaged flesh, he began, with great care, to feed healing energy along the spider-silk connection.
Neveah knelt beside Alice, turning her onto her back so she could see the girl's face. Mab's possession had poisoned her human body with magic it didn't know how to use or contain. Her skin was pale and gray, and a sickly yellow-green glow pulsed sluggishly within her veins. She looked gaunt, almost skeletal, her life force nearly used up by the creature who'd controlled her. Dark circles underlined her sunken eyes like bruises. Neveah placed her fingers on either side of the human's face, just as she'd done with Albigard, and plunged into the darkness behind Alice's closed eyes, searching for any sign of light. As Shemasiel, she'd had a hint of telepathic talent, but nothing noteworthy for an angel. As Neveah Lane, she'd grown so weak that at times she was barely more than human herself. But as a participant in a soul bond between an angel and a demon, she'd gained access to Nigellus's more formidable powers of the mind. As with so many other things, when combined with her own native talents, it had become greater than both. Even trapped inside Albigard's dying shell, Mab had been a formidable opponent, and Neveah had easily countered every attempt she'd made to slip into a different body. Now, though, Neveah required a different kind of mental strength. Alice's consciousness hadn't been crushed. Not completely. Mab had needed her on Earth for her human knowledge and experience. Neveah just had to find whatever was left and keep it from flickering out until more help showed up. In some ways, what she intended to do now was similar to what she'd done with poor Edward. She needed to find Alice's essence and bind it to her body to buy time until she could be healed. Alice's mind was in pitch blackness, but it was not the total stillness of death. Unseen creatures wriggled and rustled in the darkness, giving her the nightmarish scent of being blind and trapped in a room with thousands of huge, chittering insects. Ironically, this was the first promising sign Neveah had come across. That metaphorical representation of the human's trauma wouldn't exist were Alice not present to imagine it. She plunged deeper, ignoring the sense of chitinous wings and legs brushing at her skin and tangling in her hair. On a hunch, she moved in the direction where the imaginary insects seemed thickest, straining for any sign of light or warmth. When she finally found the tiny flicker, buried in shadows like a frightened little girl hiding under a pile of blankets, her heart went out to Mab's first innocent victim. "Oh, my poor child," Neveah murmured, guilt at her failure to protect Alice as she'd promised to do, threatening to overcome her. With infinite gentleness, she peeled back the shadows and gathered the flicker close, trying to feed it some of her strength. As an angel, she could hold back death. She had power aplenty now, but her greatest skill had never lain in physical healing. Alice's body was failing, and while Neveah could stop it from shutting down, she couldn't fix it while also maintaining the human's guttering essence. With no other options, she settled in to wait and maintain stasis until additional help arrived. "28. Neveah had no idea how much time had passed when a touch on her shoulder recalled a tiny portion of her awareness to the outside world.
Albigard will live,
Nigellus told her.
What of Ms. Ramirez?
Rather than spare enough of her attention to speak aloud, Neveah drew Nigellus's consciousness in with her own. "I can't hold her to this plane and also heal her," she told him. "Can you?" She felt him attempt to reach out with his abilities, but after a moment he drew back.
I have no connection with her, direct or indirect,
he replied.
There's no way for me to push the power where it needs to go.
She'd feared as much. But fortunately, there was another option. "I need Michael. He's one of the greatest healers among the angels, when he's not too busy smiting people. Do whatever it takes to get him here. Hurry!" She felt Nigellus's silent agreement, and a moment later he withdrew. Alice's consciousness remained barely more than a candle flicker when a new presence finally arrived.
She is tethering the human soul to her body, but she requests your help in healing the damage Mab has caused.
Nigellus's voice sounded distant and oddly distorted thanks to the lack of attention Neveah was paying to the outside world.
This young woman is an innocent in the truest sense, violated and defiled by Mab merely because she was convenient. I humbly ask your assistance in righting this wrong. Humbly,
Michael echoed, sounding sour.
That certainly makes a change. Very well. Stand aside, and let us see what can be done.
Neveah sagged in relief as Michael's shining presence joined her in the darkness of Alice's damaged mind. As his inner light illuminated the space, the nameless skittering things fled, disappearing into unseen cracks. The archangel looked around, his lips twisting with displeasure.
A violation indeed.
His mental voice rolled through Neveah's awareness like thunder. Then he sighed.
I see you have her spirit in hand. Shelter it a bit longer while I attempt to repair the damage Fae magic has done to her body. Then we will see what parts of her mind can be rebuilt.
Many hours later, Alice slept peacefully as Michael and Neveah retreated with care from her consciousness. Michael straightened and dusted his hands together, his expression as resentful as it had been when Neveah had first approached him outside Dine's gate.
I'll have an angel return her to Earth. Mab's possession has left an imprint of magic on her soul, but the Fae realm will still tear at her mind once the protections I've layered around her begin to wear off.
Neveah thought quickly. They couldn't simply return Alice to her former life. Not only was she wanted for multiple murders committed by Mab, but much of her recent memory appeared to be irretrievably gone. While that might end up being a mercy, it wouldn't be fair to drop her into the middle of a statewide criminal manhunt with no knowledge of what had happened to her in recent months. "I know a place," she said. "The Catchy can transport her there. It's a collection of humans with natural magic who've been peripherally involved in the war. They'll take her in and keep her safe." To his credit, Michael didn't question her further. He merely nodded and turned to an angel who'd been hovering nearby.
Locate the she, and inform them of what is required. No doubt they can be found with Ariel and Sandalphon addressing the court.
"Thank you," Neveah told Michael, once the courier had been dispatched. Michael only scoffed.
Do not presume to think I helped the human as a favor to you. I helped her because she'd been wronged, and I had the ability to render aid.
"No, I know," Neveah said. "But thank you anyway." Michael's burning silver gaze landed on her heavily.
You have been too long among humans, Shamasiel.
At that, a spark of anger ignited in her chest. Well, it wasn't exactly my choice now, was it? Against her better judgment, the question that had been stabbing at her ever since Ariel and Sandalphon appeared at the moaning caverns tumbled free, quick and graceless. "Why did you lock me out of heaven?" The archangel raised an eyebrow.
Metatron judged you less important than the integrity of heaven's barriers,
he said, without an ounce of contrition.
Ironic that his decision ultimately led to you breaching the very defenses he ordered us to erect. How did you do that?
So, he didn't know about the sword. Interesting. And definitely not information Neveah was inclined to share under the circumstances. "Simple. I'm really stubborn, and I've got a demon in my corner," she said without inflection. His frown deepened into a scowl at the reminder of Nigellus's presence.
If you'd harbored any hopes of returning from your exile, your choice to bind yourself to a demon has likely dashed them.
His words should have stabbed like a knife. Instead, she only felt empty. "Your loss," she said with a careless shrug of her shoulders. He didn't berate her further, instead looking around the throne room with distaste.
Mortals and their ceaseless warmongering,
he muttered, with no apparent awareness of the irony, given how many wars he'd personally mongered over the eons. Shaking out his wings, he shot her a final disapproving look.
I must join the others in dealing with the Fae court.
And with that, he left. Neveah brushed a stray lock of Alice's dark hair away from her face before rising from her crouch. Nigellus detached himself from the wall he'd been leaning against. She'd sensed his presence the whole time, but he'd wisely made no attempt to insert himself into her conversation with Michael. "What did I miss?" she asked when he approached to stand at her shoulder. "It sounds like events have been moving on without me." He looked down at Alice, regret creasing his brow.
Albigard is sufficiently recovered that he and Mr. Grayson have retreated to a private room to rest,
he said.
Diana, the cat-she, and the twins have gone with a contingent of angels to determine which members of the Fae court collaborated with Mab and which opposed her.
"I suppose this will be a good test for the maxim that Fae can't lie," Neveah mused.
True enough,
Nigellus agreed.
However, it may be simpler to reinstate the ones currently residing in Mab's prison, while deposing the ones who are not imprisoned.
"That works too," Neveah said, feeling suddenly exhausted despite her overflowing power levels. She scrubbed a hand down her face. "I don't suppose we can safely recuse ourselves from the political side of things?" Nigellus appeared to consider this.
I believe I would be more comfortable maintaining a hand in the proceedings, since I'm now technically the leader of the Demon Council.
She snorted. There was nothing technical about it. He'd wiped the floor with Typhon, and now he was stuck with Typhon's job, like it or not. However, she suspected he'd still want to keep a finger on the pulse of the peace talks, even if that weren't the case. "Once a spymaster, always a spymaster," she teased, constantly hungry for information. He gave her a mildly exasperated look.
For what it's worth, I don't believe we need to insert ourselves directly into the fray at this juncture. No doubt Michael and his cronies are more than capable of putting the fear of the angels into the court.
"Good," she said, letting her eyes slip closed. "That's good." Giving in to the lure of gravity, she flopped down next to Alice again. Now that she and Nigellus had done the impossible and stopped the war, she just wanted someone else to sweep in and pick up the pieces so she wouldn't have to. "When this is all done," she said, "I want to go to your house in Atlantic City and lie on the beach."
If you wish it,
he said. "I do. When can we get Edward back?"
soon, I hope.
He hesitated, as though weighing whether to continue.
His spirit speaks to me sometimes. I do not know if he is still sane."
Her heart went out to him, to both of them. She reached up and clasped his hand in hers. "I just helped restore a soul that was raped and violated in unimaginable ways. crushed until it was almost extinguished. Edward has been sheltered in the mind of his oldest friend, surrounded by love and care. Between us, we'll make him whole. You'll see." The hand in hers tightened, holding fast.
"29. Though the events in question were long past, Nigellus found himself wishing his people had made allies of the angels rather than enemies, back in the early histories of their two races. Their presence certainly made negotiations with a less powerful mortal race run far more smoothly than would have been the case otherwise. In the hours and days after Mab's downfall, Michael, Ariel, and Sandalphon had instituted a whirlwind reorganization of Dain's ruling body. Roughly half of the Fae court had either collaborated actively with Mab or remained mute in the face of her mad plans. Those who had supported her directly now occupied the prison cells formerly filled with those who had resisted her rule. The passive supporters were not imprisoned, but they'd been stripped of their titles and ejected from the ruling elite. Teague, Albigard's former protégé, had been among Mab's prisoners, somewhat to Nigellus's shock. The unseelie side of the court had always been more prone to saber-rattling, but a surprising number of the Seelie representatives had also supported Mab. Perhaps they'd seen her return as a way to regain power lost to their unseelie counterparts over the centuries. Whatever the case, it meant there were openings to fill on both sides of the aisle. At the Catchi's insistence, Diana had been installed as the new Seelie magistrate, over the former warden's own very vocal objections. But Diana had been the previous magistrate's confidant. She alone knew what Elida's plans had been for rooting out the corruption that had been festering at the center of Dain's politics since the end of the previous war. The twins, Danon and Nesri, had also ascended to the court, as had the Forsaken elder, Aesolna. None of the three had the slightest interest in political power, beyond using it to help their people, which, as the Catchi had wryly pointed out, made them the perfect candidates. Other openings had been filled by Seelie and unseelie generals who'd quietly worked behind the scenes to sabotage Mab's war effort. The entire government was in uproar after the shake-up, and in Nigellus's opinion, it was the best thing that could have happened to it after centuries of slow rot from within. Under the Archangel's watchful gazes, Diana's first act as magistrate had been to declare peace and order the withdrawal of all Fae troops from the human realm. Her second act, an extremely unpopular one so far, had been to decree a controlled dismantling of the Fae shadow government on Earth. Dominion over the humans, behind the scenes though it had been, was the largest victory the Fae had won after the previous war with the demons. The logistics of undoing centuries of brainwashing and propaganda without precipitating a complete collapse of human government were daunting. Among other things, there was the question of whether to introduce the existence of the other races openly on Earth. Humans had been subjected to widespread devastation at the hands of the Wild Hunt, and the demons hadn't exactly been circumspect in their battles against Mab's forces on the west coast of North America. At this point, putting the proverbial genie back in the bottle wasn't likely to be much easier than simply moving forward with open integration. The new magistrate's third act had been to immediately free all political prisoners in Dyne's prisons and enact legislation to codify full rights for the Forsaken. Once Albigard had recovered enough to travel, he'd returned with Grayson and the freed Forsaken prisoners to Chima, escorted by the Catchi, to reunite with the others there. Nigellus and Neveah would be traveling to the World Tree as well, once the final peace agreement was formalized. Neveah had made good on her promise to steer clear of all things political, and Nigellus couldn't blame her in the slightest. His usurpation of Typhon's position had been necessary in the moment, but it carried a number of long-term repercussions that he could have done without. Nigellus had gone as far as co-opting Baalazar into joining him at the negotiation table, since the imp seemed perversely to relish such tedious political debates. When he'd first arrived and seen Diana in the magistrate's seat, his granite-colored eyes had lit up with glee.
"Splendid,"
he'd said.
"Perhaps we can't have you as the new queen, but this is almost as good."
At that, Edward's presence had shivered awake in the back of Nigellus's mind.
"The queen is dead. Long live the queen. On second thought, what a terrible idea." "No more queens,"
Diana had replied flatly.
"No kings either. We're swearing off monarchs, thanks all the same."
Now, Nigellus and Baalazar were arrayed around a great carved wood table with the representatives of the court, the representatives of the angels, and the Catchi. A rather excessively long parchment scroll lay in front of him, covered from top to bottom in fine calligraphy, outlining the terms of the new peace. Among demons, such a document would be signed with blood, magically spelled to be irrevocable. The Fae, however, had some odd ideas about blood magic, namely that it was inherently evil and must be avoided at all costs. So instead, Nigellus took up the white feather quill that had been provided, taking an awkward moment to recall the sequence of dipping, writing, sprinkling fine sand over the writing, and blowing it away to remove the excess wet ink. There was something to be said for the human invention of the ballpoint pen, all told. He passed the agreement to Baalazar, who signed it in the same manner. Baalazar passed it to Sandalphon, who stared down at it fixedly, his looping signature burning itself into the page without benefit of ink or blood. Of course, that was angels for you, Nigellus reflected. Or most of them, anyway. As the signing ceremony wound down, Nigellus's thoughts turned to his fallen servant. With his mind only partly on his surroundings, he went through the motions of diplomacy until he could finally take his leave without causing undue offense. The look Baalazar gave him was knowing.
"I've got this under control, old friend. Go. Edward has waited quite long enough, if you ask me."
In the back of Nigellus's mind, a manic, sharp-edged presence stirred.
I'm late for a very important date. No time to say hello, goodbye. I'm late.
Edward's fractured consciousness hesitated.
But then again, What is time, anyway? This place is so strange.
Thank you, Nigellus said quietly. I will take my leave for now. But we must talk at greater length soon, my friend. There is much to discuss.
A master of understatement, as always.
Baalazar teased, the corners of his eyes crinkling.
Until then.
Nigellus found Neveah in the quarters they had been assigned for the duration of the talks. She'd been adamant in her desire to avoid both politics and archangels, even during this culmination of the peace process. Now she appeared lost in thought, although she recalled herself to her surroundings with a wan smile as Nigellus entered the room. He could have inserted himself into her thoughts easily enough, but doing so felt intrusive. If she wished his input in regards to whatever was troubling her, no doubt she would ask for it.
"How did it go?"
she asked.
"No last-minute snags, I hope?"
None, he assured her. The agreement is signed. On paper, at least. Mab's war is over. She nodded. There would almost certainly be a few more skirmishes on Earth while the news trickled through the Fae and demon ranks, but the Archangel's continued presence would ensure that both sides ultimately complied with the peace accord. Blowing out a sharp breath, Neveah rose from the decadent chaise longue on which she'd been reclining.
"Does that mean you're free of your council duties and available to tackle more personal concerns?"
It does, he replied. I believe these particular concerns are long overdue for attention.
"Do you still want to offer Len the thing we talked about?"
she asked. Yes, he said, and the others as well. I will need your assistance, but I'm confident now that it can be done. The Fae World Tree was protected by powerful magic. But Nigellus had the advantage of an angelic guide who'd been there once before. Neveah had described the method she'd needed to use to reach it the first time, circumscribing the protections on foot before the hidden area around Chima revealed itself. This time, she merely spread her wings, took Nigellus by the arm, and propelled them directly there, with a single mighty flap. The Catchi had made multiple trips here in recent days, ferrying others who lacked the required level of magic to gain entry. This was where Grayson and Albigard had chosen to return, rather than staying in the city to join in the peace talks. Most of the freed Forsaken prisoners had also been eager to rejoin their informal clan. And, of course, Edward's body remained in stasis in a cavern beneath the World Tree's roots. A cry of alarm went up among the warriors guarding the entrance to the underground warren, but it died when they saw who it was.
"The angel and the daemon are here,"
one of the guards called, even as several more armed Fae hurried up to the surface, their weapons held at the ready. Nigellus could hardly fault them. Their hiding place might be well protected, but the Forsaken had taken hard losses since Mab's return.
"Hello,"
Neveah greeted.
"We're here for Edward's body, but we also need to talk to Len and Albigard. May we go down?"
The Forsaken guards had lowered their weapons when they recognized her, and the one who'd called out a warning nodded assent.
"Of course you can, Angel. Our place is yours."
He hesitated, glancing at Nigellus with a hint of misgivings.
"And your companions as well."
It would take longer than a few days for the instinctive friction between demons and Fae to ease, if it ever did. Nigellus lowered his head in a slight bow. Your hospitality and kindness are appreciated, particularly when it comes to the care shown for my servant's body. The guard dipped his head warily in return.
We would do the same for anyone, Damon. Come through. I believe the two you seek are preparing the evening meal.
Nigellus and Neveah followed their hosts down the steep tumble of dirt and rock that led into the caverns. Chima's roots pulsed in the walls with their eerie golden glow of magic, and tiny sprites danced around them like fireflies in the shadowed space. The Forsaken camp's numbers appeared tragically reduced since Nigellus's previous visit. Many had died in their ill-fated attempt to escape through the gate, which made the camp's continued hospitality toward them all the more extraordinary. As promised, Grayson and his Fae lover were ensconced near a hearth fire, as Grayson tended a large cauldron that steamed and bubbled, releasing the scent of rich meat and spices. Albigard looked up sharply at their approach. The Unseelie had not been left untouched by his ordeal, despite native Fae healing ability and the amount of life energy Nigellus had pushed into him. Dark circles underlined his green eyes, and his angular features had crossed the line into gauntness. Grayson glanced up from his stew, the firelight glinting off his steel facial piercings.
"Ah,"
he said.
"You're back. Come to collect Edward, I take it."
"Yes," Nigellus replied.
"Any update on the others back on Earth?"
Grayson asked.
"Is everyone safe?"
"As of yesterday, all is well," Nigellus said. "However, I need to speak with you about another matter. Specifically, the soul bond you so generously offered me." Grayson's lips twisted, the expression too conflicted to manifest fully as a scowl.
"What's there to say? It ended up coming in handy, I guess. A bunch of people died, and I fed their death energy to you. Albigard's alive because of that bond, and the good guys won in the end. The ones that are still alive, at any rate."
It was a surprisingly succinct assessment. "I wish to ask if you want it removed," Nigellus told him, "now that its purpose has been served."
"Removed?"
Albigard's brows drew together.
"What are you saying, demon?"
Len froze. Then he carefully lifted the large wooden ladle he'd been using to stir the stew before hanging it from a rack next to the pot. He turned, giving Nigellus his full attention, his gray gaze intense.
What happened to no takesies backsies? What magic has constrained let no one tear asunder, or whatever it was?"
In fact, the quote was entirely accurate. Nigellus gave him a thin smile. "It's more a matter of letting two people tear it asunder." He made a small gesture toward Neveah. She nodded.
"The application of enough raw power solves a lot of problems, even as it creates others. Since Nigellus and I bonded, our abilities have combined in unforeseen ways. We're topped up on heavenly magic at the moment, and we're confident we can snap the bond, if that's what you want."
Albigard's eyes had gone very wide indeed. Grayson blinked once, then his brows drew together in thought.
"Nah,"
he said after a short pause.
You might as well leave it there."
Albigard whirled on him.
"What?"
His voice emerged, half an octave higher than before. Grayson only shrugged at him.
"Like I said, it can be handy to have. And besides, if he was going to reap me, he would have done it when the wild hunt was trying to eat him."
He turned his attention back to Nigellus and Neveah.
"Now, while I appreciate that you've saved our lives on multiple occasions, and that you're trying to be polite by offering to break the bond, it would be lovely if you could both fuck off and leave us alone. Preferably for good."
He hesitated.
"Oh, and would you tell Vani and Zora that we'll pop by in a week or two to check in? We want to help the Forsaken get moved back to our regular camp first, now that there's not an army after us."
"Done?"
Neveah said.
"And done. Be safe, you two."
Grayson snorted.
"Remember who you're talking to." "Same to you, I guess."
Albigard still looked as though he'd lost the power of speech, so Nigellus merely nodded to them both before ushering Neveah away with a hand on the small of her back.
"I'd say that went surprisingly well,"
she said, once they were out of earshot.
"Honestly, I'm a bit disappointed we didn't get to try severing the bond."
"I'm confident there will be ample opportunity in the near future," he said dryly, thinking of Ransley's simmering resentment over the numerous lies of omission and manipulation Nigellus had perpetrated upon him over the centuries. Together, they passed through the series of eerily lit caverns winding beneath Chima's roots, until, at last, they came upon Edward's resting place. His servant's spirit gave a startled pulse, perhaps in response to the unaccustomed rush of emotion that fluttered in Nigellus's chest at the sight. The stasis wards had held up well. Nigellus dismantled them with a thought, feeling out the damage that would need to be repaired. A half-healed flesh wound, a ruptured heart chamber. In the grand scheme of Edward's various deaths over the years, it was almost nothing. And yet, his trepidation seemed all out of proportion to his servant's injuries. He reached out with his power.
"Not here."
Neveah placed a slender hand on his arm.
"Let's get him back to Earth first."
After some discussion, Nigellus decided that they should return Edward's body to the winery house in Vallecito, since most of their allies were still in California. Neveah had gently reminded him that Zora, Ransley, Vonnie Morgan, and Leonides all counted Edward as a close friend, and would doubtless want to see him as soon as possible. She was, of course, entirely correct about that. The 3 vampires and the human witch had come at once after he contacted them. Ransley and Zora by flying in as mist from wherever they'd been holed up, and the other 2 via Fae portal, conjured by young Doriel. Ms. Morgan's son Jace had also accompanied them, and Nigellus recalled abruptly that Edward had tutored the boy in magic as well as his mother. Nigellus had a bad habit of thinking of Edward as an extension of himself, a useful tool when the restrictions on demonic interference in the human realm had tied his hands at inconvenient moments. To the others, Edward was far more than that. He'd been a friend, a mentor, a source of comfort, and at times a substitute father figure to many in Nigellus's circle. It would serve him well not to forget or underestimate that fact. Neveah glanced at him with clear, cerulean eyes, having caught the edges of his musings through their bond.
"You care for Edward, too,"
she murmured for his ears alone.
"He hasn't been just a servant to you for a very long time."
Nigellus didn't answer, since she knew the answer already. What have I become? He wondered for the 100th time in recent days. And can I blame all of it on a soul bond with an angel, or did it begin before that? Zora rushed forward, enveloping Neveah in a hug.
"Holy crap! You two did it! I can barely believe it."
"It does appear that the ceasefire is holding on both sides," Ransley said, coming forward to slap a hand companionably on Leonides' shoulder. "Guthrie, Vonnie, is everything all right on your end?" Leonides nodded, summoning a wary half-smile for his vampire sire and his biological granddaughter. "We were hidden pretty well to start with, but there's been no sign of Fae activity around the island for days now."
"How are Danon and Nesri?"
Doriel asked.
"Are they safe?"
Neveah snorted.
"Let's just say they're making quite a splash within the court. They haven't exactly been shy about demanding changes to Dine's laws."
Doriel's answering grin lit her face like the sun.
"It's about time."
Her hand brushed Jace Morgan's, and their fingers tangled together. Vonnie Morgan's son cleared his throat. "You've got Edward here, right? And you can heal him even though he's dead?"
"His body, for sure,"
Neveah said.
"His mind is a little more complicated. We're going to try our best, though."
Ms. Morgan wrapped her arms around her own torso, hugging herself. Zora nodded her understanding, though her expression was grim. "He's indestructible," Zora said. "He'll be okay."
"Indelible,"
Vonnie added.
"That's what he told me once."
Ransley met Nigellus's gaze. "Best get to it, mate. Edward's fan club is waiting." Nigellus dipped his chin in acknowledgement. "Please, make yourselves comfortable while we work. We'll let you know as soon as we have news." Nigellus had opted to place Edward's body in the bedroom his servant used whenever they stayed at the Vallecito house, as the least disorienting option when he regained consciousness. He tried not to worry that performing this resurrection in Atlantic City might have been better, especially given the lifeless wasteland beyond the window, courtesy of the Wild Hunt's passage.
"You're dithering,"
Neveah said gently. He knew she wasn't unaffected by what was about to happen. He could feel her guilt even now at having saved Edward's soul in a way that might, in the end, have driven him insane. He caught her hand in his, meeting her eyes. "If you hadn't bound him to this plane, we wouldn't be here now, preparing to bring him back. He would simply be dead."
"I know,"
she said.
"I just wish I'd been able to gain his consent first. That's all."
She swallowed.
"I'll attempt to do the same thing for Edward's mind that Michael and I did for Alice. But Nigellus, I do intend to ask him which he prefers, life or death. And I ask you to respect his decision."
Nigellus lifted her delicate hand to his lips and brushed a kiss over her knuckles. "It has been his decision for a very long time. I offered him death in the time and manner of his choosing centuries ago." Some of the tension bled out of her shoulders.
"Of course you did."
She stretched up and pressed her lips to his, the power they shared ricocheting between them. With a pang of unexpected longing, he wondered if there might yet be a time for them both, an existence without the constant threat of fresh catastrophe hanging over their heads like the sword of Damocles. "I will heal Edward's physical form first," he said. "I rely on your guidance to heal his mind. He is not himself at the moment." Neveah's smile was soft.
"He's still himself, Nigellus. Maybe a bit scrambled, but you've known him since the 14th century, and I'm an angel. We just have to remind him how to be unscrambled, that's all."
Nigellus squared his shoulders and turned to the slight figure on the bed. They'd cleaned him up, removing the sigils still painted on his upper body in dried blood. Nigellus had conjured him an undershirt and shirt, knowing how much Edward disliked being seen in anything less than a professional, put-together state. He was stalling. Why was he stalling? Placing a hand on his servant's chest, Nigellus started the delicate repair work inside Edward's broken heart and allowed it to expand outward from there. The bodies of living things always contained the necessary information for their own repair. A demon merely provided the raw animus and imposed organization on the process. The half-closed wound on Edward's flank had been patched with Fae healing, but it retained the typical pattern of damage caused by a sword slash. He hoped Edward would have the opportunity to regale him with the tale later. The human had always prided himself on his fighting form, with both two-handed and hand-and-a-half swords in his youth. This was far from the most extensive repair job Nigellus had ever had to do on Edward's octogenarian body, and it didn't take long. It also wasn't the part he'd been worried about. When Edward's ancient heart beat once more, pushing blood past pumping lungs and oxygenating a rejuvenated brain, Nigellus straightened. Neveah gave him a tiny, hesitant smile.
"Now for the important part,"
she said.
"We'll do it together. Think of him as he was when you first met, and for all the years after. Help him remember himself as you do."
Her hand rested over his on Edward's chest, and they both turned inward, toward the jagged-edged, pulsing mass of light that was Edward's soul. Nigellus reached out with his mind, and did what he hadn't been able to bring himself to do until now. He touched the twisted reflection of the human he'd known for so long, letting himself experience Edward's current reality. Fragments of memory, emotion, and phantasm jumbled together in a churning mass. The overwhelming sense was one of discordance, so at odds with a normally placid and affable human.
"He wasn't always placid,"
Neveah said.
"The man who would be king, even if he needed to summon a demon to do it."
And that was true enough. Nigellus thought back to the bitter, middle-aged son of a Scottish puppet ruler, so desperate for what he thought of as his birthright that he was willing to commit blasphemy against an all-powerful church to get what he wanted. It had amused Nigellus to investigate this random human with a natural talent for blood magic, stumbling around in the dark with an ancient grimoire and a poor grasp of Latin. It had amused him even more to indulge the upstart mortal in what was clearly a lost battle to seize a kingship that didn't belong to him. Nigellus had strung him along for decades, gradually acquiring a grudging admiration for the human stubbornness, if nothing else. Ultimately, Nigellus had played his part as the demon of parable, teaching a foolish mortal that while he couldn't always get what he wanted, he could easily acquire what he actually needed. And at the end, he'd collected on the contract he'd negotiated, binding Edward's soul and turning the would-be king into a servant.
"That's good,"
Neveah said.
"Keep going."
The roiling mass of Edward's essence had quieted, as though listening. Nigellus wrenched his focus back to memories of times past. He'd expected his new servant to chafe at the blow to his ego, and he had, at first. Soon, though, he'd grown too fascinated by the new world into which he'd been thrust, a world of magic and immortals, fae and vampires, and all manner of political intrigue. It hadn't taken him long to reinvent himself as exactly what Nigellus needed. A deeply likable and utterly unthreatening elderly servant, hiding a razor-sharp mind and a surprising talent for blood-based wordsmithing, not to mention a keen eye for intrigue. It felt as though Nigellus had blinked, and when he'd opened his eyes, he'd found that his whimsical acquisition had somehow made himself indispensable. Consequently, Nigellus had never dispensed with him, and doubted he ever would.
"Oh,"
That was Neveah, imbuing the wordless noise with the sort of mawkish emotion humans commonly used when reacting to videos of adorable animals.
"Edward, are you hearing this? Can you talk to me, please?"
The only answer was a sort of questioning silence, along with the sense that Edward's essence had turned toward her mental voice.
"You got a bit scrambled after your heart gave out,"
Neveah continued, her tone kind and gentle.
"My fault, I'm afraid. Anyway, as you can see, you succeeded, and we got Nigellus back safely. We even got the angels to come down and put a stop to the war. Mab's dead, Alice is safe, and Nigellus has fixed your body. But I need you to tell me if you'd rather go to your final rest instead. It's your choice. What do you say?"
Terrible silence reigned. It lasted for what felt like an eternity, but was, in reality, mere seconds. Then, Edward began to laugh. Not a chuckle, but a loud, unbridled belly laugh. It was so utterly out of character that Nigellus's own heart seized. "It hasn't worked," he thought. "He truly has gone mad." Neveah hesitated, and Nigellus got the mental impression of a thoughtful frown.
"No, I don't think so,"
she replied.
"I think it really did strike him as being that funny."
Nigellus frowned as well, reaching out to the pulsing blob of light once more. The sense of mirth shivered along his synapses like champagne. Eventually, he gained the impression of tattered control being painstakingly dragged back together. "Oh, my dear," came Edward's familiar voice. "Forgive me, but of course it's funny. Do you think I went to all that trouble to get him back, just to ask for
death afterward. Now, if you two don't mind, could someone please put me back in my body? It's terribly disorienting in here.
Nigellus sagged, pressing his palm tighter over Edward's healed heart. Without a word, he opened the connection he held with Edward's physical form and eased the human soul back into place, steadying it until it settled like a hermit crab burrowing into a perfectly sized seashell. With a final burst of animus, he sealed the soul in place, leaving Edward once more whole. After a few moments, his oldest servant blinked awake, looked down at Nigellus's hand over his heart, and raised a bushy eyebrow. Nigellus quickly withdrew it, clasping both hands behind his back.
"Well,"
Edward rasped,
"that was certainly exciting. At least, I assume it was. Is everyone else all right?"
Neveah helped him sit up and wrapped her arms around him in a heartfelt hug.
"All of our close friends are safe," she said. "In fact, a number of them are here, waiting to see you. The sealing magistrate died during our escape from Dyne after Nigellus reincorporated himself. Also, he and I are soul-bound now. Oh, and he might possibly have ripped Typhon's heart out and thrown it into the Pacific Ocean while you were indisposed."
Edward's other eyebrow shot up. Then he lowered them both with a sigh.
"Normally, I'd ask for clarification of that statement. But right now, it sounds much more appealing to sleep for a week straight."
Neveah patted his shoulder and pulled back.
"If you can hold off for 5 or 10 more minutes, there are some people downstairs who'd feel a lot better if they could see that you're all right."
Edward smiled softly at her.
"Sounds like you'd better send them up in that case."
She returned the smile and nodded, slipping through the bedroom door. Alone with Nigellus, Edward turned to him and tilted his head, assessing.
"And what about you? Are you all right?"
"Honestly," Nigellus said, "at the moment, I'm not entirely certain what I am. Better for your return, though. If nothing else, the state of my laundry in your absence was becoming appalling." Edward's lips twitched in a poorly suppressed smile.
It sounds like I'll have to see to the ironing immediately after I finish my 7-day nap, in that case."
In reality, if Edward lasted 12 hours in bed before he was up and demanding to know everything that had happened, it would be a miracle. And they both knew it. "I suppose I'll have to muddle through until then," he said. The others chose that moment to arrive, after which Edward was inundated with hugs from Zora and Vani, along with sincere well-wishes from the others. Neveah watched from the doorway with a self-satisfied expression. When she caught Nigellus's eye and smiled at him, something inside him finally eased from its tight knot of long-held tension. "31.
Neveah waited until everyone had wished Edward a speedy recovery and left him to his well-earned rest before she cleared her throat, gaining the others' attention. Len asked me to tell you that he and Albigard are wrapped up in helping the Forsaken return to their permanent camp, but they'll come to Earth for a visit in a week or two. Also, while you're all here, Nigellus wants a quick word. Ever since he'd first proposed it, she'd been peripherally aware of Nigellus's conflicted emotions when it came to the prospect of releasing his remaining soul-bound vassals. For demons, soul bonds had been the main measure of strength and security since time began. Such bonds had become vanishingly rare after the end of the last great war with the Fae, demonic non-interference among humankind being perhaps the greatest concession Hell's Council had made during the peace talks. The fact that Nigellus maintained multiple soul bonds to humans and vampires after the war had been one of his greatest assets among his own kind. The idea of losing any of them was distressing to him, even if he also felt it was the right thing to do. Neveah had been as surprised as he was when Len Grayson had shrugged off the offer, though, on reflection, she could guess why the human had done it. She wasn't sure if Nigellus would even bother to extend such an offer to Edward. The elderly servant had expressed a strong desire to continue living, and his bond with his master was the only way that could happen. However, it was clear Nigellus harbored no illusions regarding Ransley and Zora's decision if given the opportunity to be free of him. She could sense his reluctance as he drew himself straight next to her and spoke.
Ransley, Zora, you are both bound to me, but not by choice,
he began.
Ransley, I instituted that bond with you centuries ago, because it was the only way I knew to save you, and by extension your race, from the first vampire killer. Zora, you were bound to me unknowingly when Ransley tied his soul to yours, also to save your life.
Nigellus lifted his chin as though bracing himself.
Now that it is within my power to do so, I offer you both release from your obligation. With Neveah's help, I am confident that we can snap the connection I hold to you, thereby freeing you.
A sharply indrawn breath drew Neveah's attention to Guthrie Leonides, whose posture nearly vibrated with sudden tension. Ransley went very still. Zora, wide-eyed, exchanged a long look with her lover. After a few moments, Ransley turned back to Nigellus, pinning him with a hard blue gaze.
Why?
Asked the vampire.
Or rather, why now? You realize you could simply have kept quiet about your new ability to free us, and we'd have been none the wiser. Highly doubtful,
Nigellus replied dryly.
Since I've already offered the same to Mr. Grayson.
Zora's eyes grew wider. You let Len go? Actually, he declined, Neveah told her.
He what?
Ransley said. Neveah let out an amused huff. Funny, you sounded almost exactly like Albigard just then. Zora blinked. Oh. No, I get it. It must be because he... She shook her head briskly. Never mind. So, you're just offering it to everyone? That's, kind of a big deal, isn't it?
I believe it is the right thing to do,
Nigellus said stiffly. Ransley and Zora exchanged another speaking look. Ransley cleared his throat.
As I'm confident you're aware, had you come to me at any point before I met Zora and informed me of the bond's existence, I'd have leapt at the chance to undo it. I am indeed aware of that,
Nigellus replied.
Ransley gave a single nod.
However, since I finally learned the truth about what you did, I've seen you use the hold you have over us only for our own protection. Zora and I would both be dead many times over without it.
Rands bound me under questionable ethical circumstances, just like you bound him, Zora said. But just like you, he did it because it was the only way he could think of to save my life. Since then, if he dies, I die. If I die, he dies. And yet I wouldn't break that connection with him, even if I could. Nigellus's brow creased.
It is possible that Neveah and I could break that bond as well.
Zora gave a one-shouldered shrug. Moot point. It's not happening.
You heard the lady,
Ransley said.
And given that knowledge, I'd be remiss if I asked you to break the bond you hold over us. It might be the only thing to keep the woman I love from dying, should we ever find ourselves embroiled in another war in the future.
Vonnie Morgan shuddered. God, don't even say it. You'll jinx us. Nigellus looked as though he wasn't sure he'd heard correctly.
You do not wish the connection dissolved. That's what I said.
Ransley wrapped an arm around Zora's shoulders.
Please don't do anything to make me regret that decision. Not that I could stop you if you did.
When Neveah tried to glance through their connection to gauge his reaction, Nigellus appeared to be shielding heavily. She couldn't help the hint of a smile that snuck through her control.
I will endeavor not to make you regret it,
he said after a slight hesitation.
Thank you.
At that, Guthrie Leonidas finally broke free of his apparent paralysis.
If this offer is open to other soul bonds, I'll take you up on it.
He was aiming for casual, but the grip he had on Vonnie's hand belied the attempt. Leonidas, Neveah knew, was soul-bound to the demon Muriel, a succubus who'd manipulated him into fathering a hybrid demon child, Zora's mother. Muriel was currently salted and dismembered, but as their recent recovery of Nigellus had proved, not even dismemberment was a permanent solution to neutralizing a demon. I don't know that it would be possible, Neveah said, frowning. From what we've seen, Nigellus needs some sort of direct or indirect connection to a person before he can manipulate a bond. Indirect? Zora said quickly. Rands is Leo's vampire sire, Vonnie offered, excitement growing in her voice. And Leo is Zora's biological grandfather. Nigellus's expression turned thoughtful.
It might be possible.
Ransley let his arm slide free of Zora's shoulders.
You should try. Guthrie, drink blood from both of us, then we'll both drink blood from you. Is that enough of an indirect connection for you, Nigellus? Perhaps,
Nigellus said. They wasted no time in putting the theory to the test. 15 minutes later, Neveah stood in front of Leonidas with Nigellus, while Ransley and Zora each flanked him with a supporting hand on his shoulder, in hopes that physical contact would further bolster the connection between them. Vonnie stood nearby, her hand covering the lower part of her face as she waited, breathless. Jace, meanwhile, had taken Doriel out of the room when she'd become queasy at the idea of witnessing vampires feeding. Neveah covered Nigellus's hand on Leonidas' chest, supporting him with her power as the demon delved through the connection he held to Ransley and Zora. She felt the moment he found the thread linking the pair to Leonidas, just as he'd been able to find the Fae gift bond linking Len to Albigard. From there, another bond stretched outward, to a destination unseen. It was strong and undamaged, despite the current condition of the demon who held the other end. Neveah followed Nigellus to a point just beyond the boundary of Leonides' soul, and when he indicated he was ready, she drew on the burning power she'd pulled from heaven to cut through the bond like a blowtorch, cauterizing both ends as it snapped. In the physical realm, Leonides cried out and sagged, only held upright by Ransley and Zora's supporting hands. "Leo!" Vani cried, rushing forward. Neveah and Nigellus stepped back as Leonides got his feet underneath him and straightened, staggering a bit.
"It's okay. I'm okay,"
he said hoarsely. His hand came to rest on his own chest, where Nigellus's palm had rested a moment before.
"At least, I think I am. The soul bond is broken,"
Nigellus said.
"Muriel no longer has any hold over you."
Muriel might take exception to that idea, should the succubus ever manage to pull herself back together. But given the action had been taken by the new head of the Demon Council, Neveah suspected her recourse would be limited, to put it mildly. "I don't believe it," Vani breathed. Then a huge smile split her face, and she threw herself into Leonides' arms. "Oh my God, Leo, this is wonderful!" Leonides still looked dazed as he held Vani close to his chest. He blinked dark eyes at Nigellus.
"Thank you."
His gaze encompassed Neveah as well.
"Both of you. I never thought—"
"Don't mention it," Neveah said, still smiling. Vani drew back and grabbed Leonides' hand. "Come on, we should tell Jace." She too threw Neveah and Nigellus a smile swimming with gratitude. "Thank you. Seriously, I didn't think I'd ever see this day, and not just because so many people have been trying to kill us lately." "Thank you." With that, she dragged a still-dazed Leonides out of the room, heading toward the kitchen where Jace had taken Doriel. Ransley ran a newly speculative eye over them.
"That was unexpected. Allow me to add my thanks to the growing chorus."
"Too right," Zora said, looking near to happy tears. Suddenly she stilled. "Hey, you said an indirect connection, didn't you? There are a bunch of tithing vampires who accepted demon soul bonds so they could get out of hell before Mab destroyed it. They're all technically my descendants, and they have traces of Neveah's blood in them as well." Neveah felt her companion's resignation flow through the link. "That ought to be enough of a connection," she prodded.
"Very well,"
Nigellus agreed.
"Let's determine which of them wish to be freed, and which are content to remain bound to their demons. And afterward, we'll assess possible methods of dealing with the wild hunt."
"32. It took 3 days to track down all the tithling vampires. Fully 2/3 of them requested their soul bonds broken, though most of them were quick to add that they appreciated the motivation behind those bonds and didn't resent them at all. While they were at it, Neveah healed those who were still struggling with the after-effects of Mab's vampire killer. A small donation of angelic blood was all it took to get them on the road to recovery. That brought them to the final item to be addressed in the aftermath of the war, which also happened to be by far the most complicated and dangerous. Neveah stood in the underground tunnel before the slag heap of cooled magma that had once been Hell's Gate, with Nigellus steadfast at her side. Behind that wall lay the wild hunt, crouched within the demon realm like a dragon guarding its hoard. It was time for that to change. The hunt had proven itself a menace beyond the scope of the Fae to control. Its hereditary wardens, the Kushi, were all dead. Even when they were alive, the hunt had proven able to escape them, once it discovered the existence of other realms and developed a taste for life that was easy to kill. In Dine, it had been a weapon of intimidation and, upon occasion, an executioner. On Earth, it had been the equivalent of a nuclear bomb with legs, spreading its utter devastation across the globe. In Hell, it would have found less fare to consume, especially after the demon realm's successful evacuation. However, its continued presence meant Hell remained uninhabitable. No one could return, nor could they allow the creature to escape back to Earth, where more destruction would follow. Fortunately, Neveah had a plan. It had come to her upon hearing Len's story of the hunt following them to Albigard's pocket realm, where it had subsequently drained the place dry. Some microbial and fungal life had since returned to the small dimensional fold, but it would never again be the lush paradise Albigard had discovered in his youth while practicing advanced magic. "Just to make sure we're on the same page," Neveah said, "we'll open the gate, and you'll form a barrier to keep the hunt from escaping while we herd it into a corner. You're sure you can convert raw power into necromantic power on that large a scale?"
It won't be true necromantic energy,
Nigellus replied.
but I am able to convert our stored power into a form which is physically identical, even though it doesn't emanate from the death of living things.
"I'm sure Len would be pleased to hear that his services as a battery for death energy will no longer be required," she said. "Ready?"
Very.
He told her. Placing a hand on the solid sheet of rock that he'd created when they first trapped the hunt, Nigellus poured energy into it and vaporized a hole large enough to accommodate a person's passage. They entered cautiously, emerging into the half-collapsed cave that was Hell's side of the gate. It took only moments for the banshee wail of the hunt to reach them, moving in fast as it sensed the approach of fresh life and a fresh threat. "Sounds like it's hungry," Neveah said wryly.
Insatiable hunger has always been the hunt's defining characteristic,
Nigellus said. Hell was a desolate place, and the hunt wouldn't have found much to sustain it once it had sucked up the life force of the miscellaneous small animals and crops in the abandoned tithling village. Sure enough, it came boiling up the slope toward the caves within minutes, a massive black, oily cloud of screaming, gnashing, half-formed creatures. Neveah felt Nigellus clamp down on a flash of animal instinct, shouting, "Run!" He'd stood against the hunt on more than one occasion, and while not even the Fae's most violent creature could truly kill an immortal, they both knew all too well how badly it could hurt them. As it closed the final distance, Nigellus lifted his hands, flinging up a shield of crackling blue energy. The hunt shrieked and flinched back, repelled by the anti-life as much as it was attracted to life. Talon-tipped tentacles whipped out, only to snap back as the blue barrier sparked and popped angrily.
Forward,
Nigellus said, his tone grim. Neveah walked shoulder to shoulder with him as he used the shield to herd the monstrosity back the way it had come. The path leading up to the gate was a warren of cliffs and rocky outcrops, one Nigellus knew far better than Neveah did. When they reached a particular narrow canyon branching off to the left, Nigellus shifted the energy barrier, wrapping it around the creature's right flank. It roared in surprise and flowed into the canyon, seeking a way to get around them and attack from the rear. But Nigellus's barrier blocked it at every turn, forcing it deeper into the narrow space until it hit a dead end and boiled up toward the orange-tinted sky in a rage. There, too, it met the barrier, which now wrapped around its immense roiling bulk, leaving it trapped in the end of the box canyon. "My turn," Neveah said with relish, as the hunt hurled itself in all directions, seeking escape. The pocket realm where Albigard had transported the vampires to avoid Mab's new weapon was a moderately sized fold in the dimensional fabric of the universe. Unlike Hell or Dine, it had no discrete gate connecting it to other realms. Until a young Albigard had first squeezed his way through with magic, the veil surrounding it had been free of gaps or weak spots. Since Albigard's repeated visits, however, some areas had become thin. While tracking him on the Fae Court's orders, the hunt had followed traces of the Unseelis' magic to that pocket realm, and when it hadn't found him there, it had drained the place of all life before leaving. The fact that it had been there multiple times, and that the veil in that area had become tattered due to repeated breaches, made that small realm the perfect trap for an eldritch monster. At least, Neveah sincerely hoped it did. She'd been to the pocket realm as well, only once, but it had been a memorable trip. The journey there had been undertaken in a panic, but she'd made a point of marking the convoluted route through the dimensions on the way back. Reaching out with heaven's power, she stretched her awareness past Nigellus' shield and set about punching a tunnel through the veil. One end she set in the canyon wall behind the hunt's twisting, angry form. The other she opened into the pocket realm. And then she waited. It was clear the wild hunt was more interested in bashing through Nigellus' barrier and flattening them than it was in escaping. But as the minutes ticked by, it eventually stopped battering at the shield of blue electricity and turned toward her convenient escape hatch. She saw the moment it decided that retreat to a familiar bolt hole was preferable to continually getting zapped with something that felt indistinguishable from death energy. Slowly, its greasy tendrils began to slip through the gap she'd made. Then faster and faster still, until the creature was pouring through Neveah's tunnel like black ink circling down a drain. When the last oily appendage disappeared from view, Neveah turned to Nigellus. "Quickly, drop the barrier. We need to trap it before it realizes it's been tricked." This part had always been the one involving the most risk. She and Nigellus had been carting around a truly staggering amount of power since the last time they'd drained heaven, when they'd sucked down enough energy to really get the angel's attention. Now, they would need to use it all at once. The crackling blue energy field dissipated in a cascade of sparks, and Nigellus grasped her hand in his larger one. She directed their combined energy into the tunnel she'd made, letting it cascade along the edges of the torn veil. Clenching her jaw with effort, she guided it outward, diffusing throughout the membrane that surrounded the modest pocket realm. The archangels had devised a fiendishly strong shield around heaven. Now, Neveah commanded heaven's magic to form a similar barrier around the dimensional pocket, leaving the hunt trapped inside. Nigellus fed her power, more and more of it, until it felt like her bones were rattling at a sympathetic frequency. When that power eventually began to wane, Neveah drew what was left of it together, plugging the hole she'd made and tying the barrier together into an unbroken sphere. The newly reinforced veil snapped closed, the last of the power backfiring into her and slamming her awareness firmly back inside her physical form. She reeled. Nigellus attempted to steady her when he himself was also unsteady, and the two of them went down in a heap, their arms and legs tangled.
"Did you succeed?"
Nigellus asked. "I think so." She made a half-hearted effort to disentangle herself and rise, only to decide it was too difficult, and let her head fall back against his chest. "If a raging Fae monstrosity doesn't show up here ready to drain us dry within the next few minutes, I'd say we're good." She gave a little wriggle to get more comfortable. "This is kind of nice. Can we stay here for a while? I feel really strange all of a sudden."
"I think we're going to have to,"
Nigellus said, characteristically wry. "That used up most of our borrowed power, didn't it?" she mused.
"All of it, I'd have said."
It had been interesting being immensely powerful for a bit. Or perhaps novel was a better word. It made feeling normal again seem like an oddity. Discharging heaven's power hadn't affected the bond between them, however. She could feel Nigellus's wariness fade into satisfaction as the hunt singularly failed to burrow through the newly strengthened veil and visit terrible revenge upon them. "I'd say we did it," she said at last. "Yay! Go us!" With a low groan, she finally succeeded in sitting up. "Your people can move back to hell now, along with any of the tithelings who want to return home and rebuild." Nigellus rolled into a sitting position as well, then showed additional ambition by climbing to his feet. He reached a hand down to her, and she took it.
"The gate is still non-existent,"
he pointed out, pulling her up with him.
"It's just a hole in the rock."
"It's exactly the same as the gate between Earth and Dine," she shot back. "Your people can ward it if they want more security, like the Fae do with theirs." For so long, the demons had relied on the one-way nature of Hell's Gate to ensure their realm's security. Maybe it was no surprise that the sudden loss of that security had been a difficult pill for them to swallow. Together, she and Nigellus walked slowly up the rocky path leading to the caves.
"I suppose that will be another matter for the council to discuss,"
he said, without much enthusiasm. They returned to the gate, exchanging the eerie silence of a lifeless hell for the eerie moaning wind that gave the caverns on Earth's side of the gate their name. There, they found the Archangel Metatrun waiting for them, his glowing form illuminating the rocky tunnel with silver beams of light. Neveah nearly stumbled backward and fell in a nearby pit in surprise. Nigellus steadied her, frowning at their unexpected visitor. Metatrun's striking golden gaze skated over the demon as though he didn't rate more than a fleeting glance.
"Shamasiel,"
he said,
"there has been a major shift within the realms. I take it you are responsible for this."
Neveah rallied as best she could, determined not to make a fool of herself in front of the first among angels. "Mab sent the wild hunt to sterilize hell. We expelled it, and trapped it in a pocket dimension by strengthening the veil around the subrealm." Metatrun raised a disapproving eyebrow.
"Using power stolen from heaven, no doubt. You should know that we will be rebuilding heaven's defenses.
making them even stronger than before. The other realms are too fractious. Exposure to them is disrupting.
The buried anger that had been simmering beneath Neveah's skin since the angel's return surged. I've been exposed to them for centuries because you locked me out.
Yes,
Mitatrun agreed placidly.
Your presence, too, has been deemed disruptive. I am sorry, Shamasiel. But you will not be allowed to return after your bewildering decision to join your soul with the demons.
Abruptly, her anger turned to exhaustion. It occurred to her that every single interaction she'd had with her own kind since they'd come back had left her feeling drained and resentful. Possibly there was a lesson to be learned from this.
I have a final request,
Mitatrun continued.
I must have your word that you will not attempt to draw on heaven's power again.
You know what? She said. You can go fuck yourself, Mitatrun. Here's a counter-proposal for you. Go, hide in heaven with the rest of the angels and leave me alone. If you ever come after me or any of the people I care about, I'll make you regret it. Mitatrun's face screwed up as though he'd swallowed a lemon.
I fear I must echo Neveah,
Nigellus said.
The demons have no quarrel with your people after the aid you've rendered us. But if you ever attempt to harm her, the power we drew down from heaven before will look like a mere trickle.
Perhaps Mitatrun didn't realize how weak they currently were, or perhaps he simply understood that Neveah and Nigellus held the upper hand. Whatever the case, the first among angels made a disgruntled noise and promptly disappeared, returning to his ivory tower in the sky, no doubt. Nigellus cast a small ball of light to push back the sudden darkness, looking down at Neveah with a worried expression. She noticed an instant later that she was crying, and she dashed away the tears with a surge of irritation. I'm not sad. I'm angry, she said, waving off his concern. Did you know that the angels never did figure out about my sword? They would have tried to take it away from us if they had. So if they ever stick their noses in our business, you and I are going to find out exactly how much power an angel and a demon can hold. And then they'll be sorry. He took her shoulders with a light grip.
I doubt it will come to that. They seem very invested in maintaining their segregation from the other races. A tactical mistake on their part, in my opinion.
She snorted, giving her streaming eyes a final swipe. Don't say that. The flip side of them deciding to stick around would be that we'd actually have to deal with them. I'm reminded of why I never really fit in with angelic culture.
True,
he said. Then he hesitated.
There is something I need to tell you.
Yes? She asked cautiously, not certain she was feeling up to any more major revelations.
You should know that I intend to hand over control of the council to Baalazar,
he said.
It would be preferable if I returned to what I'm best at, gathering and organizing information.
At that, she immediately relaxed. Once a spymaster, always a spymaster, she thought fondly. I see. And for that, I suppose you'll need to be on Earth most of the time? Neveah mused. Good. Frankly, it's a lot more interesting than heaven. Also, the people are nicer. She smiled impishly, her earlier foul mood slipping away as though it had never been. So, where are we going to live?
I hadn't given it much thought, to be honest,
he replied, unfazed.
Though I believe you did mention something about a beach.
Her smile grew wider as she imagined sun, sea, sand, and a lovely warm breeze tickling her bare skin. Yes, you're right. I absolutely did.
Epilogue. Ransley Thorpe. Ransley Thorpe watched with patient affection as Zora escorted a gaggle of tidling vampires into Faint, the horrifically twee vampire-themed bar that Guthrie had once sent them to as a joke. They had returned temporarily to Zora's erstwhile home in St. Louis, partly so she could check that the little two-bedroom bungalow she'd inherited from her father hadn't been damaged in the widespread civil unrest, but partly, Rand suspected, because she'd needed a taste of the familiar. She'd invited Finn, Sherilyn, and a handful of other tidling vampires with whom she'd grown close to come along with them. Most of the other vampires had remained in Stockton, accompanied by a cohort of demon babysitters who would hopefully keep them out of trouble until he and Zora returned. For hundreds of years, Rans had believed he would never again shepherd fledglings through the gauntlet of surviving as vampires living among humans. Even after he'd turned Guthrie, and later Zora, he'd rather assumed all three of them would end up dying at the hands of one of their many, many enemies, thereby extinguishing the vampire race for all time. When he'd discovered that Nigellus and the rest of the Demon Council had been secretly stockpiling his blood to raise a new vampire army against the Fae, he'd been volcanically, world-endingly angry. It had felt like the final indignity after a lifetime spent in serfdom to Hell's denizens. Now, watching Sherilyn's dark brown eyes widen in glee as she took in the pounding bass, the red lighting, and the giant neon representation of a fanged mouth hanging above the bar, he couldn't truly bring himself to resent the demon's scheming. Vampires once more populated the shadows of the human world, enough of them that their culture might someday exist as it had in the days before the first great war against the Fae. And apparently, he and Zora were beginning that momentous journey here, at a bar so terrible that Rans had vowed bloody revenge against one of his oldest friends for tricking him into coming here. Still, a building full of drunk goths with vampire fetishes did have its upside. There were very few places where one could reliably find a group of humans who actively wanted to be bitten on the neck and drained of a pint of blood. Where better to take a gaggle of wet-behind-the-ears fledglings for an easy meal? And if it meant he would spend the evening watching Zora laughing, dancing, and effortlessly seducing people, all the better. So many times over the past months, he'd feared it was about to be curtains for both of them. Yet here they stood,
amongst the cheap plywood coffins and upside-down crosses scattered about the place as decor, listening to really bad dubstep music. Zora leaned up, her perfume tickling Ranz's nose as her springy curls brushed his neck.
"This place is as awful as I remember,"
she said gleefully over the din. "I still owe Guthrie something suitably vengeful for this," he replied.
"I think it's amazing,"
Sherilyn said, spinning in place with a laugh. Zora laughed as well, the sound more musical by far to his ears than the dross pounding through the club speakers.
"Come on, let's dance."
She grabbed his hand and tugged him into the press of shaved, tattooed skulls, pierced bodies, and monochrome black clothing. Sherilyn did the same to Finn, and the other tithelings followed them into the writhing crowd like happy baby ducklings. Resigned to his new station in life, Ranz plastered his front to Zora's back and moved to the beat with her, clasping her hips with possessive hands. It took only moments for the first of the vampire-obsessed humans to begin orbiting Zora like a planet around a star. His star.
"Can I dance with you?"
asked a breathless human girl in her early 20s. Black lipstick outlined her mouth in a perfect Cupid's bow, and her eyes roved over both of them hungrily. Zora made a noise that was almost a purr, reaching out a hand to stroke the goth girl's jaw in a tantalizing caress. Beneath the pounding beat, Ranz heard the human's heart race faster with excitement. "Of course you can, pet," he said in his best British playboy accent. "The more the merrier, after all." Around them, vampires and humans danced and fed, long into the night.
Guthrie Leonidas.
Guthrie was busy fixing a water valve in one of the RVs in their makeshift camp near Idrigal when Vani burst in.
"I just caught those two kissing behind one of the empty caravans,"
she said.
"I knew it."
He quirked an eyebrow at her, setting his pipe wrench down on the counter. "Spying on your son again, Vani. He's a teenager. Ill-conceived trysts are written somewhere in the fine print of the contract." She winced, probably at the reminder of her own ill-conceived tryst when she was 15.
"Low blow, Leo. And for the record, I'm not necessarily against it. It's just likely to be complicated, that's all. The girl is Fae, for God's sake."
"In case it's escaped your attention. Complicated seems to run in the family," he pointed out. She huffed a laugh.
"Really? I hadn't noticed."
Considering she was dating a vampire and co-parenting her son with a guy who could conjure a ravenous spectral wolf, she really didn't have much room to talk when it came to Jace having a crush on a Seelie girl. But maybe that was a discussion for another time. "Is there any news from the Catchy about your idea to start an exchange program for the kids?" he asked, changing the subject to something a bit more neutral. Not long after they'd relocated back to the area west of Fairy Glen on the Isle of Skye, Vani and Doriel had started brainstorming ways to connect their magical human charges with teachers from Dyne. The children's talents had accelerated by leaps and bounds under the tutelage of the twins, Danon and Nesri, not to mention Doriel herself. Guthrie maintained a healthy wariness surrounding any Fae he didn't personally know to be trustworthy, but even he could see the potential benefits of forging closer ties with Dine. The world was changing. Too much had happened on Earth to return to the days of human ignorance of the other realms. The more the races could learn to see each other as people rather than enemies, or worse yet, slaves, the less chance of a recurrence of war. Or so he hoped.
The She returned to Dine to talk to Diana about it,
Vonnie said.
They seem to be on board with the idea, and I get the impression their opinion carries a lot of weight with the court these days.
I imagine it does, since they're the only She left in the Fae realm. He agreed. Vonnie nodded.
True that. Oh, and they also intend to consult some Fae specialists who might be able to help Alice integrate more of her lost memories. The poor girl.
Leonidas grunted. Don't count her out. She has a real way with the younger children, and she seems to enjoy working with them. From where I'm standing, she's doing pretty damned well, all things considered. Vonnie hopped up to sit on the counter next to where he'd been working, her gaze landing on him and holding fast.
That's good to hear. So what about you?
She asked. He frowned. What about me? She rolled her eyes.
How are you doing? We came here right after things calmed down, and you immediately threw yourself into getting the camp back up and running.
Well, yes, he said, gesturing to the water tank. People need running water and working heaters, especially after being stuck in that mosquito-infested ghost town for so long.
Nuh-uh. Stop it. Don't dodge the question.
Vonnie shot back. He sighed. What do you want me to say? I never expected to be free of Muriel, and now that I am, I have no idea how to react.
But are you happy?
She insisted, and he could hear the unspoken words that followed.
Here, with me.
That was when he realized what truly lay behind the question. Even now, after all this time, she still didn't believe that he was here by choice because he wanted to be. He moved to stand between her dangling legs, taking her face gently in his hands. Vonnie, he said. I was happy here even when Muriel was hanging over my head like a guillotine. I hope someday you'll come to understand that there's no place I'd rather be than wherever you and Jace are. Her eyes grew misty, even as a beautiful smile lit her face. She covered his hands with hers, pressing his palms to her cheeks.
What? Even when I drink your blood to stop my aging and strengthen my magic?
She teased. His lips twitched. I'm a vampire, you red-haired vixen. Watching you drink my blood is basically foreplay. She raised an eyebrow at him.
Is that a come-on?
He pressed a slow kiss to her lips, relishing the way she melted into his touch. After a few moments, he pulled away. It is now, he said, and went to lock the door of the RV.
Albigard of the Unseelie.
The hot springs, tucked among a series of rocky outcrops at the edge of the Forsaken camp, remained mercifully unchanged in the wake of their flight to Chima and subsequent return. Albigard lounged decadently in the warm, mineral-rich water, his back pressed to his human lover's chest, his head lolling backward to rest on a wiry shoulder.
"I needed this,"
his beloved said with a sigh.
"Damn, but I've missed this place."
The faint phosphorescence in the water combined with swarms of flickering sprites to illuminate the steamy glade and its hanging vines that dripped with heavy, fragrant flowers. They were not alone in the pools. Many of the Forsaken had been drawn to relax in the springs after days of heavy work moving supplies and setting the camp to rights. "It is a pleasant place to rest for a bit," he agreed, not moving from his boneless sprawl. Len's palm rested over Albigard's heart, beneath the waterline, as though he needed reassurance that it still beat. It did. Slow and steady after an hour of languid pleasure under his lover's hands and mouth. In this quiet moment, this place of care and respite, Albigard's mind was free of the memory of Mab's violation. Perhaps the unwelcome thoughts would return once his hazy afterglow faded. Perhaps he would need Len's assistance to drive them away, over and over. Or perhaps they would fade on their own. Neither of them were free of scars. They both carried old ones as well as new ones related to this most recent injury. As though reading his thoughts, Len stroked gentle fingers over the puckered scar on Albigard's chest. The faint, silvery ridge of tissue was all that remained of the place where he had driven an iron dagger through his own heart, unwilling to live in a world where Mab could use his body to cause yet more chaos. Albigard lifted a hand to cover Len's, stilling the restless movement. "I am here, Arunchark," he murmured. "We are both here. All is well." The human let out a shuddering sigh as Albigard layered mental influence over him, reinforcing his words with the weight of empathic reassurance. As a necromancer, Len was largely resistant to Fae power, but sometimes, when his ghosts threatened to overcome him, its application still seemed to give him permission to let go of whatever thoughts were troubling him. "I know, Princeling," Len said, sliding his hand free to stroke his fingers through Albigard's unbound hair instead. A pleasant shiver tingled outward from his scalp, and a soft hum of pleasure escaped him. It would be all too easy to relax here until he fell asleep, but there was one question Albigard felt compelled to ask before he could truly rest. "I must know something, beloved," he said. The hand stilled. "What is it?" "The demon. I cannot fathom why you would refuse his offer to break the soul bond he holds over you." There was a small silence.
"You really have to ask me that?"
Len eased Albigard off him and turned him so they could look at each other properly. The human's gray eyes were earnest.
"Why do you think I refused?"
Albigard canted an eyebrow at him. "As I have just indicated, I have absolutely no idea." Len's expression folded into a bewildered frown.
He's a demon. Stop and think about it for a minute. Edward is like 700 years old or something. Leonidas was nearly 100, even before he became a vampire. And here's me, a plain old garden-variety human, in love with a fae who lived through the fall of the Holy Roman Empire. How else am I going to stick around for the next few centuries to keep you out of trouble?
The addendum, "you idiot," was left unspoken, but it was nonetheless heavily implied. Albigard had drawn breath to protest that as a necromancer Len was hardly a garden-variety human. But the words died in his throat when the rest of what he'd said penetrated. "Oh," he said instead, the word emerging small and quiet.
"Yes. Oh,"
Len echoed, looking heavenward as though for strength. He settled back against the edge of the pool and tugged Albigard against him once more, resuming their former position.
"You know I adore you, Princeling, but you really can be a bit slow on the uptake sometimes."
Albigard pondered this development, turning it from side to side in his mind to examine the idea like an uncut gemstone, new facets jumping out at him as they caught the light. "In my defense," he said, a bit dazedly, "it has been a rather trying few weeks." Len gave a little snort, his chest rising and falling beneath Albigard's back.
"Yeah, you could say that. Just do me a favor, and be polite to the terrifying demon bastard. I'd rather not do anything to piss him off, for obvious reasons."
Now it was Albigard's turn to let out a breath of low laughter. "I believe we're safe. If Thorpe hasn't managed to needle Nigellus into a killing rage after more than 200 years, it's unlikely either of us will succeed in doing so." The human's arms came around him, holding firm.
"That's the spirit. Now, I don't know about you, but I'm in desperate need of a full night's uninterrupted sleep if I'm going to be hauling more heavy objects around in the morning."
Albigard considered this. "Sleep would be good," he agreed. "And tomorrow we will plan a visit to the bloodsuckers on Earth. I will rest easier knowing that they have emerged relatively unscathed."
"I miss our friends, too," Len said. "Bunch of maniacs that they are. You're right. We'll do that. Tomorrow."
Nigellus.
After all of it, Nigellus stood with Edward next to an open window in his Atlantic City house. Both of them were looking out at the beach, where a lone figure lay on a white blanket, soaking up the early morning sun.
"I'd have expected more people to be out and about on such a beautiful morning,"
Edward observed.
"One might almost think someone had erected wards along this stretch of beach to discourage other people from using it."
"I couldn't possibly comment," Nigellus replied, enjoying the way the golden light played over his angel's lithe, bikini-clad form as she stretched and rolled over to tan her back. Edward chuckled.
"No, I'm sure you
couldn't, sir."
After a few more moments of self-indulgence, Nigellus dragged his gaze away from Neveah and focused on his servant. "I sense you have thoughts regarding my decision to abdicate control of the council. You may as well air them now." Edward's bushy eyebrows shot up. He lowered them and tilted his head, bird-like.
"Thoughts? Not really, sir. That is, not beyond thinking it was probably the right choice. You'd be miserable trapped in a council chamber all day, dealing with the minutiae of rulership. Maalazar, by contrast, is probably having the time of his immortal life."
Nigellus regarded the man who had been his near-constant companion since before the human invention of the mechanical clock. "Interesting. I had assumed you would wish to berate me for giving up a valuable piece of leverage in the ongoing balancing act between the realms." Edward appeared amused.
"Did you really? You don't think I've learned the lesson you undertook to teach me 700 years ago? Not everyone is suited to rule others. Perhaps for you, success looks like doing what you've always done, moving chess pieces behind the scenes."
His lips twitched.
"While also occasionally taking beach days with an angel who happens to be head over wings in love with you."
Nigellus felt the unaccustomed sensation of blood rising to his cheeks without his permission. He willed it back down where it belonged. "I understand that a number of the tithelings have already moved back to their village," he said, changing the subject abruptly. "It will take months for them to restart food production, but it is a meaningful first step in Hell's restoration."
"That's good to hear,"
Edward replied, going along with it.
"Is there any further word on Typhon?"
Nigellus gave a careless shrug. "He is recovering, slowly, from his injury, but he will be considerably weakened for some time."
"Melek seems a good choice to serve as the new 6th on the council,"
Edward said.
"I've always liked him. He seems a practical sort."
"Indeed." Nigellus's gaze had returned to the figure on the beach without him noticing when the shift occurred. Silence fell for several moments, until eventually Edward gave an exasperated huff.
"You might as well go to her," he said. "We've established that salt no longer harms you, and I can feel you pining from here."
"I wouldn't wish to intrude on her relaxation," Nigellus said, pointedly ignoring the pining remark.
"Oh, for—"
Edward muttered, then cut himself off with a shake of his head.
"You really are hopeless at romance. Go. Trust me. She wants you out there with her."
Nigellus drew breath to protest that Edward was hardly a shining beacon of romantic success himself, before deciding such a petty retort was beneath him. "Perhaps A walk on the beach would be pleasant, he allowed, with as much dignity as he could muster. Edward snorted.
You're the only demon in existence who can wade in salt water without their skin blistering. You might as well take advantage. Besides, I have dusting and mopping to do in here, and you're underfoot. This house is in desperate need of a good cleaning.
Nigellus knew enough about his faithful servant to understand that this wasn't a complaint. Edward felt about cleaning the way other humans felt about fine dining or an engaging book. He would be fully immersed as soon as Nigellus left him to his task, and he would probably need to be pried away later to eat and sleep. "Very well," he said. "I can detect a dismissal when I hear one."
"Quite right. Now go, and don't come back until lunchtime."
"Sir." With that, Edward turned and left him to it, heading into the depths of the house, where some mysterious cupboard no doubt held a hoard of cleaning supplies. Nigellus let his attention wander back to Neveah, watching her for only a moment before taking Edward's advice to heart and going outside to join her. He chose to walk rather than teleporting himself to her side, letting the sights, sounds, and smells of an Atlantic City morning wash over him in a way he normally didn't. He even went so far as to remove his shoes and socks at the edge of the sand, carrying them in one hand as he stepped onto the beach. The dunes were already absorbing some of the sun's heat, leaching it into his skin with every step. The sound of waves lapping at the shore was a background noise that he'd always found soothing. One of the reasons he'd favored this house, despite its salt air. Not that salt air was a concern anymore. After hearing about his shockingly quick recovery from impalement with a Fae warrior's salt lance outside Hell's Gate, Edward had suggested he test with table salt to see exactly how far the new resistance went. Despite the fact that he and Neveah had expended most of their excess power in trapping the wild hunt, salt now had no effect on him whatsoever. Yet another unexpected boon stemming from his soul bond with an angel. The angel in question looked up at his approach, a huge smile gracing her radiant face.
"I wasn't sure if you'd leave the house," she said. "Come for a swim with me. You can be the first demon in history to have a nice paddle in the ocean."
"I assure you, I would not be the first demon to be immersed in salt water," he said, making no move to resist as she rose and took his shoes from him. She set them on her blanket before attacking the buttons of his shirt with single-minded focus.
"Okay, then you can be the first demon in history to have a nice paddle in the ocean without screaming in agony as your skin peels off."
She removed his shirt and patted his chest affectionately. He pursed his lips. "When you frame it so enticingly, how can I refuse?"
"Easy. You can't,"
she said, shucking his trousers and underwear down his legs with no-nonsense efficiency. He stepped out of them obligingly. Bemused, he let her lead him by the hand down to the waterline, where the surf fainted toward their feet before retreating, leaving a thin line of sea foam behind like tiny iridescent pearls. He tamped down the instinct that shouted, "Danger! Danger!" and followed her into the shallow water. She laughed with delight, plunging deeper, still pulling him along with her. The sea was blood-warm, and his tension melted as it failed to burn him. When he was waist-deep, she turned and stepped into his arms, sighing with pleasure.
"Sometimes I still can't quite believe we're here," she said. "At times I didn't honestly think we'd win."
He pressed her close to him, letting the waves rock them both with a gentle back-and-forth motion. That was the crux of things, wasn't it? Like her, he was having a difficult time accepting that this new reality was truly his to enjoy. And yet, it incontrovertibly was. Mab was dead. Their friends and allies were alive and safe. Earth would relearn how to govern itself after centuries under the heel of the Fae shadow government. Hell was forever changed, but it was once more under his people's control. An angel loved him. And he, who had, perhaps foolishly, believed himself incapable of such an emotion, loved her in return. "We had no choice but to win," he told her. "The alternatives were unacceptable." He felt her flutter of laughter against his chest.
"I suppose they were,"
she said. With a little hop, she jumped up and wrapped her legs around his waist, steadying herself by gripping his shoulders.
"I guess that means we get to collect our reward now, huh?"
"Is brokering a new peace not reward enough for you?" he teased, utterly deadpan. Her smile turned devilish.
"That depends. Do you still respond to my angelic powers with uncontrollable lust?"
He grasped her hips. "No," he said. "That, too, appears to have disappeared in the wake of our bond. I now respond to you in such a way, whether you're exerting your power over me or not." Her tone grew musing.
"I believe I'm going to need some sort of a demonstration of that before I'm totally convinced."
"A demonstration can be arranged," he said. Covering her mouth with his, Nigellus set about convincing her, promising himself that doing so would become a never-ending journey for them both. There were, after all, some benefits to immortality.
Fini. Want more in this world? The Sixth Demon is the final arc in The Last Vampire World, which contains 3 other completed series. The Last Vampire, Ransley Thorpe and Zora Bright. Vampire Bound, Guthrie Leonidas and Vonnie Morgan. Forsaken Fae, Albigard and Len Grayson. Want even more? Get a free prequel to the series delivered directly to your inbox. www.rastefan.com/last. That's rastefan.com/LAST. If you enjoyed this series, You might also like R.A. Stephan and Jalen Wolfe's other paranormal romance series, Circle of Blood. This has been The Sixth Demon, Book 4. Written by R.A. Stephan. Narrated by Gwendolyn Druyor. Copyright 2023 by Other Love Publishing, LLC. Production copyright 2023 by Other Love Publishing, LLC.